Thorn had crossed into another world. When he opened his eyes, the back of his head was pressed hard against a stone, sending a sharp lance of pain through him and forcing a hiss of cold air from his lungs. Propping himself up with his hands, he sat up. Everywhere his gaze fell was shrouded in ashen mist, and the air was thick with a damp, decaying stench like a graveyard in late autumn. Without warning, a shard of memory that did not belong to him surged into his mind. The original owner of this body was also named Thorn, a man expelled from the academy and wanted by the authorities for his obsession with forbidden necromancy. Unwilling to give up that, Thorn had hidden himself in this graveyard to continue his research, but a single mistake in his workings shattered his soul on the spot. None of that mattered as much as one crucial fact: in this world, every necromancer was a target of universal hatred, with special bounties issued by all the great kingdoms and the adventurers' guilds. Thorn's bounty might not compare to that of some great lich, but it was still enough for bounty hunters to drink fine wine for several days. Fortunately, the original Thorn's research had not been entirely in vain. At the very least, conjuring a few skeletal soldiers as expendable cannon fodder was within his means. Other people who cross into new worlds are greeted by beauties, yet all I get is a field of bones. Thorn let out a wry laugh and was just about to attempt a skeleton summoning when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Foreign territory system successfully bound. Host soul integrity confirmed. System activation complete. Current territory level 1. Available buildings 1 type. Current soul energy 0. Undead creatures may be stored within the territory and converted into soul energy at any time. Note: living beings cannot enter the territory. Thorn paused for a heartbeat, then his expression lit up with delight. Of course, how could a transmigrator be without a system? Following the source of the voice, he sank his consciousness into the depths of his soul. The scene before his inner sight shifted in an instant. He saw a space about the size of a basketball court, its ground covered in pitch-black soil, its boundaries wrapped in a veil of semi-transparent gray mist. Suspended at the center of Thorn's field of vision was a translucent control panel, its surface clearly displaying lines of text and icons. This was the foreign territory system, an extra-dimensional space bound to his very soul. Thorn's eyes gleamed. According to the original owner's memories, the greatest difficulty for any necromancer lay in the concealment and defense of their lair. A necromancer without a host of undead underlings was no different from an ordinary practitioner, yet sustaining such an army required a fully equipped nest. Countless renowned arch-necromancers throughout history had ultimately fallen because their lairs were discovered by the Holy Light Church. 300 years ago, there had been a so-called king of the undead Modices who commanded 10 million undead soldiers and nearly razed half the continent. In the end, 12 archbishops of the Holy Light Church joined forces, sacrificing their own lives to cast a supreme forbidden spell that blasted all his lairs into dust. As for the famed Modices himself, legend had it that he was ultimately stoned to death by villagers while digging up some shabby village's ancestral graves. Thus, necromancers were forced to pour immense time and resources into hiding and fortifying their lairs, constructing labyrinths, laying concealment arrays, spreading toxic mists, even building massive defensive towers. The time and resources consumed were nothing short of staggering. Now, however, Thorn no longer needed to concern himself with this problem at all. No matter how many forces the Holy Light Church dispatched, no matter how many divination spells they employed, they would never find his headquarters. So long as he himself lived, this home would remain forever secure. It was a privilege other necromancers could scarcely even dream of. What delighted him even more was the resource-gathering function that came bundled with the foreign territory system. So long as Thorn laid his hand on something, be it bone or flesh, it would automatically be converted into soul energy on the panel. That soul energy served as the currency of the foreign territory system. Whether constructing buildings or producing soldiers, everything required its expenditure. On the system's interface, only a single constructible building was currently displayed. Corpse Farm converts soul energy into intact corpses. Construction cost 200 soul energy. Beneath it were 2 conspicuous buttons: construct and can.
一个漂亮的小姐姐立即来到苏城面前，微笑地问道：“我想要刷秘境。”苏城直接回道。
Thorn immediately threw himself into the work of digging, scraping at the soil in a near-frenzied hurry. Everything his hand brushed against, any corpse he touched, would at a single mental command dissolve into motes of light. Collected LV1 human corpse. Soul energy 20. He hastily used the original Thorn's knowledge to create a skeletal soldier and set it to digging alongside him. He soon discovered that corpses touched by the skeletal soldier could be converted as well. How convenient. Collected damaged skeleton. Soul energy 5. Collected 1. 2 kilograms bone fragments. Soul energy 1. Collected flattened ant. Soul energy 0. 0.00005. Though there were plenty of scattered remains, it so happened that a nearby village had recently buried a number of elders, so there were still quite a few intact corpses to be found. Before long, he had amassed the required 200 soul energy. As he mentally selected, construct, several stone walls rumbled up from beneath the ground, soon forming an area that resembled a small graveyard. Broken nameless tombstones stood at odd angles, scattered here and there, the mounds of earth uneven and pitted. At the very center of the graveyard, a small shrine had been built. Thorn paid no mind to the building's exterior. He shifted his focus to the corpse farm's interface. Currently available conversions: LV1 adult human corpse, adult human skeleton. Conversion rate for LV1 adult human corpse, 20 soul energy per corpse. Conversion rate for LV1 human skeleton, 10 soul energy per skeleton. What a miraculous building this was. For a fledgling necromancer, corpse preservation had always been a nagging problem. Rot scavengers weather. Like a curse, these factors ceaselessly eroded a necromancer's focus and assets. Generally speaking, only after surviving the early stages and establishing a complete corpse maintenance network would a necromancer be freed from this drain on their effort. Once converted into soul energy by the system, corpses were essentially stored away, and the corpse farm became a means of retrieving those resources. Moreover, if Thorn ever needed corpses of other races, he could still obtain them through the corpse farm, even if he had only human remains on hand. Thorn exited the foreign territory and exhaled a long breath. The graveyard was not large, and his earlier efforts had already turned it upside down. Once the work was done, the skeletons also halted their movements. Thorn reached out and touched them, drawing them into his territory as well. It was a pity that Thorn's own body was not an undead creature. Only his consciousness could sink into the soul-bound territory. His physical body could not enter to take shelter. After constructing the corpse farm, and aside from the 3 skeletal soldiers he had fashioned using the original Thorn's knowledge, he had only 80 soul energy left. Even so, he was more than satisfied. Without this system, he would likely be hauling reeking corpses into some cave, with a few skeletal brothers right now huffing and puffing as they searched for a den. Thorn turned his gaze to the newly unlocked building on the system panel. Basic Undead Barracks trains various basic undead units. Currently available: skeletal soldiers, zombies. Construction cost 1,000 soul energy. That was the equivalent of about 50 adult male corpses. Quite a lot. Still, since Thorn could summon skeletal soldiers on his own, there was no need to rush. For now, he would simply dig up a few more ancestral graves and stockpile soul energy first. "We're a step late," a bearded man muttered, frowning at the graveyard that had been dug up from end to end. "But judging from how thoroughly it's been turned over, I'd say this is definitely the novice necromancer from the wanted notice." "The digging isn't that old," said the scar-faced man beside him with a grin. "Just hauling corpses around would wear him out. He can probably keep at most 3 to 5 skeletons at his side. Any more, and his mental strength wouldn't hold. A necromancer still in his growth phase. What a big catch for us to stumble into." The 3 mercenaries laughed among themselves, hands tightening around the hilts of the blades at their waists. Deep in gray Wolf Canyon, sunlight was fragmented by towering ancient trees. Suan darted swiftly over the rotting leaves. The lingering mage intuition of the original body tightened like a drawn bowstring, vibrating wildly in his mind. Someone was chasing him. Suan abruptly stopped, pressing his body against a sturdy oak tree. Rustle. 3 figures burst from the bushes ahead, spreading out in a triangular formation, instantly blocking all his escape routes. On the left was a burly man with a thick beard, hefting a heavy steel battle hammer. He looked Suan up and down, his gaze lingering on Suan's empty back, then burst into mocking laughter. "You're quite fast, you corpse-robbing bastard. Didn't even bring a body bag. Must have dumped all the materials nearby." On the right was a lanky man playing with 2 poison daggers, his eyes cold. The leader was a scar-faced man. He slowly drew his long sword. Faint cyan mist shimmered on the blade. The sword was poisoned. "Stop wasting words. Cut his head off and trade it for wine money at the Holy Light Church." Scarface spat. A necromancer without pre-planned positions or corpse reserves is worse than a goblin. Suan looked at them calmly. Influenced by the original Bodis memories, he had no qualms about killing, especially when the other side struck first. In his vision, these 3 were no longer bounty hunters, but walking soul energy. "You might know a lot about necromancers." Suan chuckled lightly. "But you don't know me. Still talking tough when death is near." Scarface lunged like an arrow from a bow, his long sword aimed directly at Suan's neck. But Suan was not afraid, nor did he run. He didn't even chant any long obscure incantation. Scarface was momentarily surprised. In the hunter's common knowledge, a low-level necromancer who had been approached had no means of resistance. The space rippled with a strange disturbance. 3 skeleton soldiers with icy blue flames burning in their eye sockets squeezed out of the void without warning. They formed a perfect triangular formation, shielding Suan. Clang. Metal scraped against bone, producing a spine-chilling screech. Scarface stared in disbelief at the skeletal face inches away, instinctively stepping back. Where did this damn thing come from? The bearded man and the lanky man were also stunned but quickly regained their ferocious expressions. Whatever. These skeletons have no armor, they're fragile. Smash them. The bearded man roared, swinging his hammer at the skeleton on the left. Bang! The hammer struck with immense force, shattering the skeleton's breastbone. The frame collapsed, clattering to the ground. Haha, just trash that breaks at a touch. The bearded man laughed triumphantly. Suan looked at the bones on the ground, expressionless. Under the cover of the other two skeletons, he stretched out his finger and pointed from afar. Collected incomplete skeleton soul energy 5. Consumed 10 soul energy to convert LV1 human skeleton. Remaining soul energy 85. The bones on the ground instantly turned into specks of white light and vanished. Inside the otherworld territory, a complete skeleton formed in an instant. His soldiers no longer needed direct contact. They could be remotely reclaimed within 3 meters. The bearded man's laughter stopped abruptly. Where are the bones? Suan ignored him, concentrating his mana into the otherworld territory and infusing the skeleton. Crack! The empty eye sockets reignited with soul fire. A brand new skeleton soldier materialized in reality, filling the gap in the formation. The whole process took only 5 seconds. The 3 hunters were completely frozen. How in the hell did he do that? Scarface felt a chill from his feet to the top of his head. No materials, no incantation, not even a complete skeleton on the ground. A skeleton soldier just appeared out of thin air. Keep going, Suan said calmly. The 3 skeletons lunged fearlessly. The rhythm of the battle was instantly taken over by Suan. The skeletons were fragile. They could only use a life-for-life tactic. But they had many lives. The bearded man smashed one with his hammer. Suan immediately reclaimed the bones, earning 5 energy, then spent 10 to create a new one and resurrect it. In total, a net loss of 5, even if completely shattered. If the skeleton wasn't too damaged, the reclaimed energy would be more. He had 85 energy in stock, enough to give these mercenaries a hard time. Scarface's strike severed the skeleton's arm. Suan simply recalled the crippled skeleton and summoned a brand new one. The slaughter continued. The hunter's stamina was draining fast, yet they could never close the distance to Suan. And Suan's skeletons were always in perfect condition. Monster. What kind of monster are you? The bearded man was panting heavily, his arms so weak he couldn't even lift his hammer. His strength was great, but it was wasted on the skeletons. He looked in despair at the skeleton that had revived for the 10th time, already thinking of fleeing. Seeing the bearded man's fatigue set in, immediately directed the skeleton to lunge at his throat. The bearded man swung his hammer, shattering the skeleton, but its hand had already embedded into his throat. His massive body hit the ground, convulsing in agony, the light fading from his eyes. Second brother. Scarface cried out in fury. The lanky man was terrified, turning to run into the forest, but Suan seized the opportunity to direct the skeleton to slash his Achilles tendon. Scarface swung his long sword in despair, but poison was useless against bone frames. Soon the 3 skeletons cornered him against a tree. The 2 were clawed to death alive. Suan walked to the 3 corpses and let out a sigh. This battle cost him 63 soul energy. He pressed his hand on Scarface's corpse. Collected LV1 rated corpse, soul energy 20. Apparently, a complete human male corpse was rated LV1. Although different body types affected the recovery rate, it was only a decimal difference. Clink. Scarface's leather armor, longsword, money pouch, and some items all dropped to the ground. He did the same for the bearded and lanky men's corpses. Collected LV1 rated corpse, soul energy 20. Collected LV1 rated corpse, soul energy 20. 3 corpses brought in 60 energy. With the remaining total energy reached 82, barely breaking even. Although there was little gain in soul energy, the 3 sets of equipment on the ground were decent treasure. Thank you for nature's bounty. I will remember your contribution. 4 low-level units like skeletons and zombies gear made a huge difference in combat power. And with combat power, even if the nearby graveyard was washed by the church, he could enter the Noman's land to hunt monster corpses for soul energy. Suan weighed the 3 money pouches. There were about dozens of silver coins and a few gold coins, and in the backpack were several bottles of decent healing potions. The leather armor was clawed beyond repair, so he threw it away as extra weight. Suan ordered the 3 skeletons to equip the 3 least worn weapons and carry the backpack with supplies. A small team was formed. While rummaging through Scarface's dropped items, Suan picked up a copper badge that emitted a faint red glow. The front depicted a snarling hound, and the back bore Scarface's name. Copper-level mercenary badge. Suan pinched the badge, feeling the faint magical fluctuation. This thing has a tracking function. He sneered through the badge on the ground, stomped it into the mud, and ground it hard. Time to run. The skeletal warrior trudged forward, unyielding to fatigue, as it carried the confiscated weapons and backpack, while Thorn meticulously cleared the tracks behind him. He quickly flipped through the fragmented memories left by the original body in his mind. Though the original body was a notorious fugitive, it had prepared quite thoroughly for its escape. In the months since being expelled from the academy, it had grasped the general situation of the area. This was Loren County, a territory located on the southeastern border of the Audric Kingdom. Due to its proximity to the foothills of the Beast Mountain, numerous small villages and graveyards were scattered throughout. The original body planned to visit each of these graveyards in turn, having already mapped out a route and even drawn a rudimentary map. However, these graveyards were likely filled with traps. Although those three fools were eliminated, their tracking tokens have probably broadcasted our general location. Thorn wiped the sweat from his forehead. The bounty hunters and the church will definitely be lurking around the nearby graveyards. However, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to dig up graves. Though the original body was a bookworm who worked in isolation, it had also gathered some current events during its escape from the academy. 5 days ago, the local Lord Duke Warwick dispatched troops to eradicate a bandit hideout that had been entrenched in the Grey Wolf Gorge. The location of the Grey Wolf Gorge was right beneath their feet. Thorn's eyes lit up instantly. Bandits are human too. Dead bandits are still. The Duke would certainly not give the bandits a proper burial. They would simply be buried in a large pit, which was likely nearby. Moreover, Grey Wolf Gorge was known for its fierce wild wolves. In the minds of the average person, a newly risen necromancer with only 2 or 3 skeletal soldiers would be akin to walking into a death trap. I hope the wild wolves haven't dug up the corpses. Thorn navigated through the steep gray rock faces, and the sight before him made him pause. Inside the gorge lay a natural campsite surrounded by cliffs now in utter disarray. The burnt wooden houses were left as charred frames, and several tattered tents lay haphazardly on the ground with broken weapons and arrows scattered about. Beside the campsite, several wild wolves were gathered around a pit, lowering their heads to feast. Damn it! Thorn immediately commanded 3 skeletons to rush forward, weapons swinging. One wolf, engrossed in its meal, was instantly crushed, while the others hurriedly fled. Collected ordinary wolf corpse, soul, energy. 10 The bandit corpses lay in disarray within the pit, most already decayed, and reeking swarms of flies buzzing above. Had this been the Thorn before his transmigration, he would have been retching by now, but with the memories of the original body, he was managing just fine. His gaze swept across the corpses, and he suddenly sensed something amiss. Among the bandit corpses, there were also many bodies clad in simple leather armor and coarse cloth. Their equipment was even more rudimentary than that of the bandits, with some holding nothing but sharpened wooden sticks. Are these militia? He paused for a moment before shaking his head. The Lord sent you to fight, and after the battle, not even a soul was left to collect the bodies, yet you fared no better than us who play with the dead. Despite his thoughts, Thorn still transformed all the corpses into soul energy impartially. Collected incomplete corpse, soul energy 11. Collected incomplete corpse due to decay, soul energy 13. Collected incomplete corpse, soul energy 7. Collected LV 2. Human corpse, soul energy 20. One after another, the corpses turned into white light points under Thorn's control, merging into the territory of another world. The soul energy value on the panel began to surge. 50, 100, 200, 350. This group of bandits had occupied Loren County for quite some time, their numbers considerable, which was why the Duke personally led the assault. Although the corpses were all in tatters, once fully converted, they provided a substantial resource. When the last corpse was converted, Thorn looked at the numbers on the panel and took a deep breath. Current soul energy 1483. Construct a primary necromancer barracks costing 1,000 soul energy. Confirm construction. Thorn did not hesitate and immediately issued the command. In the territory of another world, the gray mist began to churn violently. The ground trembled as the black soil was ripped apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a bottomless fissure. A multitude of skeletons surged forth from the fissure, intertwining and weaving into the skeletal framework of a building. The last massive skull landed above the main gate of the hall, with 2 ghostly blue flames igniting in its hollow eye sockets. With a thought, Thorn opened the panel. Primary necromancer barracks available unit production: skeletal warrior 10 soul energy unit or 1 skeleton frame. Production time 5 seconds. Zombie 20 soul energy unit or 1 complete corpse. Production time 5 minutes. Current production Q03. Production Q limit increases with building level feature automated production. After inputting materials, no manual control is needed. The barracks will automatically complete the necromantic transformation. Units in the production queue can be retrieved at any time or remain within the territory of another world. Feature codex system. Unlocked corpse types will be recorded in the codex, and transformations can be replicated using a corpse farm. Thorn stared at the text on the panel, his pupils slightly dilating. He instinctively swallowed hard. As someone who inherited all the knowledge of the original body, he understood very well how traditional necromancers created undead beings. Skeletal warriors were manageable. With enough skill, they could be commanded without infusing magic into a formation. However, a slightly higher-level zombie posed much more trouble. Corpses must undergo preservation, muscle solidification, and several other processes before they could be infused with magic, requiring at least an hour, even for skilled mages 30 minutes. This was why necromancers relied heavily on their lairs. Without complete laboratories and storage facilities, relying solely on on-site creation would never yield a large army. But now, Thorn's gaze fell on the line. Production time 5 minutes. Feeling an overwhelming rush of happiness wash over him. No preliminary procedures were necessary, no preservation, no muscle solidification. The formation operated automatically, magic infused automatically, and there was even no failure rate. Moreover, 3 production queues could operate simultaneously. The necromancer who lured the original body into darkness could maintain 8 zombies year-round, becoming a respected figure who occupied a village. Yet for Thorn, these dozen or so zombies were merely a matter of half an hour. Just then a rapid sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of the forest as knights clad in silver cloaks navigated through the trees. The leading knight dismounted first, removing her helmet to reveal a dazzling head of golden hair and a stern face. The holy light cross emblem on her chest sparkled even in the dim forest. The female knight surveyed her surroundings, her sharp gaze sweeping over the signs of struggle on the ground and the broken branches. There were not even any bloodstains. This necromancer certainly cleaned up well. Captain, only the damaged leather armor and shattered identity tags remain. These fools who value money over their lives, she scoffed, her tone filled with disdain. They not only alarmed the enemy, but also lost their lives for nothing. The female knight crouched down, her long fingers pinching a handful of soil, closing her eyes to sense the lingering magical fluctuations. Her subordinates were merely unqualified fighters. Only she could examine the traces left by the necromancer. After a moment, she opened her eyes, a hint of seriousness flashing in her gaze. There are no traces of formations. The female knight stood up, confusion evident in her voice. Even the residual magic is minimal, making it impossible to track. She paced back and forth at the scene. These 3 mercenaries were seasoned. How could they be taken down by 3 skeletal soldiers? A young knight was taken aback. Could it have been the bandits? Impossible. The bandits of Lauren County have been eradicated by the Duke. Not a single one remains. The female knight turned to her team members, decisively commanding, "Report to the church immediately," and revise the wanted notice. Target Thorn. His growth rate exceeds expectations. If left unchecked, it could lead to harm for the inhabitants of a village. Adjust his threat level from F to D. At this moment, the female knight was unaware that she would witness the birth of a necromancer kingdom that would sweep across the continent. Son opened the panel of the corpse farm. Wasn't there a line in the barracks information stating unlocked corpse types will be recorded in the compendium and can be transformed and copied using the corpse farm? Current unlocked transformation compendium: LV1 adult human corpse completeskeleton, LV2 adult human corpse completeskeleton. This means that among the corpses he has collected, one has achieved the LV2 rating. He immediately recalled that one of the corpses felt different when he touched it, as the recovery energy was indeed much greater than that of ordinary corpses. It must have been the bandit leader. Son clicked on the description of the LV2 corpse and saw that compared to the LV1 corpses, it inherently possessed a passive skill of LV1 magical affinity. In this world, ordinary people cannot use magical power. Only those with magical affinity can practice magic. The original body was indeed the owner of LV4 magical affinity. I see now, Son realized. As long as I have obtained a corpse of the same type, I can unlock it in the compendium. Even if I don't have high-level corpses on hand in the future, I can still transform them using ordinary soul energy. And high-level corpses will produce stronger zombies or skeleton soldiers. Let's try it out quickly. Son pressed the production button for zombie, and an LV2 corpse emerged from the graveyard of the corpse farm, transforming into a light point that flew towards the barracks. This material will cause the construction cost to double. Do you confirm the investment? Son was taken aback, but still clicked confirm. Production Q13. High-level zombie, remaining time 9 minutes 59 seconds. After anxiously waiting for 10 minutes, the system notification sounded, and a tall figure stepped out from the void. This was a zombie nearly 1.9 meters tall, with skin displaying a dark grayish hue. Though its muscles were stiff, they were visibly strong. Its eye sockets flickered with 2 points of crimson light, and it exhaled a visible white, cold breath. Is this what LV2 is? Son circled around the zombie, his satisfaction growing. He controlled the zombie to raise its arm, and commanded it to punch a nearby stone. Bang! Stone chips flew. That stone, the size of a wash basin, was cracked by the zombie's punch. This was not just brute force. That punch contained magical power that an ordinary person could not wield. The ability to use magical power is the difference between LV2 and LV1. San looked at the panels Black Magic Library and Necromancy Workshop. Although these two buildings were not yet unlocked, he could still view their descriptions. In summary, one allows undead units to learn magic, while the other can use low-level troops as materials to transform them into new types. Naturally, the higher the quality of the materials, the better. San decided to keep only a small number of skeleton soldiers and allocate most resources to producing zombies. Producing a zombie consumes double the resources of a skeleton soldier and has higher maintenance costs. But San's space can preserve them without the need for maintenance. More importantly, the mental energy consumed to control a zombie is almost the same as that for controlling a skeleton soldier. This is a tremendous boon for a newly started necromancer with limited mental energy. San reopened the barracks panel, putting all the remaining soul, energy, and corpses into the production queue. For now, having one LV2 zombie is sufficient. Creating too many may not be as useful as having double the quantity of LV1. Production Q13. Zombie remaining time 4 minutes 58 seconds. Production Q23. Zombie remaining time 4 minutes 59 seconds. Production Q33. Skeleton soldier remaining time 1 second. During the waiting time, San began to plan his next steps. Even though the otherworldly territory can store undead, the space the size of a basketball court is ultimately limited. Currently, with only 2 buildings, it's manageable. However, as more buildings are unlocked, and with the accumulation of undead soldiers, the space will soon be insufficient. To expand the territory, he needs to construct the Death Hall. The Death Hall can unlock technologies through special resources called blood points, and will expand the territory range as the hall level increases. Construction conditions: primary necromancer barracks X1, corpse farm X1, soul energy X3000. So expensive. Simply building the hall to accommodate more backup troops is clearly unnecessary, so San shifted his focus to another already unlocked building. Spirit Tower construction conditions: corpse farm X1, soul energy X500. Effect: host mental power 10. Upgrade options not unlocked. It was unlocked alongside the barracks, and it looks quite similar to a population. The system panel showed that San's current mental power is 3. Every additional point of mental power allows him to control one more skeleton soldier or zombie. For ordinary necromancers, expanding mental power requires constant study of the necromancer's holy text and refining the souls of the living. However, both studying and soul absorption will gradually cause San to lose his emotions. Due to the influence of the original body, he has become quite indifferent to death, but at least some bottom lines remain due to his past experiences. He does not want to lose even his bottom line and completely become a monster. The Spirit Tower does not have this issue, as it only requires a bit of soul energy. As long as he expands his mental power limits, San can control more soldiers in the current world, simultaneously alleviating defense pressure. Although the Spirit Tower is cheaper to build than the barracks, he has less than 200 points left after creating the zombie. To save up to 500 points, he either needs to risk digging a few more graves, or... San's gaze fell on the LV2 zombie. Go hunt beasts. At a chaotic burial ground several dozen miles away from Grey Wolf Canyon. The night was deep and thick fog enveloped the mounds of graves. Broken tombstones cast twisted shadows in the moonlight, and the air was filled with a damp, decaying odor. A group of knights in silver cloaks silently lurked in the woods surrounding the cemetery. One young knight pressed down hard on a mosquito that had landed on his neck and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Captain, this place is filled with ominous energy. After staying here for a while, my spine feels cold. Is that necromancer really coming? The female knight turned her head, her cold profile illuminated by the moonlight. Yake Shoda, as a paladin, how can you not endure this little bit of ominous energy? How will you face the undead army in the future? The young knight shrank his neck, afraid to speak again. The female knight withdrew her gaze and looked at the scattered graves in the cemetery. She had already deployed personnel in several villages and graveyards within Loren County. As long as that necromancer named San dares to come and collect corpses, he will definitely not escape her encirclement. He just fled from the academy and his assets have been confiscated. It's impossible for him to have the ability to enter Grey Wolf Canyon. He will definitely dig graves like wild dogs. All the famous necromancers recorded began this way. The wind blew through the cemetery, creating a wailing sound. An hour later, the young knight couldn't help but speak again. Can we really wait for him? The female knight confidently replied, we will wait for him. The wind in the depths of the canyon carried a foul odor that brushed across Thorn's face, reminiscent of the smell of a wolf's hide in decay. A 1.9-meter-tall LV2 zombie stood before Thorn, clad in homemade chainmail stripped from a bandit lord, wielding a steel warhammer from a bearded mercenary. The other 2 ordinary zombies were equipped with mercenary weapons, but lacked armor to share, as the items from the corpse pit had mostly rotted away. In the system space, there were still 10 zombies and 3 skeleton soldiers hidden away. The barracks consumed 1,000 units of soul energy to create this batch of troops, costing another 290, leaving 173 remaining. About 500 meters from the Spirit Tower, Thorn felt a bit anxious about where the pursuing mercenaries had gone. However, their search targets should likely be near the village and graveyard. According to the geographical knowledge obtained by the original host at the Academy, packs of gray wolves roamed the depths of the canyon, with their lead wolf seemingly a transformed beast. Yet in a remote place like Lauren County, the transformation of beasts topped out at LV2, and no matter how fierce the Wolf King was, it could not surpass the nearby LV2 zombies. More importantly, among all the necromancers in Lauren County, Thorn might be the only one daring enough to enter the Gray Wolf Canyon. This is not because the gray wolves were particularly terrifying, but because creating wolf-type undead was too troublesome. Ordinary Book of the Dead only recorded the skeletal structures, muscular orientations, and magical circuits of humans. To create wolves, one would need to relearn and memorize. Moreover, individual gray wolves are not as powerful as humans. If one truly liked wolf undead, they should seek out higher combat-capable species. If they had the energy to study gray wolves, it would be better to dig up a few more graves. However, Thorn could transform the gray wolf corpses into soul energy through the system, and then convert that into human corpses, eliminating the need for him to study any transformation of wolves. Let's go. The LV2 zombie swung its warhammer to clear a path, the ordinary zombies flanking the sides, while Thorn walked in the center. The towering treetops blocked the sunlight, casting a dusky gloom over the Gray Wolf Canyon. Wolf tracks and dry droppings were often visible on the ground, and occasionally one could see the bones of beasts that had been completely gnawed clean. Thorn searched for a suitable hunting spot, while directing the zombies to set up snare traps along the way. Found it. Thorn discovered a throat-like opening where the rock walls narrowed with traces of beast activity on either side. He left one LV1 zombie for protection and retreated to crouch in a hollow behind the rock walls. Undead do not emit the aura of living beings, so the other two spread out to ambush in the bushes near the beast path, pretending to be stones. About half an hour later, several pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. 5 gray wolves emerged from the forest, their heads lowered as they sniffed the ground, completely unaware of the ambush lurking in the shadows. Thorn silently counted to 3 and issued the attack command. The LV2 zombie suddenly sprang up, swinging its warhammer down, smashing the lead gray wolf's head like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. The remaining 4 gray wolves scattered in fright, one of them viciously biting the zombie's arm. Its sharp teeth struck against the thick skin, leaving no mark before it was crushed by a retaliatory punch that shattered its spine. Before long, 2 more gray wolves lost their lives. The last one found an opening and bolted out of the encirclement, desperately fleeing deeper into the dense forest. Thorn controlled the LV2 zombie to pick up a fist-sized stone and magically hurled it. The stone flew out with a whistling sound, accurately striking the gray wolf on the back of its head, instantly erupting in a splash of red and white blood. Collected LV1 Gray Wolf corpses, 5 soul energy, 50 Pokédex, unlocked LV1 Gray Wolf. Now the corpse farm can produce Gray Wolf corpses, but this is of little significance as creating zombies and skeleton soldiers requires. Thorn was surprised to find that the materials consumed when producing troops in the barracks seemed to be unrestricted by race. Right, if that's the case, producing LV2 zombies should be separate from the LV1 option. This means I've unlocked a new type of troop. Thorn immediately tried creating a Gray Wolf zombie. 5 minutes later, the results came in. Its stats were comprehensively inferior to human zombies, with power, endurance, and defense all at a lower tier. The only advantage was a slightly faster burst speed and an added skill, LV1 scent tracking. 20 points of energy to create something like this is not as good as making a skeleton. He tried creating a Gray Wolf skeleton, which had poorer attributes than a human skeleton soldier, but without the burden of flesh, its speed greatly increased. Though its combat ability was essentially 0, it was still decent as a scout. However, after lying in wait for several hours, no more gray wolves passed by. Thorn frowned and turned to check the traps he had previously set. Caught 2 better than none. He didn't rush to convert them, but instead rendered both gray wolves half dead, hanging them in trees to wail. According to the original host's memories, the wolf pack here had a good sense of companionship and should come running upon hearing the cries. The first wave consisted of 7 wolves. The third wave brought 6. Thorn changed locations after each wave he killed. By the time the 5th wave arrived, the accumulated soul energy had approached 300 points, combined with previous reserves totaling nearly 500. But the gray wolves finally grew wise. 2 new gray wolves took a distant look at their howling companions and ran away, after which no more wolves approached. They're pretty smart. Thorn released the previously created Gray Wolf zombie, letting it follow the scent deeper into the forest. The gray wolf zombie swiftly darted through the thickets, using LV-1 scent tracking to search for the traces of its kind. A curious gray wolf approached, sniffing the zombie wolf with its nose. It had no concept of the undead. It simply thought this companion looked a bit strange. The scent was odd, and although its body was filthy and bloody, it still felt like a wolf. It let out a low howl as if asking what happened to you. The zombie wolf stood silently. The gray wolf turned to walk deeper into the forest, pausing after a few steps to glance back. Thorn followed closely behind. Passing through thorny bushes and navigating around boulders, a concealed cave appeared ahead. The entrance was small, half covered by withered vines, with a stream nearby masking the scent. If it weren't for following this gray wolf, even a seasoned hunter would find it difficult to discover this place. Low whimpering sounds emerged from the cave. Thorn could sense that around 20 to 30 gray wolves were crammed inside, all elderly, sick, or young ones. A few old wolves lay on the ground with their fur nearly gone and ribs protruding. Several mother wolves were lying down nursing their cubs, while a few half-eaten carcasses of prey were piled nearby. Clearly the gray wolves regarded the zombie wolf as an injured comrade. Thorn opened his eyes, remaining silent for a few moments. Before crossing over, he was an ordinary person, and even killing a chicken would make him uneasy. But with pursuers behind him, Thorn was in no position to protect himself. Even if he wanted to keep some bottom line, he wasn't at the level to show mercy to beasts. After all, weren't these wolves also living off the blood and flesh of other beasts? Sorry, but please become my nourishment. Thorn threw the torch into the grass pile, and thick smoke rose. He had already sent the gray wolf skeleton to find other entrances and had the LV-2 zombie move stones to block them. This operation took some effort, but it was worth it. Now the fire at the entrance sent scalding smoke and dust into the cave, becoming a death warrant for the wolf. The smell of burnt grass wafted into the cave, and the old wolf inside had sensed something was amiss, baring its yellowed teeth and emitting a low growl of threat. Before long, the first gray wolf stumbled out of the smoke. It hadn't taken 3 steps from the cave entrance before the waiting LV-2 zombie crushed its neck with a single stomp. Collected LV-1 gray wolf corpse, soul, energy, 10-second third. A mother wolf tried to squeeze through the blocked side entrance with her cub, but was bitten on the hind leg by the zombie wolf. In pain, she opened her mouth, dropping the cub on the ground, which was promptly picked up by the zombie and had its neck broken. Collected LV-1 gray wolf corpse, soul, energy, 10. Collected LV-1 gray wolf cub corpse, soul, energy. 4. The numbers on the panel jumped rapidly, soon exceeding 100. A gray wolf suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes, lunging at Sorn. Sorn was already prepared, controlling the LV-2 zombie to turn and deliver a punch, causing the gray wolf to convulse on the ground. Howls echoed through the forest, rising and falling in a manner that suggested they were communicating with each other. It seemed the young wolves had returned to defend their territory. An extremely ear-piercing roar came from behind Sorn. The sound was deep and resonant, unlike that of an ordinary gray wolf, carrying a sense of profound grief and a clear wave of magical energy that left Sorn's eardrums ringing. A dozen young gray wolves charged out together with the roar, their eyes glowing red as they recklessly lunged at Sorn. Sorn's expression sharpened. Had they identified him as the commander? With the intelligence of gray wolves, it shouldn't be able to make such a judgment. Was that roar imbued with magic? As levels increase, the intelligence of magical creatures also rises, and Sorn had no idea what the wolf leader's abilities were. Though the LV-2 zombie was exceptionally powerful, if overwhelmed by this many gray wolves under command, there was still a risk of injury to Sorn's main body. It's time to retreat into the cave. Sorn took out a prepared wet wipe to cover his mouth and nose. As a junior necromancer, he could not completely stop breathing like a true lich, but he could hold his breath for a long time. The zombies were even less afraid of smoke and dust. The LV-2 zombies stood at the narrowest part of the cave entrance, the warhammer across its chest, while ordinary zombies flanked Sorn, continuing to harvest the nearly incapacitated old and weak inside. The young gray wolves attempted to break through the defense, but at the narrow entrance, the LV-2 zombie was like a divine general guarding the pass, killing each wolf that charged regardless of how reckless they were. As Sorn fought while retreating, his soul energy continued to increase, already exceeding 500. Just as he was pleased with the influx of resources, a powerful wave of magical energy surged toward the cave entrance. The Wolf King appeared. It was a giant wolf as large as a calf, leaving huge paw prints on the ground. With its dark red eyes darted around, and the fur around its eye sockets fell away due to magical erosion, revealing wrinkled gray skin. With the skill of LV for magical aptitude, Sorn's pupils dilated. He quickly assessed the opponent's overall level through this magical energy. LV3 beings at this level do not merely enhance their bodies with magic, but can also learn some quite powerful magical skills. The air around the Wolf King's mouth began to distort. Boom. Debris flew everywhere as a large chunk of the rock wall above the entrance was sheared off the falling stones, making a troubling noise. Soren recognized it as a basic magic spell, LV1 Windblade. Though it sounded low and level, this spell could effortlessly split 3 armored humans in half, and others nearby would be injured as well. This was the gap between mages and ordinary people. However, it seemed the spell was not aimed at the cave. The young gray wolves outside the entrance ceased their suicidal charges, instead surrounding the cave entrance and letting out angry low growls. Soren retreated deep into the cave, and another windblade came, causing further collapse at the entrance. Was this guy abandoning the attempt to reclaim its nest, intending to bury him in the cave? Soren hesitated for no moment, his consciousness sinking into the territory of the other world. Confirm construction of the Spirit Tower. Soul energy cost 500. Confirm. The black soil within the otherworldly territory cracked open, and a massive black bone pillar shot up from the ground, its surface engraved with dense runes. A ball of soul fire suddenly igniting at the top, illuminating the entire space. A clarity rushed into his consciousness like ice water, vividly reflecting the positions and statuses of his undead units in his mind. Spirit Tower construction completed. Host's mental strength 10, current mental strength limit 13. Soren opened his eyes, but did not rush to summon other zombies, instead calling forth a skeleton wolf to remain in place. He had naturally anticipated the current situation. If the Wolf King was indeed LV2 as reported, Soren only needed to construct the Spirit Tower and lead a dozen zombies out to kill normally. But if he forced his way into the LV3 Wolf King's wind blade, the zombies might suffer heavy losses. Although Soren could recycle the zombies, it would take 5 minutes. Moreover, the loss of soul energy would be quite substantial, making Soren feel somewhat pained. Even if he relied on attrition to wear down the Wolf King, it required the Wolf King to be willing to engage in combat. The Wolf King clearly wasn't lacking in intelligence. Once it determined it could not win, it turned and dove deep into the canyon, making it impossible for Soren to pursue. A bad deal not worth making. Deep in the cave, Soren found one of the 2 exits that had previously been blocked. Numerous corpses lay nearby with bloody claw marks all over the stones, suggesting many gray wolves had been trapped here. Another surge of soul energy. Soren controlled the LV2 zombie to swing its warhammer down on the giant rock blocking the exit. These stones had been chosen by Soren. Ordinary gray wolves couldn't move them, but LV2 zombies could break through. With 1 blow, debris scattered. With 3 blows, a crack opened in the giant stone, allowing sunlight to filter in. With the 5th blow, boom. Soren squeezed through the gap and looked back at the way he came. The Wolf King had some intelligence, but not much. If it were truly clever, it would have prioritized checking other exits during the crisis to ensure its kin could escape. Yet its first reaction was to block Soren. Through the remaining skeleton wolf, Soren could tell that the Wolf King was still relentlessly pounding on the cave entrance. Controlling the skeleton wolf to come over, he summoned a few more zombies to guard beside him, while creating several new skeleton wolves to scout the surroundings. Not counting the small wolf cubs, Soren had already taken down around 50 to 60 wolves, and after constructing the Spirit Tower, he still had 193 points of soul energy left. With the ability to control over a dozen undead units, it was about time for Soren to meet his compatriots, the ones who had lured his original self to fall into becoming a necromancer. However, Soren's mind was currently filled with that windblade. If his undead could also learn this magic, Soren opened the system panel. Black Magic Library construction requirements: Death Hall X1, Spirit Tower X1, Soul Energy X 1500 allows undead units to learn black magic skills. The Death Hall required 3,000 points of energy, still quite far off. Soren closed the panel, the howls of wolves echoing through the mountains behind him. Several days after Thorn's massacre of the Grey Wolves, a gathering was underway deep within a stone chamber of an abandoned mine in Loren County. The air here was perpetually tainted with the acrid stench of preservatives mingled with an ever-present faint odor of decay. Inside the chamber, a dozen or so necromancers clad in black robes gathered in small clusters, their voices habitually hushed to a whisper. Mr. Marcus, 8 zombies have joints so seamlessly stitched that the seams are nearly invisible. His craftsmanship is unmatched by any of us, one remarked. A gaunt necromancer as thin as a bamboo stalk leaned in with a flattering tone. Marcus, upon hearing this, gracefully twirled his goatee. Behind him, 8 zombies stood in orderly formation, uniformly equipped, their skin gleaming with a polished sheen and joints flexible, evidently preserved through meticulous embalming. Craftsmanship alone is not enough, another necromancer interjected, his gaze sweeping over the zombies. Sustaining the spiritual energy to simultaneously control 8 bodies consumes a full 8 points. Mr. Marcus is truly favored by the necromantic scriptures. Marcus waved off the praise modestly, yet a trace of pride glistened at the corner of his eyes. Flattery aside, it took me 3 years of painstaking effort to refine this skill. Just the preservation potions alone exhausted 2 of my apprentices. As he spoke, his fingers moved subtly. Two zombies behind him shuffled forward with rigid steps, picking up earthenware jars from the table and pouring poor-quality barley beer for the gathered necromancers. Though slow, their movements were precise, not a drop spilled. The group responded with another round of admiration. Marcus basked in the adulation, yet secretly sneered within. These fools only saw the glory, unaware of the exorbitant cost to maintain these 8 zombies for a year. With preservation materials recently hiking in price, I must find a way to squeeze some profit from them. At that moment, the slender necromancer on guard suddenly rushed in from the cave entrance. Someone approaches. Their necromantic aura is faint. It must be a newcomer. The necromantic aura is a chilling presence perceptible only to those who cultivate the necromantic scriptures. Marcus raised his cup, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. It is the foolish young master I persuaded from the academy 2 months ago. He just sent a token from the liaison office saying he's coming. His name is Thorn. The necromancers exchanged knowing glances, silently understanding. A newcomer meant fresh blood to exploit. I will go greet this newcomer. A bald, burly man rose, a sinister scar running from his left brow bone to the right corner of his mouth. His name was Barrow. Though he commanded only 1 zombie, he was considered formidable in combat. According to the old rules, newcomers must pay a referral fee to join the circle. If the attitude is good, we might even consider taking him as an apprentice. Hearing Barrow, a gaunt necromancer in the corner jeered sharply, I could find him a place in the city's sewers at a discounted rate, he. Marcus raised his earthenware cup, sipping the poor barley beer, adopting a masterful demeanor. A little hardship is good for him. No matter the trade, one must pay some tuition. Barrow grinned widely and strode toward the cave entrance. The narrow passageway walls were damp, water continuously seeping downward. Halt! Thorn frowned slightly as he faced the bald man blocking his path. Barrow crossed his muscular arms, effectively sealing off the narrow corridor. Looking down upon Thorn, Barrow wore a mocking smile. Newcomer, do you know the rules? He held up 3 fingers. First rule to survive in Loren County, the referral fee. Not much, 3 corpses, no need to be fresh, but at least intact skeletons. The second rule. Thorn regarded him expressionlessly, as if watching a fool babbling to himself. Realizing Thorn seemed unwilling to pay, Barrow's tone darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Without comrades relying on your 3 lousy skeletons, how long can you survive in the wild? Even the gray wolves would gnaw you down to the bone. He deliberately stepped forward, the scar on his face growing more menacing under the phosphorescent stone's glow. Now pay the referral fee or get lost. Your choice. Thorn finally spoke. Finish talking. Barrow was stunned. Step aside. Kid, you. Barrow's words abruptly ceased. Behind Thorn, dozens of eerie blue flames ignited. The zombies emerged from the shadows. 137. 13 zombies stepped forth from the mine's darkness, forming an arc-shaped formation. Leading them was a towering figure nearly 6 feet, 3 inches tall, with iron-colored skin, wielding a refined steel warhammer, exhaling visible icy white mist. Behind him stood 2 similarly sized level 2 zombies in parallel. The other 10 zombies were fully equipped, moving in perfect unison, their eye sockets glowing with ghostly green flames that illuminated the dim mine with a grim, verdant light. Barrow's face instantly drained of color. He retreated 3 steps, his back slamming against the cold, wet rock wall. How is this even possible? Among the 13 zombies, 3 were clearly high-grade specimens. This is no mere newcomer. In all of Loren County's underground circles, one can count on one hand those who could muster such a formation. Barrow's hands began trembling. He recalled every word he had spoken moments ago, and the arrogant smirk. Then, trembling, he took out 3 bottles of preservation potion from his bosom, holding them out with both hands. His master, I was blind before. Please accept this humble offering. As a token of apology. Thorn did not even glance at the 3 bottles. His system space was inherently preservative. He had no need for these. Seeing no reaction, Barrow mistook it for displeasure and knelt down with a thud. Master, your generosity is boundless. Do not stoop to petty quarrels with a lowly man. Thorn cast a dismissive glance at this noisy clown, unwilling to waste words. Lead the way. Barrow scrambled to his feet and bent over, led the way, wishing he had twice as many legs. In the gathering hall deep within the mine, Marcus still held his earthenware cup, pondering how to squeeze a few corpses from the young man named Thorn. A free newcomer labor was always a bargain. The grinding sound of the stone door echoed dully before it fully swung open. Barrow remained bent in a respectful posture. The attendees turned their heads, some already tipsy, oblivious to Barrow's unusual demeanor. A gaunt necromancer was about to mock, perhaps to say something like, Barrow, have you gotten another promising apprentice? But the words caught in his throat. Thorn entered, followed closely by a zombie. He was fully equipped and moved with agility, as if recently deceased. The smiles on everyone's faces dimmed slightly. Though Marcus was somewhat surprised, he composed himself and said, This is Thorn. The second zombie stepped in. The third zombie entered. Those who had been leaning against chairs straightened instinctively, and the few whispering in corners fell silent. The fourth, fifth, sixth. The necromancers were mostly sober, now Marcus even forgot to breathe, his eyes fixed on the doorway. The seventh and eighth zombies followed. How many more does he have? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence as the last zombie stepped through the door. Marcus swallowed hard and stammered, "Thighs is Mr. Thorn, a necromantic master from Crevo Academy." Marcus breathed heavily. This was impossible. 2 months ago, when he lured that kid into falling with forbidden techniques, the magic circuit was drawn wrong 3 times, the necromancy incantations were recited incorrectly twice, and the skeleton soldier he managed to create fell apart after just a few steps. At that time he had mocked, inwardly thinking of another foolish rebel who, after having his family's rice rations cut by the church, thought of rebellion. But what was the situation now? 13 zombies, among which 3 were LV2, their maintenance state overwhelming everyone present. Did this guy stumble upon the original text of the holy necromancy? Or was he secretly sponsored by some noble to set up an entire workshop? Even with a workshop, it was illogical to achieve this scale in just 2 months. Just the mental energy limit alone was unfathomable. Controlling 13 at once required at least 13 points of mental energy, yet 2 months ago Thorn could only manage a maximum of 3 points. But Marcus was indeed a crafty old hand. He only lost his composure for 2 seconds before quickly adjusting his expression. A smile returned to his gaunt face, and after introducing himself to others, he stood up to greet Thorn. "Mr. Thorn, you truly astonish me." He now needed to put on the persona of a warm senior and build a good relationship with Thorn. However, the few mages who had been flattering Marcus reacted even faster than he did. One mage in a tattered gray robe stepped forward ahead of the others, his voice even more enthusiastic than when he spoke to Marcus. "Mr. Marcus, why didn't you mention that you know such a prominent figure sooner? This is such a disservice to our esteemed guest." Another mage named Edwin directly pulled out a cursed voodoo doll from his pocket, holding it out to Thorn with both hands. "I am Edwin, specializing in curse enchantments. This modest gift is a token of respect." Marcus was left standing there. His old face turned pale and flushed, his lips moved, but he dared not explode in anger. The 8 zombies he prided himself on, compared to Thorn's display, looked like a group of beggars in tattered burlap sacks. Thorn did not accept the gift offered, he merely nodded slightly. Although he had a system, it currently only handled conversion and production with no ability to identify items. If what these people offered was dubious, it would be troublesome. However, his gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. They were all dressed in shabby robes with haggard faces with many missing fingers. Compared to the well-dressed mages from various factions in the academy from the original memories, these people indeed resembled rats in a gutter. Thorn sighed inwardly. With the system at hand, he felt his developmental speed was insufficient. His peers without a system looked even worse. He had come here today partly to seek new resource sources, and partly to see if his fellow practitioners had any practical information. After all, the original body was a bookworm from a fallen family, with most memories filled with theoretical knowledge and lacking in practice. Thorn sat down on an empty chair and smiled, saying, "I am new to the field, so I hope you will be forgiving. The maintenance costs for corpses are indeed enormous, and my account has also been frozen by the church. May I ask how you generally make a living?" The crowd exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, an old mage sitting in the corner slowly spoke up. "Mr. Thorn, you are young and promising. You do not know the difficulties we old fellows face." He raised his hand, revealing a left palm, missing 2 fingers. Every wrinkle on his weathered face etched with weariness. "I have maintained 6 zombies for 10 years, and the cost of preserving agents takes up more than half of my income. I have to be frugal, for if I am not careful, I have to restitch the decayed flesh. And it doesn't end there. The church conducts purges every few days. Each time we move, we lose half of our possessions. Last time, in a hurry, I lost 3 whole cans of preservation materials. I couldn't sleep for 3 days out of anguish." The old mage's voice was dry and hoarse, as though he hadn't spoken this much in a long time. After finishing, he shook his head, picked up the dirty ceramic cup in front of him, and took a sip as if drinking something very bitter. "Elemental mages have it much easier." Another thin mage chimed in sourly. "They're supported by the academy, backed by adventurer guilds. Just making a few fireball scrolls brings in gold coins. Looking at us, we are chased for stealing corpses, blocked for selling cursed items. Everywhere we go, we are like street rats. We are all mages. Why must we live in the gutter?" The crowd grew increasingly disheartened, and a heavy sense of resentment filled the room. Thorn found himself speechless. Why did it feel like the original body was an unfortunate fool who graduated from college, watched a few short videos, and then took out a loan to set up a stall? The necromancers indeed have a lower entry barrier compared to other mage factions, who just one forbidden book can get you started. And to be honest, the ceiling is quite high. The undead king, who nearly flattened half the continent in history, is the best example. But how many people can develop to that stage? Without a lair, necromancers are like naked infants. Encountering a team of adventurers at random could cost them their lives. Moreover, establishing a decent lair requires an astounding investment. Most people spend their lives accumulating resources and never reach the day they can challenge the church. Looking at it this way, having a system does make things significantly easier. Thorne silently mused. Once the production line is fully operational, it will be a compounding effect. The current issue was how to quickly acquire the first bucket of gold. Gentlemen. He spoke again, his voice small, yet instantly silencing the entire room. May I ask if there are any other means to acquire corpses nearby aside from grave robbing and hunting gray wolves? No restrictions on race. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Everyone knew that the best place to collect corpses was on the battlefield. However, the kingdom of Audric was currently not at war, and as notoriously despised necromancers, they had no qualifications to venture too far. Moreover, if such opportunities existed, a normal necromancer would surely feast first and would be foolish to share with peers. No restrictions on race. The old mage caught on to the hint in Thorne's words. What are you planning? A flesh golem. Thorne shook his head. Not a flesh golem. I have my uses. The crowd understood. Do not ask what should not be asked. The old mage pondered for a moment, suddenly looking up. If we are talking about unrestricted resources with no one competing for them. I happen to recall a place. He pulled out a crumpled sheepskin map from his pocket, pointing at an area in the eastern part of Loren County with his bony finger. There is a swamp near Winterwood Village, home to thousands of slimes. Marcus frowned. What use are those things? They have no bones or meat. Killing them leaves only a piece of gelatin. Old man, you wouldn't be trying to tease Mr. Thorne, would you? The old mage chuckled. But within Loren County, that's the only place that can meet Mr. Thorne's requirements. Thorne's eyes lit up. In the original memory, slimes were a species that reproduced extremely fast. One slime could split into 10 in a day, much quicker than a gray wolf's monthly litter. As long as he killed the slimes, their bodies could be converted into soul energy by the system and then transformed into any complete corpse he had unlocked. Moreover, slimes are incredibly easy to sustain. They can reproduce by eating soil and drinking water, making them a renewable source of infinite energy. He just didn't know if the remnants left after a slime's death counted as a corpse. Draw the exact location for me. Thorne abruptly pushed the map in front of the old mage. The old mage was startled, quickly lowering his head to mark it. At the moment the pen tip just touched the paper. Boom! The stone door of the inner room was blasted open by a tremendous force, with debris swirling in a holy white light. Barlow at the door was thrown out by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn heretics, raise your hands. A cold female voice emerged from the dust and smoke, the holy knight's insignia gleaming on the armor of the dozens behind her. An hour ago, in a certain cemetery, silver-robed knights lay hidden in the bushes. The atmosphere was thick with tension. She was the captain of the Loren County division of the Church of the Holy Light, the only one in the team with magical aptitude. 12 years ago, a ghoul tore her parents apart before her eyes, and from that day on her life had but one goal. Captain. The young knight, Yakshud, whispered, his voice heavy with suppressed fatigue. Several teams have been lurking in 6 cemeteries for 3 days, and apart from the villagers coming to bury the dead, we haven't seen a single shadow. Elena remained silent. An old veteran spitted into the fire with a bristly face. How could a junior necromancer possibly survive out in the wild? They must have long since hidden in the city, yet our captain believes we can wait here in the cemetery for someone to appear. It is indeed written in the scriptures. Yakshud attempted to defend their captain. The scriptures? The old veteran sneered, his murky eyes turning to the young knight. That's something that hasn't been revised in hundreds of years. You're still new here, kid, and you don't understand the ways of this place. Our captain has the blessing of the holy light, keeping insects at bay, yet look at our skin. Oh dear. He paused deliberately, his voice low, but it caught the attention of several old soldiers around. Someone muttered softly, ever since this woman took charge, we've been prohibited from doing many things. The previous captain would never have allowed this. Enough. Elena suddenly stood up, the holy light cross insignia, glowing fiercely in the moonlight. Eradicating the undead is the sacred duty of a paladin, not a business for profit. Anyone who wavers in morale will be dealt with according to the church's regulations. The old veteran fell silent. However, the exchange of glances with the nearby soldiers clearly reflected their dissent. What pretense of righteousness? In this world, nothing can be done without money. You block people's paths to wealth. Don't blame us for not respecting you. Elena sat back, down her hands, trembling slightly. She knew she had failed to win their respect. The former captain had indulged subordinates in corruption, and the atmosphere of the division had rotted to the core. She had only taken command for 2 months, trying to enforce discipline, but these people were two-faced and did not take her seriously at all. She needed to achieve results. She had to prove to her superiors that her judgment was correct. Flap, flap, the sound of a pigeon landing interrupted her thoughts. Elena took down the message tube, unfolded the note, and quickly scanned it by the glow of the campfire. Not in the cemetery. Her lips moved slightly, the sound barely audible. The note clearly stated a tip-off from an informant indicated signs of a necromancer gathering in an abandoned mine on the border of Lorraine County, with several wanted criminals possibly present, and the target Thorne was likely among them. After reading the intelligence, the old veteran slowly stood up. Oh, so they really aren't in the cemetery. Captain, have we just wasted our time here for days? Should we write a self-criticism? After reading the intelligence, the old veteran slowly stood up. Oh, so they really aren't in the cemetery. Captain, have we just wasted our time here for days? Should we write a self-criticism when we return? After all, according to the Church's regulations, delaying battle is subject to accountability. Several old soldiers chuckled in low voices. Elena's face turned alternately pale and flushed. She took a deep breath, crumpled the note into a ball. Everyone gear up. Target the abandoned mine, full speed ahead. This time she was determined to catch that group of necromancers. Time rewinds to the present. At the entrance of the abandoned mine, the holy light erupted. Boom. The hidden stone door was blasted to pieces by the holy light magic, and the vigilant necromancers didn't even have time to scream before their throats were severed by a sword. More than 20 silver-robed knights surged in the holy light on their swords, tearing through the darkness that had shrouded the mine for centuries. In the assembly hall, screams erupted. Paladins! How did these birdmen find this place? Several low-level necromancers frantically summoned the zombies buried underground, and the skeletons jumped out from the shadows, colliding with the rushing knights. In an instant, bones shattered, and the clash of holy light and death energy resonated. Marcus' face turned pale as he desperately instructed 8 zombies to form a defensive formation, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Below had just gotten up from the ground when he was stomped by 2 knights, a sword snatching away his life. Someone attempted to escape through a side tunnel, but Elena's gaze was sharp as an eagle, and she immediately raised her hand and waved pursue. Leave none behind. Her eyes quickly scanned the chaos, then suddenly locked onto the most threatening team, 13 zombies, 3 of them LV2, and a gaunt young man hiding behind them. Where did such a powerful necromancer come from in Lorraine County? Could it be Thorne, the one on the wanted list? He must be executed immediately. Found you. Elena charged forward with her sword, the holy light, igniting a blazing white flame on the blade. Thorne frowned, controlling 2 LV2 zombies armed with armor-breaking hammers to meet Elena, the war hammers crashing down, enveloped in death energy. Clang! The holy light sword clashed with the warhammer, sparks flying. The LV2 zombies possessed tremendous strength, able to dent an iron shield with a single punch, but Elena's power was even greater. She sidestepped the hammer blow, flames wrapping around her sword's edge. Holy flame slash! The blade sliced across the zombie's chest, tearing through the chain mail, scorching large patches of charred skin and rising white smoke. Thorne realized that this individual could indeed use magic. She was a LV3, though on par with the Wolf King. Looking at the zombie's injury, Thorne gritted his teeth in pain. A LV2 zombie created with 40 points of energy, and with this one sword, he would suffer a significant loss in recovery. He surveyed the battlefield. The other skeletons and zombies under his command were no match for the knights, having already fallen 7 or 8. Marcus' 8 zombies were scattered, and he himself was being chased around by a knight. It seemed there was no hope left. This LV3 paladin could cut down undead creatures like cutting tofu with her magic. If Thorne were to engage her directly, he would likely exhaust all his resources in creating LV2 zombies without being able to match her. Yet based on what he learned at the academy, LV3 humans were still ultimately human. Elena was stronger than average, and she could use magic, but her defensive capability was not particularly high. At the very least, she could still inflict wounds with cold weapons. Thorne formulated a plan. This woman's holy flame slash was an enchanted skill, essentially a high-damage sword swing that required close proximity to execute. And she would never expect that Thorne could suddenly summon soldiers at close range. The spatial magic in this world was a rather high-level skill. Thorne precisely maneuvered the LV2 zombies, retreating towards a small storeroom on the side of the assembly hall while drawing Elena in pursuit. Seeking your own demise. She sneered as she stepped into the storeroom. In such a confined space, how will you evade my holy flame slash? Thorne retreated to the innermost part of the room, his back pressed tightly against the stone wall. 2 LV1 zombies gripped their cleavers, guarding in front of Thorne, while the 2 LV2 brutes attempted to block Elena, but she advanced relentlessly like a tank. 3 meters. 2 meters. Elena raised her sword, the holy fire illuminating the narrow space as bright as day. Now is the time. Following Thorne's command, the 2 LV1 zombies suddenly hurled their armor-breaking hammers. Elena had no intention of dodging. She could easily sever both hammers along with the bodies of the zombies. But unexpectedly, the axes flew towards her flanks. 2 zombies materialized out of thin air at Elena's sides, accurately catching the axes, and then the axe blades aimed straight for her neck. You are Thorn, aren't you? Elena gazed at the face of the necromancer, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. You have nowhere to retreat now. She tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, the holy flames condensing on the blade, the scorching white light casting a pale glow on the stone wall behind Thorn. The LV-2 zombie blocking his path was already gravely injured. At this distance, she was absolutely certain that her holy flame strike could annihilate those two zombies in one blow, then seamlessly sever the head of their master. In the final struggle of the young man, the two axes he threw were wildly off target. I heard your magical aptitude is quite good. You should have achieved something great. Elena stepped forward, the holy flames on her sword suddenly leaping higher. What a pity. Thorn did not respond, but Elena did not notice that the calmness in the young man's eyes was not that of one who was about to die. It's over. Elena stepped forward, her holy flame strike charged. Then her battle instincts sensed murderous intent approaching from both sides. Two LV-2 zombies emerged from the air beside her, their axe blades poised to strike her body. What? Elena's pupils constricted sharply. Spatial artifacts. Impossible. Spatial artifacts cannot store the undead, can they? She couldn't withstand this strike, Hedon, but the holy flame strike was already fully charged, leaving her no time to change tactics, so she could only awkwardly sidestep. Clang. Crack. The first strike hit her left shoulder armor, causing the metal to dent and deform, searing pain radiating through her bones. The second hit her ribs and lower abdomen, shattering the armor plates and making it hard for Elena to breathe. She staggered backward, a mouthful of metallic-tasting liquid spilling from her lips. How did you do that? The answer came in the form of the raised axe. The originally gravely injured LV-2 zombie regained its footing while two ambushers circled around to trap Elena in the center. What shocked Elena was that more zombie figures began to materialize around Thorn. Thorn had left some zombies outside, but he did not plan to risk his life for those comrades. He seized an opportunity to release control over some zombies, letting them collapse directly to the ground. The knights facing them may not have understood the situation, but naturally they would not intervene further and instead turn their swords toward other enemies. With the release of some of his spiritual energy, Thorn could naturally call for reinforcements from his territory. Elena gritted her teeth, barely managing to deflect the incoming axe blade, but the intense pain in her left arm slowed her movements. Another hammer strike landed on her shoulder, causing her to kneel on one knee, crying out in pain. It's not over yet. She struggled to stand up. At the entrance, a person had appeared without her noticing. An old paladin soldier holding a short bow with an arrow nocked. Thorn's heart raced as he immediately commanded the LV-2 zombies to move in front of him. The arrow did not fly towards Thorn. The arrowhead pierced through the gap in Elena's armor at her lower back, tearing through flesh and embedding deeply into her abdomen. Elena shuddered all over. She turned back in disbelief, her lips trembling as she opened her mouth. Cole. You. But her words were cut short. Taking advantage of this opening, an axe struck at the side of her neck, nearly severing her cervical spine. Crimson blood splattered against the stone wall, and Elena collapsed to the ground with a thud. Her vision gradually blurred as she lay on the cold stone floor, staring at the cobweb-filled ceiling of the storage room, her consciousness slowly being consumed by darkness. In her final moments, her gaze fell upon the slender figure of the black-robed young man. Unwillingness, anger, and a strange sense of relief that she couldn't even articulate herself. 12 years, she had spent all 12 years seeking revenge on the undead. For this, she had not accepted the advances of handsome peers, and had neglected to make friends. She had thought she could fight to the end alone with her willpower, but at this moment all she felt was exhaustion. Thorn walked over to her. Even as life was about to fade, there was not a trace of pleading for mercy in Elena's azure eyes. What a strong-willed individual. Unfortunately, a necromancer and a paladin were destined to never be friends. Thorn casually waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Elena, as a zombie raised its long sword and stabbed toward Elena's heart. Elena's body twitched, her pupils slowly dilating. Thorn turned to look at the old soldier named Cole at the entrance, who put away his short bow and shrugged indifferently at Thorn. At that moment, a stumbling sound of footsteps came from outside. A one-armed zombie was protecting Marcus as it rushed in, its gray robe covered in dust and sweat beading on its forehead. Upon seeing Cole, it shouted in a hushed voice, "Why didn't you give us a heads up? Over 20 nights, what if we all got taken out in one go? I find it hard to keep you on this line." Cole shrugged nonchalantly. "I couldn't help it. This woman was more vigilant than a hunting dog, and she moved quickly. I didn't have a chance to send a message." He glanced at Elena's corpse, a cold smile creeping across his lips. "But isn't it great now? This woman who was parachuted in through connections is dead, so by seniority, it's my turn to be the captain." Listening to their conversation, Thorn roughly understood the situation. This Cole was the informant Marcus had planted in the church. He had heard other mages mention before that selling cursed items and potions could sustain a living. It seemed this gray business was led by Marcus and Cole. Marcus pulled out a dirty handkerchief to wipe his sweat, and when he turned to Thorn, a cordial smile had already formed on his face. Mr. Thorn, this is Cole. In the future, if you need information from within the church or wish to trade anything, you can contact me and him. Of course, we will take a small brokerage fee. Cole scrutinized Thorn and the zombies behind him, his expression revealing a shrewd smirk. Being able to control so many zombies at such a young age, I admire you. We can discuss cooperation slowly in the future. Thorn looked at the two of them, a wave of disgust rising in his heart. Selling out teammates and profiting from the dead, such people are scum anywhere. But he also understood that this scum's information network was indeed useful for him at present. Thorn ordered the zombies to carry Alina's corpse and walked toward the exit of the storage room. Cole reacted quickly, fleeing toward the paladins with a panicked expression. Run. The captain has fallen. The knights were not as fearless as Elena, and with Cole's faction stirring the waters, they had been stalemated against. When Alina's unblinking corpse was thrown before them, those silver-robed knights instantly displayed expressions of sheer terror. Retreat. Cover the injured while retreating. The remaining knights fled in panic towards the cave exit, leaving several fallen comrades' bodies on the ground. Thorn observed the entrance of the gathering hall, confirming that the paladins had no intention of returning. He pointed at the corpses on the ground. The body of the LV3 paladin belongs to me, and I want the bodies of those knights outside as well. Do you have any objections? The other surviving necromancers looked at Thorn with anticipation, none daring to speak. Marcus glanced at the zombies guarding the entrance, his throat tightening as he swallowed. You have slain their captain and hold the primary credit. Of course you have the final say here. No one dared to Everyone hurriedly fled the mine with the remaining undead. Before leaving, Marcus handed Thorn a note with Cole's contact information and glanced back at him. That gaze was complex. Fear, jealousy, calculation, all mixed together like the bandits and militia rotting together in that pit. The mine fell silent. Thorn began to convert the corpses. Collected LV1 rated corpses, soul energy 20. Collected LV1 rated corpses, soul energy 20. One by one, the night corpses transformed into white light, merging into the territory of another world. Along with the energy collected from previous battles, the numbers on the panel rose steadily. Current soul energy 782. When Thorn placed his hand on Alina's corpse, the system emitted a different notification sound. Detected special corpse, LV3 Paladin Elena Valen. This corpse possesses the passive skill Necromancer Aptitude, which retains some of the skills and intelligence from its life when converted into a unit. Son's hand came to a halt. Did he retain his skills and intellect from his previous life? He looked down at those once vibrant blue eyes, now devoid of their luster, his expression growing serious. Do LV3 corpses still possess such hidden attributes? Son suppressed his excitement as a group of corpses burdened with various equipment and items returned to the stronghold. Deep within the cave, phosphorescent stones emitted a chilling blue glow. Son examined the other spoils of war. First were the weapons and armor left behind at the scene, far sturdier than those found in the bandit pits. Son outfitted the zombies, finding them quite presentable. The necromancers had left behind a dozen bottles of potions, mostly preservatives and muscle solidifiers. He had no use for them, but they could fetch a good amount of silver coins. Eileen's holy sword lay separately. Its holy magic felt like a red-hot iron to the undead, burning upon contact. Son had no choice but to keep it for himself. After swinging it lightly, Son realized that the holy light seemed not to reject him, though it also showed no interest. This item lacked a tracking function, and while Son was reluctant to discard it, he had yet to devise a plan for it, so he set it aside for now. Taking a deep breath, Son pressed his hand against Eileen's cold forehead. With a thought, Eileen's body transformed into specks of light and flew into the barracks. The corpse farm's illustration has been unlocked. LV3 adult human corpse. Unlocking the illustration does not require transformation, merely bringing the corpse into the territory will suffice. Now he could directly convert ordinary LV3 human corpses using soul energy, while the cost to create a zombie from LV3 was 80 points, doubling that of LV2. Son was disappointed to find that ordinary LV3 zombies only had magical enhancements and skill slots starting without any skills. He currently could not create a dark magic library, leaving him unable to install magical skills in the zombies. This also meant that not all LV3 individuals possessed the passive skill of Undead Affinity. Son glanced at the barracks lineup. Eileen's corpse had already been placed within, but no manufacturing had been executed. Identified LV3 material with Undead Affinity capable of producing advanced undead. Manufacturing cost 200 soul energy, mental power consumption 3 points. Skills retained after transformation: Holy Flame / Basic Swordsmanship Mastery. Looking at the system's displayed consumption, Son's brow furrowed deeply. Ordinary LV3 zombies only required 80 points and consumed only 1 point of mental power. This was a 5-fold increase. He currently had a maximum mental power of 13 points, and 782 soul energy, which meant this would devour a quarter of his resources. Then what about the missing 3,000 soul energy needed to create the Hall of Death? Who was going to provide that for him? Son pondered, feeling that he should first place Eileen within the territory and create it when he had the time. But he recalled the sound of the Grey Wolf King striking the rock wall with wind blades and Eileen's holy flame slicing through zombies like they were made of tofu. Skills are the key determinants of the value of high-level units. If the system was not deceiving him, the zombie transformed from Eileen should be far stronger than an ordinary LV3. Son gritted his teeth and pressed confirm. Investing special materials, consuming 200 soul energy production, time 30 minutes. Current soul energy remaining 582. During the half-hour wait, Son felt an invisible thread connecting him to that corpse. But this time was different from before. He gradually sensed fragments of Eileen's memories. Her hatred for the undead, her respect for her foster mother, the loneliness of being ostracized in the squad. For a moment, a powerful will surged back through the link like a mother's embrace, trying to take Eileen away. But that will was fragile before the power of the system, like spider silk in a tempest. 30 minutes later, the gates of the barracks opened in his consciousness. Eileen stood before Son once more. Her skin was grayish-white, but still retained elasticity, unlike ordinary zombies that appeared withered. The fatal wound on her neck was crudely stitched up with coarse thread, the stitches crooked and revealing the dark red muscle tissue beneath. She wore only a rough cloth garment similar to those produced by other zombies, her enticing curves barely concealed. She opened her eyes. They were no longer her original blue, but two swirling azure flames of the soul. Eileen was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Much of her memory was lost during the transformation, but she still recalled that she was a paladin, remembered her death, and knew that necromancers were filthy existences that had to be eradicated. Then she saw Son. There was no doubt he was a necromancer. She instinctively wanted to draw her sword, but her body would not obey. What have you done to me? The moment the words left her mouth, Eileen understood the answer. She could feel an unbreakable link between herself and the youth before her. He was the master, and she was the servant. Such thoughts flooded her mind. Eileen wanted to roar in anger, to curse, to unleash every foul word she had ever learned. But as her mouth opened, no words came out. As her consciousness gradually cleared, some common knowledge that had been instilled in her brain during the transformation also began to clarify. She felt the buildings around her, sensed the zombies in the production queue that had yet to be born, and realized that this space was no longer her homeland. Is this an alternate space? Eileen's voice trembled with disbelief. You hid the lair here. Impossible. The Holy Scripture recorded a millennium of necromancer history. No one should be able to achieve this. Son tacitly accepted her assertion. No, this is unacceptable. This person poses an immeasurable threat to all living beings. If left unchecked, the entire kingdom, no, the entire continent, might be engulfed by the sea of undead. Eileen resolved in her heart to divulge no information to him. Eileen, Son began, his tone flat, as if in casual conversation. Tell me the distribution of the Holy Light Church's strongholds in Loren County and their military deployments. Not a chance. I swear to the Holy Light, not a word. The Loren County branch is located in the northwest corner of the county town, with 3 permanent night teams on a 7-day rotation. The emergency contact code is Eternal Holy Fire. There are 3 outer lookout stations located at the Old Mill, the Cross Slope Post, and Greystone Bridge. Eileen's consciousness screamed in agony, yet her mouth could not stop. The undead cannot refuse their master's commands regardless of who they were in life. Eileen revealed everything she knew about the church. If she could still cry, she would undoubtedly be weeping at this moment. The Holy Light Church, Loren County. A middle-aged woman clad in a clerical robe stood before a destiny plaque, clutching a half-broken plaque in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. This plaque bore the bishop's blessing, connecting her foster daughter Eileen's soul, which was meant to guide the soul back to the embrace of the Holy Light after her daughter's death. But just moments ago, the power of the Holy Light clashed with an unknown force. Then the Holy Light was defeated. The plaque shattered into 2 halves, and Eileen's soul was taken away. Her teeth chattered. She spread out a sheet of parchment on the table, picked up a pen, and dipped it in ink. The pen tip pierced through the paper and into the table. Taking a deep breath, she switched to another sheet and began to write to the Archbishop. The soul of an LV3 paladin is missing, suspected to be interfered with by the power of death. Requesting the dispatch of an LV5 or higher Inquisition judge to Loren County. Soren brought up Elena's detailed panel. High-level undead Elena Valen, LV3 race, zombie, possesses 5 points of spiritual power, able to command elite and lower undead, retains skills Holy Flame Slash. Consumes magical power to attach Holy Fire attributes to weapons, dealing additional burn damage to undead beings. Basic swordsmanship mastery, proficient in the use of long sword-type weapons. Holy Light Protection, reduces the impact from necromantic and curse-type skills and will receive healing from holy skills. LV1 Magical Aptitude. Can learn basic level magic spiritual power consumption. 3 Soren stared at the panel nodding in satisfaction. If he came alone regardless of the level of the zombies, he would need to expend enough spiritual power to control them, to make them move. However, after understanding Soren's needs, Elena could give simple commands to the zombies and skeletons directly, without consuming Soren's spiritual power. Although the precision was not as high as if Soren did it himself, zombies and skeletons were not particularly complex troops to begin with. Considering this, when detailed actions were not required from the subordinates, Elena's presence actually helped Soren save some spiritual power. After that, Soren had Elena try using Holy Flame Slash, but the skill immediately caused a large area of burn damage in her hands. Damn, that's unusable. Soren was momentarily speechless. He thought that with the Holy Light Protection skill, Elena would be immune to holy-related spells. However, from the description, it seemed that she could only withstand holy magic. In other words, apart from commanding low-level undead, Elena was not much better than a common LV3. Forget it, the soul energy has been spent, so there's no need for mental exhaustion. Soren shook his head and spread out the crumpled map on the crude stone table, looking towards a region in the eastern part of Loren County. Winterwood Village and the nearby slime marsh. If he could verify the high conversion rate of slimes, his mass production line would truly take shape. Before that, he needed to gather information in the village. He wasn't afraid of exposure. The uniqueness of a necromancer lies in the necromantic aura bestowed by the necromancer's holy scripture, which clings to them for life. Moreover, ordinary people lack the ability to discern the necromantic aura without magical aptitude skills or holy church artifacts. Furthermore, Elena's holy sword could temporarily dispel the necromantic aura around him, making Soren indistinguishable from ordinary people for a short time. If possible, it would be best to procure some fresh food. Although he dealt with the dead all day, he was still alive. He would feel tired, hungry, and crave food. The system only converts meat into soul energy with no cooking function, and neither the original body nor Soren himself were good at cooking. Maintaining a tense spirit surrounded by a group of gloomy undead, Soren feared he would drift further away from normal human thoughts. A simple warm meal to relax should not be illegal, right? After making some preparations, Soren headed to Winterwood Village. He dismissed the entire zombie army, leaving only Elena to accompany him. Such villages are usually quite exclusive, especially with a necromancer causing trouble. To facilitate things, it would be best to have a local introduce them. Using the knowledge of the original body, Soren used a potion obtained from his companion to give Elena a makeover, making her skin appear more natural, while the parts that were difficult to conceal were covered with paladin armor. Soren also donned a piece of armor pretending to be Elena's subordinate. Elena felt very angry. This detestable necromancer didn't realize that if the villagers discovered his presence, they would be extorted by those morally corrupt peers. How selfish, despicable, and blasphemous. About an hour later, the outline of the village appeared at the end of the dirt path. Winterwood Village was small, with 30 to 40 mud brick houses and wooden cottages scattered across a gentle slope. The smell of wheat and firewood wafted over. Soren took a deep breath and felt the heaviness in his chest lift considerably. Having been with the dead for so long, he almost forgot what the taste of smoke and fire was. As soon as he stepped into the village entrance, a middle-aged woman carrying a wooden bucket looked up. Her wary gaze lingered on Soren for a moment before shifting to Elena, her eyes instantly lighting up. The woman set down the bucket and wiped her hands on her apron as she approached Captain Elena. "What brings you here?" Elena's body stiffened noticeably. She wanted to tell the woman to run away. This necromancer beside her might do something to the villagers, but she couldn't defy Soren's will. Elena involuntarily revealed a faint smile. "Routine patrol." The woman exclaimed, her enthusiasm undiminished. "Then you must take a good rest. The bread from the Hawk family has just come out of the oven, and a batch of wheat beer has also arrived from Farview Town." Along the way, more villagers recognized Elena. Several children playing in the mud by the roadside called out Paladin's sister from a distance. Each time, Elena stiffly nodded, her hand hidden under her cloak, clenching so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Are you interested in the villagers here?" As they reached an unoccupied mill, Elena spoke up suddenly. Soren paused, turning to look at her. He could make Elena completely silent and speak only the lines he had arranged in advance. But he didn't want to do that. It was hard to have a subordinate with intelligence who could bring some humanity to Soren's life. If he restricted her too much, how was that different from those mindless low-level troops? Without affecting Soren's plans, he allowed Elena some degree of freedom. "Do you want to turn them all into zombies?" Elena scoffed, her azure eyes swirling with suppressed anger. "I have handled 3 cases of village massacres by necromancers. The smallest one resulted in 12 deaths, 4 of whom were children. If you attack Winterwood Village, the church will immediately raise its threat level to C. At that time, not only will the 3 local paladin squads be dispatched, but the armies from neighboring parishes will also come. The larger your army, the stronger the forces that will surround you. You will eventually have no place to die." Soren quietly listened to Elena's impassioned pronouncement, then asked an unrelated question. If I come to this village to buy some bread and jerky, will it lead to the villagers being judged by the church? Elena was taken aback and instinctively replied, they aren't deliberately providing you with supplies, so of course they are innocent. Soren scratched the back of his head. That seems to be consistent with what I know. Don't change the subject. Elena's voice heightened a few pitches, then was forcibly suppressed due to the restrictions. Do you think I would believe you came just to buy bread? Soren, too lazy to explain, turned and walked towards the bakery at the village head where the scent of wheat wafted. When the fresh hot bread kissed his mouth, tears uncontrollably spilled from the corners of Soren's eyes. This was real food. It was fragrant, soft, and fresh, not hard, cold, and sour. I wonder if I can unlock a kitchen or similar building in the future. Elena stood a few steps away, warily watching Soren devour the bread by the roadside. A little girl suddenly hopped out from an alley holding a large bouquet of wildflowers. She ran too fast and didn't watch where she was going, colliding head-on with Soren's leg, causing the bread to drop into a puddle. Soren was startled. Wasn't he supposed to have Elena on guard? How could he be attacked? Seeing that she had knocked down the paladin's bread, the little girl immediately began to cry. I'm sorry. Soren glanced at the child, then picked up the wildflowers one by one and handed them to her. It's all right, it's all right. The little girl accepted the flowers and timidly said, I knocked your bread down, but I don't have any money. Soren looked at the little girl casually, plucking a daisy and deliberately sticking it in his ear. Then I'll take this flower as compensation for my bread. The little girl was slightly stunned, then became happy. Really? Isn't that too little? Is it? Then let's add it. As Soren spoke, he took another flower and placed it on Elena's head, making the little girl giggle uncontrollably. Soren smiled, but a trace of indescribable loneliness flashed in his heart. He liked this feeling just like his life before crossing over, peaceful and full of vitality. But he also knew that after studying the necromancer's holy scripture, the necromantic aura had been clinging to this body. He was no longer in the same world as these villagers. I've bought everything I needed. It's time to head to the marsh. Elena silently followed behind Soren, feeling an indescribable awkwardness. She noticed Soren's desolate expression. She couldn't completely defy Soren's orders, so he didn't need to put on an act for her. She felt that this person was different from her impression of dark-hearted necromancers. He resembled a lost traveler, which was why he savored even the black bread so much. Thorn navigated through the path marked by the villagers. After crossing several hills, he finally arrived at the gray-green muddy water bubbled with sticky froth among the dry grass. Countless yellow-green slimes slowly wriggled in the mud, making Elena feel somewhat nauseated. Thorn summoned a skeleton warrior from the otherworldly territory, aimed at the nearest slime, and pierced its core with a claw. Collected LV-1 Carrion Slime Corpse, Soul, Energy 1. Thorn's gaze swept across the marsh. Everywhere in the mud beneath the grass roots, and in the crevices of stones were the slowly wriggling gelatinous forms. Although it was not much as long as it counted as a corpse, it was a tremendous fortune. More importantly, they wouldn't run away or fight back, making the killing completely risk-free. Their slime could corrode flesh, but its corrosive effect on bones was significantly less. 6 skeleton warriors stepped out from the void, charging into the marsh, without concern for the filth, wielding their bony claws like farmers harvesting wheat. Collected LV-1 Slime Corpse Soul Energy 1. Collected LV-1 Slime Corpse Soul Energy 1. Collected LV-1 Slime Corpse Soul Energy 1. The numbers on the panel began to fluctuate continuously. The increments were small, but the frequency was extremely high, fluctuating to 140, 145, 153. Almost every few seconds. Elena stood at the edge of the marsh with the supply she had procured, unable to see Thorn's panel, completely bewildered about what Thorn intended to do. She did not understand why this necromancer was looking for slimes. Such things had neither bones nor flesh, and killing one would only leave a puddle of jelly incapable of producing even the lowest level skeleton warrior. But why did this man seem so excited? He was definitely plotting something. The harvesting continued until dusk, with nearly all the nearby slimes killed. Thorn's soul energy reached a count of 1,008. These slimes had strong reproductive capabilities, unlike gray wolves that would fear. After nurturing for a few days, the death haul would be completed. This is truly easy, much easier than killing wolves. Perhaps Thorn had been suppressed for too long. Feeling slightly joyful, he couldn't help but let out a villainous laugh, startling Elena. Elena was even more convinced that Thorn had no good intentions. On the way back, Thorn did not pass through Winterwood Village, but chose a shortcut over a hill. Elena silently followed behind, her azure eyes shimmering in the night. Thorn suddenly stopped, looking down at the main road where a row of fresh hoof prints marked the muddy ground. This road led to Winterwood Village. Those who could ride horses were either the Duke's men, bandits, or paladins. But the Duke wouldn't come to this rundown village for no reason, and the bandits had just been eliminated. Your colleague. Elena's body stiffened slightly, her mouth responding before her mind could catch up. This is the patrol route of the 3rd Squad. Winterwood Village, is within their jurisdiction. Thorn stood up, gazing in the direction of the hoof prints, remaining silent for a few seconds. He wasn't worried about being exposed. After all, before entering the village, he had used the holy light from Elena's holy sword to dispel the necromantic aura, and for a while there would be no trace left. Although Thorn still did not understand why he was not repelled by the holy light. Who cares? Even if the villagers revealed that he had been there, it wouldn't matter. Traces like footprints had long been dealt with. But what if they discovered something and began to stake out the marsh? That would affect Thorn's grand haul's completion. After thinking it over, Thorn decided to return and see how these paladins planned to act. Elena followed behind, Thorn, a complex emotion surging in her heart. She knew what kind of person Captain Baker of the 3rd Squad was. That brutish man with a face full of flesh had been in office for 3 years, adept at extortion, and the former captain of her squad had often colluded with him to extort the villagers. But at least Baker was a paladin. If he discovered Thorn, he would definitely be able to take down this damned necromancer. At that time, even her desecrated body could find relief, and her soul might return to the embrace of the holy light. Elena silently cursed her master in her heart. Inside Winterwood Village, 5 warhorses were tied to wooden stakes at the village entrance with bags of freshly harvested wheat and smoked meat strapped to their backs. The paladins were too lazy to even fabricate excuses, directly calling this routine requisition. Captain Baker was a brawny man, his face full of flesh, squeezing his eyes into slits, repeatedly weighing a bag of coins in his hand. Just this amount. Baker stuffed the bag of coins into his bosom without even lifting his eyelids. What about this month's church maintenance fee? The village chief, hunched over, sweat beading on his forehead, said, "My lord, we just paid last month." "Do I really? Last month was last month." Baker waved his hand impatiently. 2 of his trusted aides had already entered the shop, without courtesy sweeping all the remaining bread and smoked meat into burlap sacks. Old Hawk trembled his lips, not daring to say a word. The villagers huddled in small groups in the corners, showing no signs of discontent. This kind of exploitation had persisted for too many years, unchanged from their grandparents' time until now. When Captain Elena was here, it wasn't like this. Someone mumbled quietly. The voice was not loud, but it was enough to change the expression of the village chief drastically. Baker's ears perked up, the smile on his pudgy face frozen. He slowly turned around, his gaze slicing through the gathered villagers like a knife. Elena was here, just now. The village chief hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "My lord, these peasants are speaking nonsense. I will teach them a lesson later. I didn't ask you." Baker pushed aside the village chief, stepping in front of the villagers, coldly asking, "Tell me, when did she come?" The village chief sensed something was off and hurriedly asked, "Is there something wrong with Captain Elena? Do you know that Elena Vallon has perished a few days ago?" The villagers' faces turned ashen in unison. Hawk, who made the bread, was taken aback. "No, it's impossible. She clearly..." Baker's face grew increasingly ferocious as he slowly drew his long sword. "She has perished, killed by a necromancer a few days ago, and her body could not be retrieved." His gaze swept over every villager present, his voice suddenly rising. "And you all say she just came? Speak honestly, what did she do in the village?" The villagers dared not conceal anything, quickly pushing out anyone who had spoken to Elena. The little girl who had bumped into Thorn clung tightly to her mother's clothing, her eyes filled with fear. Listening to the villagers' accounts, Baker grew angrier. The youth beside Elena was clearly a necromancer. These foolish peasants, unable to even notice this, let such a feat slip away, one that could elevate Baker. Those who have come into contact with a necromancer have secretly tainted their souls. As Baker spoke, he raised his long sword. Article 37 of the doctrine. Colluding with necromancers is punishable as the same crime. Without interrogation or due process, 4 trusted aides simultaneously drew their swords, and the villagers' heads immediately rolled to the ground. The villagers' heads rolled one by one on the ground as the paladin Beak grinned savagely. Killing commoners brought him immense pleasure, but not everyone had the right to dictate the lives of others. Even if he killed one in the village, those peasant women would immediately bear more commoners. It was hardly an issue. Unfortunately, there were still a batch of stuffy old fools in the Holy Light Church. If he went too far, they would come, but since he had dealt with necromancers, that was another story. "Captain, you cut so decisively, at least let the child cry a few times." Beak glanced at his laughing confidant and snorted coldly. "I'm only doing this to eliminate the necromancer's accomplices, not to indulge your twisted interests." Yes. "Captain, can I keep the last one?" the paladin said, aiming his blade at a nearby woman. She was the first in the village to come into contact with Elena, yet the paladins had left her for last. The woman had a vacant look in her eyes, clutching her daughter's headless corpse. The girl's flowers had long been trampled, mixed with the mud. These paladins spared even the children. The villagers standing at a distance felt their hearts wrenching, their teeth grinding. But they were utterly powerless to resist. As level 1 individuals, they were no more than chicks in front of the well-equipped paladins. Not to mention the captain was a level 3. They hated the necromancer. If he had not posed as a human, so many would not have died. They hated these paladins. Had the deceased villagers been infected, controlled, bought off? None of that. They had cooperated fully with the paladins, revealing everything, yet they were still to be killed. God, if you are still watching the world, please send angels to cleanse this sinful world with holy fire. The blade was aimed at the woman's neck. Stop! A sword flew from afar, knocking the confidant's weapon away. Alina emerged from the bushes, drawing another weapon. The moment she saw the girl's corpse, something exploded within her chest. Her heart no longer beat, yet she distinctly felt a tearing pain erupting from her chest. The paladins laughed as they swung their swords. 12 years ago, when that ghoul tore her parents apart, it was the same kind of laughter. She had imagined the villagers might face interrogation, might get beaten, might be scolded. But who allowed you to so easily take away someone else's life? Alina's speed was swift. The confidant had just retrieved his sword, yet before he could prepare, a gleam of the sword was already rushing towards him. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed at the village entrance. The confidant's arm went numb from the impact, retreating 3 steps before stabilizing his stance. What great strength! Alina's hood fell during the clash, revealing her pale skin and the horrific bloodless wounds on her neck. Alina. Bake's eyes widened slightly, and then a vicious grin spread across his fat face. You have indeed become a filthy undead. Well, where is your master? Where is he hiding? Let him come out to die with you. The other 3 paladins quickly closed in, attempting to encircle Alina. Alina was nearly losing her sanity, wanting to perish with these beasts masquerading as paladins, but Thorn's orders compelled her to fight while retreating. As Alina gradually fell into a passive position, the paladins' expressions took on a lewd mockery. Captain Alina, honestly, have you slept with your master? I bet not just with your master, as she probably messes around with zombies every day. It must stink terribly. Had you known it would come to this, you would have been better off engaging with the brothers early on, pretending to be so aloof. Filthy insults mingled with harsh laughter as long swords struck from 4 directions. Alina strained to block sparks flying from the collision of blades in the night. Be careful, I've never seen such an intelligent high-level zombie before that might still use skills from its former life. Beak, holding his long sword, leisurely circled the battlefield. What are you afraid of? She has only learned holy magic, but how could the holy light respond to a zombie? Alina gritted her teeth, unaware of her origin. She could still use holy flame slash, but it would cause backlash. If she used it against the 4 before her, she would only fall faster. Alina's movements slowed significantly, and the paladin's assault quickly left her with several deep wounds visible to the bone. Rotting black blood seeped from the wounds, soaking her tattered paladin armor. Beak stood outside the circle, arms crossed, grinning maliciously. Can't hold on anymore. Beak raised his right hand. Brilliant holy light began to gather in his palm. Come, let me help you cleanse yourself. That beautiful face from her previous life would surely look stunning when burnt. The 4 confidants exchanged excited smiles and quickly jumped aside. Holy light magic also had a blinding effect on ordinary people, but the burning effect on undead was 10 times more painful than a branding iron on human flesh. This woman, who had once looked down on them and repeatedly hindered their profits, would surely scream beautifully. The holy light descended, and Alina's body instantly convulsed. She still gripped the sword tightly in her hand, but could not hold on, and knelt down. Beak watched Alina's struggles with delight while maintaining the holy light in his palm. The effect of holy light magic, as the name implies, is to illuminate the target with holy light, burning enemies and healing allies. Beak had only learned this one magic, allowing him to stay back and do some supportive work without risking himself in close combat. At this moment, Alina had already been burned for 30 seconds. According to Bake's calculations, she still had a breath left. So he approached with satisfaction, wanting to see Alina's expression and interrogate her. A normal necromancer would treasure an intelligent zombie like Alina to know, and oh, how could she possibly cause trouble for 5 paladins? So Beak was certain that Alina had broken free of control through sheer will and had become a wild zombie. Perhaps instead of executing Alina, selling her to Cole could earn him a profit. Oh no, if she burned too badly, she wouldn't sell for a good price. Cole quickly reduced the power of the holy light spell. But as Alina's figure became clearer, Cole suddenly noticed something was off. Her skin was not rotting, her flesh was not charred. On the contrary, the sword wounds left by the confidants were visibly healing at an observable rate. Holy light protection. The effects of necromancy and curse skills are weakened and can be healed by holy light magic. For ordinary people, the holy light is just a blinding burst of light. Only those recognized by the holy light and who have joined the Holy Light Church can gain this passive skill, basking in the grace of the holy light. But those who have fallen to become undead can no longer feel a trace of holy light. Therefore, Beak did not anticipate the situation before him and did not understand what was happening. He realized he was too close. Watching Alina lift her head, a chill rushed into the back of Bake's head, and he instinctively increased the power of the holy light while trying to retreat and call his confidants. Holy flame slash. Even though she would be burned by the holy flames herself and her arm felt like it was being boiled, she poured all her magical power into it. The blazing white flames surged along the blade, piercing forth under the cover of the white light of the holy light spell. A sword to seal the throat. Beck's plump body crashed to the ground, his entire neck scorched by the holy flames, leaving only a piece of skin still attached. To his death, he could never have imagined that he would be slain by a necromancer using holy magic. Captain. The lewd smiles on the faces of the four confidants froze, unable to believe their eyes that a necromancer had actually unleashed a holy flame slash. After a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly raised their swords, trying to surround Elena, their mockery replaced by a fierce intent to kill. All together, watch your distance, don't get caught by the holy flame slash. Before the words even left his mouth, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes around the village entrance. A barrage of arrows rained down from all directions. Although the holy knights were clad in armor, several arrows struck the unprotected areas, eliciting cries of pain. 13 zombies surged out from the shadows, some wielding swords while others were reloading their crossbows. They had been quietly summoned from the territories of another world by Thorn even before Elena dashed out, using the cover of bushes and earthen walls to complete their encirclement. Thorn had no intention of letting any of them escape. The faces of the four holy knights turned pale at the sight of the LV2 behemoths. Where did this level of necromancer come from in Lauren County? They finally realized that they were not the hunters, but the prey. Thorn stood on a distant hillside, skillfully controlling the movements of each zombie. The sounds of clashing blades, screams, and the cracking of bones echoed at the village entrance. Without their captain's command, the four confidants fought individually and were quickly divided and surrounded by the horde of zombies. An LV2 zombie swung its sword, cleaving through the first holy knight's shield, while another bit into his shoulder from behind. His scream abruptly ceased, leaving only the dull sound of the blades slicing through flesh. The battle ended within 3 minutes. The corpses of the four holy knights lay sprawled in pools of blood mixed with those of the villagers they had slaughtered. Thorn sent out a zombie and casually collected the 5 warhorses tied at the village entrance. Collected LV1 adult horse corpses, 5 soul energy, 250 corpses, farm codex, unlocked LV1 adult horse. Then Thorn slid down the hillside with a slight bounce. He carefully circumvented the villagers' corpses and approached the dead Beck, placing his hand on the plump head and shaking it in disappointment. This necromantic aptitude isn't very common. Collected LV3 human corpses, soul energy, 80. Thorn glanced at Elena, realizing that for a long time this woman would be his only commander. Elena did not respond. She was staring down at the little girl's corpse in the woman's arms, her eyes trembling slightly. The villagers gradually peeked out from corners behind doors and beside wells. There was no gratitude in their eyes, only fear. Fear of the zombies and fear of the necromancer who brought disaster. No one dared to speak, yet that silent hatred was clearer than any curse. The little girl's mother had been kneeling the entire time. She gently placed her daughter's head back onto her neck, repeatedly muttering something. Thorn glanced at the corpses of the villagers and fell silent for a moment. Recovering these 7 or 8 corpses would yield over 100 points of soul energy. While not much, there was no reason to waste it. He touched his ear where the little girl's flower was still tucked. Sigh. Thorn sighed heavily, then turned to face the villagers. 5 holy knights have died here. Thorn's voice was calm to the point of being indifferent. And the church will obviously not listen to your explanations. Head east, crossing the Grey Wolf Canyon will lead you to the kingdom's border. Go to the neighboring country to take refuge. The zombies cleared away the holy knight's equipment and items, placing food and supplies into bags. Thorn said no more and directly walked out of the village with Elena following behind him. Despite her efforts to keep her head up and chest out, she was now drooping her head like a proper zombie. Some bold villagers had already come up to recover their relatives' bodies, occasionally glancing at Thorn's back, their eyes filled with complex emotions. After walking about 2 miles out of Winter Forest Village and crossing a sparse birch forest, Elena stopped in her tracks. Her shoulders began to tremble. First a slight shiver, then intense convulsions, and finally, she collapsed onto the ground covered in fallen leaves, as if all energy had been drained from her. She cried. Why? Elena's voice squeezed out from her throat, hoarse and barely recognizable. Why did they have to do that? Even if they followed the procedure, they should have been locked up and judged for days before being convicted. The holy light clearly represents justice, so why does it accept such scum? She pressed her hands into the ground, her nails digging into the soil, the pale bluish color of her knuckles strikingly evident. I swore to protect the weak with the holy light. Her voice grew smaller, eventually turning into a wispy murmur, but that little girl. She was so small. She did nothing wrong. Thorn leaned against a nearby birch tree, quietly listening. He said nothing, nor did he urge her. At this moment no words were needed. The moonlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves cascading onto Elena's trembling back, as if to comfort her. The sword wounds left by those confidants had all been healed by the holy light spell, yet she still felt such a deep pain in her chest. After a long time, Elena's sobbing gradually subsided. She remained kneeling on the ground, her head lowered, her voice hoarse and hollow. "You knew this would happen. That's why you went back, right?" Thorn neither denied nor confirmed it. He had considered that the villagers might be implicated because of him, but the atrocious actions of those holy knights had indeed exceeded his imagination. Did he bear responsibility for the villagers' deaths? Perhaps he did. But this was not his fault, it was the murderer's fault. He merely wanted to enjoy some good food and have a few conversations with others. The Holy Light Church. Thorn whispered the name as if reciting something filthy. In the distance, the direction of Winter Forest Village faintly lit up with flames, likely the villagers burning their dead. According to the beliefs of this world, cremation would cause the souls of the deceased to be burned along with their bodies, suffering immensely. Yet they seemed unwilling to let the necromancer touch their relatives' corpses at all. "Thank you for not taking those corpses." Thorn turned around and saw Elena bowing to him. He took the flower from his ear, examined it, and then placed it at the base of the tree. "I'm not short of that little resource." The flower had already died the moment it was removed, but at least it looked somewhat better this way. "Let's go home. Take off your clothes." Thorn's words left Elena frozen in place. She turned her head, her grayish-white fingers gripping the collar tightly, unable to move. Just as Thorn was about to say something sarcastic, he realized he could issue commands forcefully and immediately ordered Elena, blushing, to strip completely. With the memories of his original self, he could only think of human anatomy when seeing Elena's beautiful body, and he had no wicked thoughts. Of course, he wasn't incapable, it was just that he still lacked a stable place to sleep, and Elena was still a living corpse, which really dampened his interest. Thorn turned to fetch needles and ointment, as the knowledge of corpse handling he learned from the Book of the Undead had yet to be put into practice. "Cooperate, or else you won't be able to lift your arm tomorrow," Thorn said without looking back. Elena clenched her teeth and finally raised the arm she had been protecting. The holy light spell healed the sword wounds caused by his followers, but the backlash from the holy flame left Elena's arm, chest, and ribs covered in charred, curled flesh. Thorn squatted down, cleaned the damaged flesh, and stitched up the open parts one by one, finally applying a special ointment to the affected area. After this, Thorn would need to apply medicine multiple times, repeatedly stitch the wounds, and have Elena take potions on schedule to restore what she had lost. It was a frustrating task, but this was the norm for necromancers in this world. Ordinary zombies could be easily recycled and recreated, but Elena was different. Recycling meant losing all skills, and the newly created LV3 would lack command abilities. Thorn felt that the suitability for necromancy was not a common passive skill. He had a premonition that Elena's role as a commander might be far more significant than he anticipated. Unable to resist, Elena closed her eyes and let Thorn do as he pleased. Frustratingly, it seemed Thorn truly had no ulterior motives toward her. In the end, she could only read on her armor and suppress those chaotic thoughts. Next came the distribution of equipment. The standard armor and weapons of the 4 paladin followers lacked holy light enchantments, allowing the zombies to use them directly. During the ambush on the necromancer gathering, few paladins were killed, and some were taken away by their companions in the chaos, leaving Thorn with limited standard equipment. However, with these 5 newly acquired, Thorn could at least equip all the zombies with decent gear. Yet Beck's longsword and breastplate were imbued with holy light magic, burning any zombie that touched them. Thorn tested it himself. Like Elena's holy light sword, the magic did not react to him, nor did it repel him. Only paladins above LV3 are issued holy light enchanted weapons. Elena explained, "The church isn't wealthy enough to issue them to everyone." Thorn nodded and stacked Beck's equipment along with Elena's holy light sword in the corner. Then came the zombie horses. The corpses of 5 LV1 adult horses were thrown into the barracks, quickly producing 5 zombie horses. Their manes were dry like weeds, with eerie blue flames burning in their eye sockets, making them look quite imposing. Thorn climbed up and then slid right back down. He couldn't ride a horse. Unlike living horses, zombie horses did not cooperate with the rider's balance. When Thorn tried to have another zombie ride, they were thrown off after just a few steps, breaking several bones. The dream of creating a cavalry unit was now shattered. However, Elena still retained her equestrian skills from her previous life. Her movements to mount were clean and quick, and under her control the zombie horse was as docile as a lamb. Thorn fell silent for a moment, then quietly sat behind Elena and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Giddy up." Elena's expression was quite complex. A day later, the skeleton wolves Thorn sent to patrol near Winter Forest Village returned one after another. The villagers had long fled, leaving behind a few burned-out empty houses. Several teams of bounty hunters roamed the surrounding mountains while paladins were stationed in the village, searching house by house for clues. The good news was that there were no abnormalities from the direction of the slime marsh. As Thorn had anticipated, the paladins did not believe the necromancer would hide in such a place. Everyone knew that the marsh's miasma and sludge accelerated the decay of corpses, making it a nightmarish environment for traditional necromancers. Thorn slightly detoured and began his harvesting business once more. Collected LV1 Slime Corpse Soul Energy 1. Collected LV1 Slime Corpse Soul Energy 1. The numbers on the panel slowly and steadily flickered. 1009, 2002, 2007, 3000. Soul Energy 3001. Thorn took a deep breath and focused his consciousness into the otherworldly territory. Construct the Hall of Death. The moment his consciousness descended, the entire territory trembled violently, and a crimson light burst forth from the ground accompanied by countless screams. The obsidian walls embedded with bones rose like giant trees, and the entire structure resembled a crouching beast with a gate like a gaping maw ready to devour any ignorant intruder. Then the edges of the territory began to extend outward. The black soil rolled, engulfing the surrounding void, expanding at a visibly fast rate. When the tremors finally subsided, the territory had expanded to more than twice its original size, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. The Hall of Death has been completed. Territory area expanded to 240. Unlocking the technology tree requires blood points. Unlocking a certain type of corpse, a specific magic, or constructing a certain building for the first time grants 1 blood point. Current blood points 12. Thorn had also killed quite a few other beasts during this time, such as rabbits, birds, and fish, which unlocked numerous corpse options. Although these beasts were ineffective for troop creation, the birds controlled by Thorn could only flap a few times and couldn't fly at all, and the zombie fish remained at the bottom. After all, he was human, and adapting to alien bodies wasn't so simple. However, it was disappointing that insect types didn't count as blood points, and killing different kinds of small fish didn't earn him new blood points either. It seems the system's criteria are based on the type of unit, not species. Thorn called up the technology tree. The low-level technology tree unfolded before him. Each technology, marked with a cost preservation treatment, requires 1 blood point, reduces the natural decay rate of all undead. Strengthen undead, requires 1 blood point, increases the physical strength of all undead. Domain extension, requires 2 blood points, increases the summoning range of undead by 5 meters. Soul absorption, requires 3 blood points. The host can relieve hunger by absorbing death energy. Undead agility, requires 5 blood points. All undead units gain a slight, self-healing ability. Among them, preservation and physical strength are options that can be upgraded multiple times, while the other 3 can only be upgraded once. Thorn glanced at his 12 blood points, suppressing the urge to spend them all at once. This resource couldn't be scavenged like soul energy. It required careful planning. After careful consideration, Thorn first selected Undead Resilience. Undead Resilience requires 5 blood points. All undead units gain a slight, self-healing ability. Current level 1. An invisible force surged from deep within the hall, permeating every undead body. Elena was slightly taken aback, looking down at the stitches on her arm, feeling a bit of itch. When she was alive, she indeed felt itchy during the healing process of her wounds, but now as an undead, she shouldn't have such a reaction. What is this? She looked up at Thorn. From now on, you and the other dead will have the ability to regenerate. Thorn did not turn his head, continuing to gaze at the panel. The flesh that grows back through ointment is uneven. Naturally, the healing will look much better. Elena fell silent. High-level undead such as vampires and gargoyles can indeed restore their bodies through magic, but that is the effect of magic. They themselves have no regeneration ability. After death, one can only continue to lose and can never gain anything new. This is the iron law of the world. Thorn, how did this person manage to do it? Are those zombies the undead Elena knows, or are they some kind of undead-like entities? He and his territory are truly bizarre, even causing Elena to feel a sense of dread. Thorn selected Soul Devouring. Soul Devouring requires 3 blood points. The host can alleviate hunger by absorbing death energy. Currently, can last up to 30 days. Without food, the faint feeling of hunger in his stomach was significantly alleviated. Thorn had already taken down 5 paladins. If the church counted the personnel losses from the previous gathering towards him, it would be even more. How could he kill so many church members and still escape unscathed? This is outrageous. According to Elena, the church at least gathered a regular army, surrounded the outskirts of Loren County, along with several scattered forces. In a besieged situation, Thorn might be unable to obtain food for a considerable time. With this technology, Thorn could at least hide for a month. If the church couldn't find him in a month, they would start to suspect he slipped out of the encirclement. As for why Thorn didn't move earlier, it was obviously because Loren County was the most suitable place for development that his original self could find. Being remote with fewer troops popular for burial, which provides resources, and the complex terrain is good for guerrilla tactics. He would consider moving to another place only when Thorn could withstand a church army. With 4 blood points remaining, Thorn selected 2 levels of Strengthened Undead. Strengthened Undead LV2, all undead units physical strength 40. He saved the remaining 2 blood points as domain extension might be needed at some point. He had to keep a backup. This thing is used up really fast. Thorn looked at the newly unlocked buildings that could be constructed. Dark Magic Library consumes 1500 soul energy, requires death. Hall 1 Spirit Tower 1. Evil Workshop consumes 1200 soul energy, requires death. Hall 1. Can dispatch undead to produce items. Crypt consumes 300 soul energy, requires death. Hall 1. An independent storage space capable of holding items from the present world. Trial Rune consumes 1000 soul energy, can open the trial gates for the host. Corpse Farm can be upgraded to LV2, consumes 1000 soul energy. After upgrading, the farm automatically produces 10 points of soul energy per hour. Thorn upgraded the farm to level 2 first. This thing would break even in 5 days, and the sooner it was upgraded, the sooner the benefits could be enjoyed. The next day, Thorn returned to the slime marsh, transforming a few LV1 human corpses from the corpse farm, letting Elena throw them into the water pools where the slimes were most concentrated. The yellow-green slime swarm immediately surged forward, their gelatinous bodies wriggling around the corpses, beginning to feast frantically. Although slimes can live on soil, the quality of what they eat affects their splitting efficiency. After tossing for a while, Elena felt that something was off. She turned to Thorn and said, "Why don't you give me some zombies? You didn't ask for any, did you?" Watching the LV1 zombies under her command tossing corpses into the muddy water, like feeding fish, Elena's expression became quite complicated. In the following days, Thorn led a routine life that was almost monotonous. During the day, he had Elena lead the skeleton soldiers to harvest slimes, and at night, he had her take the zombies to fertilize, with the soul energy numbers increasing day by day. After giving a few commands to several skeleton soldiers, they would act on their own. With nothing to do, she would also set some traps and occasionally catch a few rabbits, which Thorn would roast and eat. While Thorn was eating with grease dripping from his mouth, Elena squatted beside him, having no normal appetite herself. Even if Thorn offered her some, she couldn't enjoy it. Their communication was minimal, but it was no longer as tense as it had been initially. After adopting the composting strategy, Thorn's daily soul energy intake rose from around 6 to 700 to about 1,000, accumulating over 2,000 in just 2 days. Among the remaining 4 buildings, Thorn unhesitatingly prioritized constructing the library. Consuming 1,500 soul energy, a completely black tower rose from the ground, its walls densely carved with twisted runes. The magical orb at the top of the tower gleamed with purple magic light, illuminating the entire territory. Constructed this building for the first time, gained 1 blood point, current blood points. 3 Thorn eagerly opened the library's panel. Then his face turned green. Building function: when a corpse enters the territory, the library will randomly acquire 1 unlocked magic from the corpse. Currently learnable magic: Holy Flame / Holy Light spell. If he were to let the zombies use these, it would likely burn himself before defeating the enemy. He had thought it would directly grant him a few basic spells, but it turned out he had to touch them from the corpses himself. However, Thorn thought about it and considered it a good thing in a certain sense. If in the future Thorn defeated some powerful expert, he could not only obtain their resources, but also absorb their skills. Right? The Wolf King. The Wolf King in Grey Wolf Canyon uses Windblade. This isn't a holy skill, so it should be fine to equip it to the zombies. Previously, Thorn chose to avoid battle due to concerns about significant troop losses, but if he could obtain that Windblade, losing a dozen LV1 zombies wouldn't be a loss. However, before that, there was still one last preparation. Another day passed, and Thorn constructed the crypt. Constructed this building for the first time, gained 1 blood point, current blood points. 4 A low stone building rose from the black earth with a giant beast skull at the entrance hiding a downward stone staircase. He stuffed all the potions he had saved, the extra weapons, Beck's Holy Light equipment, and Elena's Holy Light. The equipment and items stored in the crypt can be accessed at any time, and when summoning undead directly from the otherworld territory, they can be equipped with weapons from the crypt in advance. This means that in future battles, when the zombies step out of the void, they will already be fully armed without needing to wait to pick up equipment. Thorn clapped his hands in satisfaction, looking at the undead army ready for battle. 13 zombies lined up in 2 rows, half wearing confiscated paladin standard armor wielding steel swords, while the other half donned leather armor equipped with crossbows and machetes. Elena rode on a zombie horse holding a longsword, standing at the front row. Thorn jumped onto the horse behind Elena, wrapping his arms around her waist. Let's go. Destination: Grey Wolf Canyon. In the Church of the Holy Light, the branch of Lauren County, Elena's adoptive mother Margaret knelt in the prayer room, tightly clutching the shattered life token. Days had passed since she sent out the distress signal, and the reply from the capital church finally arrived this morning. Last month, the royal capital cleared out another batch of rats from the sewers which had been hiding in toxic wastewater and steam for years. It was truly incredible. Those heretics sheltered by the nobles could now only hide in basements conducting theoretical research, too afraid to even create skeleton soldiers. After centuries of fighting against the death cult, we can now proudly declare that no organized undead army will ever appear within the borders of the Audric kingdom. Margaret, I do not know what Elena has encountered, but do not give up hope. The holy light is eternal, guiding our path. Margaret put down the letter, her fingers tracing the cracks on the life token. Lauren County lacked minerals and the land was difficult to cultivate, having been neglected by the Audric royal court for years, which gave those necromancers a chance to exploit. It is said that one of them has already acquired 8 well-maintained zombies, which is unimaginable in the royal capital. Margaret tried once more to sense Elena's soul through the life token, but only encountered a chilling void. Elena, my proud daughter, may the holy light guide your path. In the depths of Grey Wolf Canyon, Thorn crouched behind a weathered rock wall, carefully sensing the vision of the zombie wolves. The zombie wolves quickly found several of their kind running, relying on their skill of scent tracking. The intelligence of the Grey Wolves clearly wasn't enough to perceive the anomaly among their kind, thinking the zombie wolves were merely injured, allowing Thorn to successfully infiltrate their ranks. Thorn soon discovered that these wolves seemed to be commanded gathering towards a specific location. It was a gourd-shaped valley ending with a steep rock wall, where dozens of gray wolves were squeezed together, even more than Thorn had seen during his last visit. When he saw the target surrounded by the wolf pack, he frowned slightly. At the base of the rock wall were 20 or so ragged people armed with farming tools and sharpened wooden sticks, backed against the cliff, their faces filled with fear and exhaustion. They were the villagers of Winterwood. Thorn's gaze scanned their faces, landing on the woman who had lost her daughter. At the time he guided them, Thorn did not think of Grey Wolf Canyon as a particularly dangerous place. After all, the Grey Wolves were not fools, and these villagers numbered in the dozens, most of whom were strong and robust, making hunting them quite inefficient. Unless that Wolf King could command these dozens of wolves like a general. To achieve this, brute force alone would not suffice. Intelligence was also required. This Wolf King might have transformed into a monster. No, in this world it should be called a magical beast. The wolf pack formed a dark half circle, not rushing to attack. They occasionally emitted low growls, tentatively advancing a few steps before retreating. Several strong men stood at the front, panting heavily with bloody scratches on their bodies. The Wolf King crouched on a large rock, its calf-like figure very conspicuous. It lay leisurely, looking down at everything with a high vantage point. Clearly not hungry, it was merely engaging in a hunting game. Otherwise, a few wind blades would suffice to render the villagers defenseless. To observe closely, it even entered this gourd-shaped canyon, completely disregarding the risk of being outside the canyon. There were no patrolling wolf sentinels. Clearly, under the Wolf King's leadership, no one dared to oppose the Grey Wolves within Grey Wolf Canyon. Thus, vigilance was naturally redundant. Gained intelligence close to that of humans, yet succumbed to the vice of arrogance. The wolf pack continued to exhaust the villagers' stamina. At this rate, the villagers' consumption would only lead to a foreseeable future. Thorn withdrew his control over the zombie wolves, brushed off the stones from his knees, and summoned Elena and her horse from his territory. The soulless zombie wolf collapsed to the ground, its limbs stiff as if it had been dead for some time. The surrounding gray wolves were startled, lowering their heads to sniff this suddenly deceased kind, emitting anxious low growls. Without the Wolf King's command, they dared not move. The Wolf King merely glanced at the withered wolf corpse before shifting its gaze. A seriously injured wolf suddenly dropped dead. This was perfectly normal. Thorn and Elena approached closely, and well-equipped zombies immediately materialized by their side. The Wolf King's full attention was on the villagers, squinting its eyes to enjoy the expressions of human fear, completely unaware that the entrance behind it had already been blocked. Thorn signaled for the attack. Crossbow bolts flew, and the 3 outermost gray wolves fell to the ground, the arrows piercing through their hind. 10 zombies controlled by Thorn surged out from the shadows, their weapons slashing down, wolf blood splattering everywhere, and chaotic howls echoed continuously. Elena led 5 zombies into the flank of the wolf pack, trampling gray wolves with her horse, cutting through fangs with her sword, forcefully tearing a gap in the formation of the wolf pack. The villagers also seized the opportunity to strike, killing several gray wolves that were in a panic, and the originally orderly wolf pack was thrown into complete chaos. The Wolf King stood up. A bluish-gray magic gathered in its throat, forming a sharp wind blade that cut through the air, directly striking one of the zombies. The Wolf King let out a mournful howl before its massive body crashed to the ground. The flames at the severed edge continued to scorch the dry course, filling the air with a charred scent. This once mighty Wolf King twitched a few times before succumbing to blood loss, and burns becoming utterly without the Wolf King's command, the remaining gray wolves completely collapsed, scattering in all directions. However, Soan had already blocked their escape, leaving none of the gray wolves behind. After dealing with the gray wolf, Soan turned to Alina. With the Wolf King dead, she only needed to touch its corpse to absorb it into their territory. Yet Alina remained motionless, even though she was so close to the Wolf King. She lay on her side on the ground, her armor torn open by the slicing wind blade, exposing the flesh beneath still glowing with the holy sparks left by the backlash of the divine flames. Only then did Soan realize that she was playing with fire again. He had to send the nearest zombie to press its hand against the Wolf King's neck. Collected LV3 Grey Wolf Corpse, Soul Energy 80 Black Magic Library, Compendium Unlocked Wind, Blade No Undead Compatibility. No compatibility again. Soan chuckled knowing this would happen. Oh well, as long as there is magic available. He stopped dwelling on it and focused on the battlefield. Clear the area, touch each one. Immediately over a dozen zombies spread out diligently harvesting the spoils. Collected LV2 Grey Wolf Corpse, Soul Energy 30. Collected LV2 Grey Wolf Corpse, Soul Energy 30. As his subordinates worked, Soan decided to check on the injuries of his employees. Are you out of your mind, Doi? Soan squatted down, speaking in a low voice. Do you have any idea how much ointment it cost to treat you last time? Do you know how many materials it will take to heal these injuries? Alina was a controlled undead, unable to betray him or attack him proactively, which Soan understood very well. Conversely, she also could not commit suicide to escape his control. This meant that her reckless fighting style earlier was not an attempt to seek death. The only explanation left was that she genuinely wanted to help Soan eliminate the Wolf King to reduce his losses. But how could this holy knight become a loyal subject? Soan had only known her for less than a month and had not treated her particularly well. Was she really willing to go to such lengths? Alina was helped up by Soan, blinking weakly. Earlier, in Winterwood Village, you could have taken those corpses, but you chose to let the villagers take their loved ones. Her voice grew fainter. I just wanted to return this favor to you. Is it possible that I still have to bear the cost of treating your injuries? Soan retorted, laughing in disbelief. Who sewed you up? Don't you know? Alina finally realized that she was now essentially Suan's property, and her sacrificial charge was equivalent to burning Suan's money. She awkwardly turned her face away, a faint blush appearing on her pale cheeks. All right, from now on, don't risk your life without my orders. Soan waved his hand and inscribed another basic code for Alina. Then he looked over to the side where the villagers who had been trapped for a long time were slowly gathering. They appeared gaunt and bruised, bearing scratches and looking disheveled, yet the despair that had been in their eyes when facing the wolf pack was now gone. A few robust men at the front stopped a few steps away from Soan, seemingly wanting to approach, but hesitant. An elderly villager supported by someone stepped forward. It was the village chief of Winterwood. He seemed somewhat uneasy, unsure of how to approach the necromancer, but eventually managed to speak up his voice. Thank you, my lord. Soan surveyed their expressions, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. The look they gave him still held fear. After all, he was a necromancer accompanied by a horde of zombies. However, compared to the pure terror and hatred they had shown in Winterwood this time, there was something more. It was gratitude towards their savior. Although Soan had come for the magic of the Wolf King, this feeling was not unpleasant. He thought to himself, maintaining a neutral expression, were you driven into this dead end by wolves, or did you encounter something else? The village chief smiled wryly. Following your advice to head east to seek refuge in the neighboring country, we were continuously harassed by wolf packs along the way. As we tried to evade them, we ended up in this dead valley. Soan nodded. It seemed it was just the Wolf King causing trouble, without any other major threats. But isn't that a bad thing? Doesn't the absence of major threats mean there are stronger corpses, or even magic? My thought process seems a bit ungrateful. Without the Wolf King's command, there shouldn't be any more wolves bothering you. After crossing that low slope over there, follow the hunter's trail, and you'll reach the border in 3 to 4 days. This was one of the escape routes planned by the original owner. He never expected to use it for someone else. The village chief glanced in the direction Soan pointed, nodding heavily. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. The villagers began to pack their belongings, counting heads and supporting each other as they prepared to leave. After this ordeal, their attitude towards Soan had noticeably softened, and someone even bowed to him as they departed. Soan paid little attention to it, preparing to check on Alina's condition and also confirm the effect of undead vitality, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a villager standing still. It was the woman who had lost her daughter. She had been carrying a wooden bucket on her back since they were trapped and had not put. As the villagers walked out, taking several steps, they noticed someone missing and turned back. Aren't you leaving? The village chief frowned and returned. The woman shook her head. Are you insane? The village chief hurried to her side, speaking in a low voice. That is an act of desecration. Her soul will never find peace. The woman remained silent, but the look in her eyes left the village chief's subsequent words caught in his throat. It was a kind of almost mad obsession. The village chief opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He sighed, patted the woman's shoulder, and turned to leave. The villagers followed suit, no one looking back. Soon only Swan, Alina, and the woman with the large wooden bucket remained in the valley. She slowly walked up to Swan, untied the bucket from her back, and lifted the lid. A chill emanated from it. The bucket contained icy spring water, and within the water floated a small figure. It was the little girl who had once given Alina flowers. Her body was preserved in the spring water, her skin a pale shade devoid of blood. Her head had been sewn back onto her neck, the stitches crooked, and the thread floating in the water like twisted worms. The wind blew over the canyon, carrying the scent of wolf blood and charred flesh, causing the ice water in the wooden barrel to gently sway. The girl was submerged in the water, her body gently rocking as the woman in her earlier excitement had mentioned the barrel. She was too small, so small that when Son looked at the corpse his first reaction was not about the soul energy or the value of the body, but rather remembering her tiptoeing to present a small flower to Elena. "Do you know what you're saying?" Hearing Son's words, the woman nodded vigorously, her frantic expression tinged with a hint of fear. "I know." "You don't know," Son said with a furrowed brow. "Those who become zombies do not come back to life. Your daughter is no longer in that corpse. It is merely a moving shell." The woman's lips trembled slightly. "I am a necromancer. I know this better than anyone." Her body went limp, and she clung desperately to the edge of the barrel, her nails nearly digging into the wood. After a moment, she resolutely raised her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. "It's okay, I don't mind." Elena stood to the side, her chest wound still slowly knitting itself back together. The Church of Holy Light taught her from a young age that necromancy is the greatest desecration to the deceased. Once turned into an undead by a necromancer, the soul would be enslaved. The Church of Holy Light taught her from a young age that necromancy is the greatest desecration to the deceased. Once turned into an undead by a necromancer, the soul would be enslaved, never finding peace until the necromancer dies. But Elena couldn't bring herself to speak words to dissuade the woman. A mother who personally sewed her daughter's head back onto her neck was already on the brink of collapse. Elena had also lost loved ones, as she understood the feeling of having one's chest hollowed out, which is why she couldn't speak. Instead, it was Son the necromancer who needed bodies and servants who actively tried to persuade the woman. "My lord, I am willing to do anything for you. Washing, cooking, gathering information. You can even turn me into it." The woman knocked her forehead heavily against the stone. "As long as I can keep her by my side, I am willing to do anything." Son looked at her. "Necromancers need bodies anyway, so why go to such lengths?" "You are different." The woman prostrated on the ground, mud staining her dress. "I can see you are a good person. There must be some unavoidable reason for you to tread this path. You cannot bear it, which is why you help us lay our loved ones to rest. So I plead as a mother, I implore you to bring my daughter back to my side." Seeing that Son still seemed to be pondering, she reached out to lift the girl's corpse, her voice breaking with tears. "She is still so small. She hasn't worn a new dress, hasn't eaten white bread, and has never spoken with a man. She still has so much left undone. Oh, how could she just die like this? I heard there is dark magic that can summon souls. Perhaps it can bring my daughter back to me." Son replied resolutely, "There is no such magic." The woman trembled violently, then began to sob. But, if we bury her now, we will truly lose everything." Son's throat moved. He couldn't keep hunting in the wild forever. He would eventually need to engage with human society. Word of Alina's death had likely spread, and Son did not wish for another tragedy to occur in Winterwood Village. It was better to have living people under him for practical matters. Though he could utilize Marcus and the others, he did not truly trust them. As for this woman, as long as her daughter's zombie was intact in Son's hands, she would likely be more loyal than any slave. Son sighed. "All right." He placed his hand on the little girl's forehead, and the corpse transformed into motes of light, flying into the barracks in an instant. LV1 Ordinary Zombie, consuming 20 soul energy. Son's mood had initially been heavy, but upon seeing this prompt he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This system is truly a greedy merchant. Even such a small-sized material isn't cheap. 5 minutes later, the zombie, made from the little girl, staggered out of the barracks. She looked just like before, only her skin was a bit grayer, her eyes hollow and soulless, and the stitching marks on her neck still rough, though the rope used was newer. The woman almost lunged forward. She hugged the little girl tightly, trembling all over. "It's okay now, it's okay." She pressed her face against the little girl's cold forehead, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mommy is here. Mommy will never leave you alone again." The little girl zombie simply stood there, not reaching out in response. Occasionally, a low gurgling sound escaped her throat, like a beast choking on phlegm, and yellowish saliva mixed with the stench of decay dripped from the corners of her mouth. Yet the woman seemed oblivious to this, carefully smoothing the wet hair of her daughter, straightening the crooked collar of her dress, her movements gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. Elena watched this scene, and the wound on her chest seemed to ache again. At that moment, she suddenly felt Son transferring command of the little girl zombie to her. Elena was taken aback and asked softly, "Why don't you control her yourself? With your ability, you could make her look just like she did when she was alive." Walking, raising her head, even smiling. "At least it would make her mother feel a little better." "That would only make her suffer more," Son replied. Elena did not expect Son to respond this way, momentarily taken aback. Son looked at the woman who was refusing to let go of her daughter, his voice softening. "At least now she knows she is pretending that her daughter is still alive. If I really made this corpse act like a living person, having her talk to a false daughter every day, one day she would completely accept this corpse as her daughter, and her spirit would be utterly shattered. Keeping this child as a zombie would actually be better for her mother's mental and physical health." Elena swallowed the putrid saliva. These words coming from a necromancer sounded rather strange. Yet she had to admit Son made sense. The woman interacted with the little girl zombie for a long time before finally remembering that Son was still there. She quickly pulled the little girl zombie down to kneel. "My lord, thank you." Son asked for their names and learned that the woman's name was Martha and the little girl's was Lily. He taught Martha some simple skills to help him change Elena's dressings and check her health. Though he himself did not care, Elena seemed to value the dynamics between men and women, so it was better for Martha to do these things. Elena slightly pouted, feeling inexplicably displeased. Having dealt with this matter, Son finally turned his attention back to the purpose of his trip. He opened the panel for the Dark Magic Library. Wind Blade level LV1 magic rank, beginner magic, cost 30 points, cooldown 15 seconds, learning cost 40 soul energy. Son immediately consumed soul energy and created a LV3 zombie, spending 40 soul energy to equip it with Wind Blade. The LV3 zombie was a notch above the LV2, with sturdier muscles and skin that shimmered a grayish hue, standing there like a small wall, but it required 2 points of mental energy. But Son thought it was well worth it. A LV3 zombie that could use Wind Blade was surely stronger than 2 LV2 zombies that could only swing a knife. However, after he equipped the Wind Blade, he soon discovered a problem. The LV3 zombie only had 40 points of magic, meaning it could only cast Wind Blade once. Moreover, zombies could not restore their magic on their own, i.e. after casting once they would turn into super soldiers. To replenish their magic, one could only inject them with magic potions. Son looked at the panel, his face darkening. Damn, what an idiot. Fine, one shot would have to do. Son commanded the LV3 zombie to walk to the side of the canyon and aim at a protruding rock in the distance. Fire. The zombie opened its mouth, grayish blue magic gathering in its throat, and the next moment a wind blade shot out. With a loud boom, the surface of the rock was instantly sliced open and rubble fell with a crash. The power was no different from that wielded by the Wolf King. Son nodded in satisfaction. In a real battle, many times the outcome could be determined by the first burst of power. If I send a row of zombies to fire 7 or 8 wind blades before closing in for melee combat, could any paladin withstand that? Although Thorn confirmed the power of the wind blade, he still felt something was off. When the Wolf King unleashed the wind blade, it first gathered power in its throat before shooting it out. It released many attacks continuously with some pauses in between, but those pauses seemed more like a reconsolidation of magical energy. However, Thorn's situation was different. After his undead released the wind blade, it felt as if it were stuck by some invisible rule. 15 seconds was exactly 15 seconds, not a moment earlier. This had nothing to do with whether the physical body could withstand it, or whether the magical energy was flowing smoothly. Thorn could clearly feel that his undead had to strictly adhere to the panel. Others cast spells by observing their physical condition, magical energy control, and proficiency. But for him, casting spells depended on cooldown times. Wasn't this a bit off? Thorn stroked his chin, unable to determine whether this was a good or bad thing. There were certainly advantages. The elements on the panel were akin to mechanisms. As long as the magical energy was sufficient, it could be unleashed without interference from physical injuries, causing magical turbulence. However, the disadvantages were also quite obvious. It was too rigid. Even when an enemy had a knife to his throat, Thorn could desperately try to make the zombies unleash their full potential, but if the skill cooldown was still 1 second away, it would be impossible. Forget it. In most novels, systems like this were not meant for the host to study. Since it had attached itself to Thorn, he might as well make use of it. Once he developed sufficiently to scare other forces into not daring to disturb him, Thorn would have the leisure to explore what this system was all about. Thorn assessed his forces. He could command 5 LV3 zombies, while Elena could bring 2, totaling 7 LV3 zombies capable of using the wind blade. Even if each could only shoot once, that would still be 7 wind blades. Elena's 2 shots might be slightly less accurate, but it wouldn't matter if used as area attacks against a crowd. But problems arose. 7 LV3 zombies didn't come for free. Thorn counted on his fingers, and his expression quickly darkened. One LV3 zombie required 80 soul energy, while learning the wind blade took another 40, totaling 120 points, and 7 zombies would require 840 points. Considering the worst-case scenario, the first round of wind blades might not be able to handle elite units. Thorn would also need to hide a batch within his territory, just like ancient musket squads firing in rotation. He was indeed much wealthier than when he first crossed over. The slime marsh provided a steady supply of around 1,000 soul energy daily, and the corpse farm, after upgrading, could produce about 1240 soul energy a day. However, the problem was that the slime marsh was not part of his system, and its production was not that stable. For instance, when winter arrived, the carrion slimes in this marsh would hibernate in the mud, making mining impossible. Although he could still sustain the consumption for now, Thorn could foresee that more and more trouble would come his way, and he would need more technology and troops. Furthermore, upgrading buildings and troop types was evidently getting more expensive. Upgrading the corpse farm from level 1 to level 2 cost an additional 800, which was truly outrageous. As for troop production, the original LV1 skeletons and LV1 zombies produced over 100 a day, but after jumping to LV3, they could only produce 1 squad a day. That said, Thorn's surplus production capacity could not be converted into troops, as the necromancer's forces were limited by mental power in this world. If needs arise in the future, he could sell corpses to peers. Currently, there was no option to build a second spirit tower. The only way for Thorn to quickly enhance his mental power was to study the Lich's holy text, but he would never do that. That book could drastically alter one's temperament and was truly filled with pitfalls. Thorn then turned his gaze to his construction panel. Evil Workshop costs 1200 soul energy, requires 1 death hall. Can send undead to produce items. Trial Rune costs 1000 soul energy, requires 1 death hall, can unlock the trial for the host. The death hall can be upgraded to LV2. Costs 10,000 soul energy, requires 1 lich crystal, which can be obtained in the trial. Can further expand territorial area and unlock more technologies. So it requires 10,000 ha. That's truly impressive. Does upgrading to level 3 require 100,000? Before upgrading a building, Thorn could only see a rough effect. He couldn't see what technologies and buildings would be unlocked after the death hall upgraded to LV2, which was slightly annoying. However, thinking of the plight of his peers who raised less than 10 zombies over decades, while Thorn could now assemble a force capable of wiping out a squad of paladins with wind blades, he felt considerably relieved. These were the troubles that came with being too powerful. From the panel, Thorn could confirm that neither the Evil Workshop nor the Trial Rune would unlock new buildings after construction. Most likely, several new build options would suddenly appear after upgrading the Death Hall to LV2. Unless these things were all that his system had to offer. That couldn't be, that would be too greedy. However, Thorn noticed something strange. The upgrade of the Death Hall surprisingly required something he had never seen before called Lich Crystal. The panel explicitly stated that this item had to be obtained through trials, so the unknown Trial Rune could not be bypassed. Nonetheless, Thorn decided to construct the Evil Workshop first. It looked like a factory, but whether it was a barracks library or the level 1 hall, there was nothing particularly outrageous about it. Thorn judged that the Evil Workshop wouldn't produce any divine weapons, so he chose to go after the Wolf King to replenish his combat power. This hunt for the Grey Wolf yielded 500 soul energy. Next, he would patiently wait for the slimes to respawn tomorrow before building the workshop. What if it could produce key items? After the first squad leader Elena and the third squad leader Beck perished, the second squad leader Marvin set out with a fully equipped team. What was going on? He just didn't want to fight those vile creatures to the death, seeking a secluded territory to live a leisurely life, which was why he had requested a transfer to Loren County. In just a few days, 2 squad leaders had died consecutively, which was simply too alarming. Marvin had already written to his uncle requesting another transfer to a different location. However, since he was still patrolling here, he still needed to gather what he could. He adjusted the coin pouch at his waist and smiled with satisfaction. This commoner was quite understanding. Not only was he proactive with money, but his daughter didn't frown even when he touched her a couple of times. He could just patrol in front of their house for these few days. Of course, the moment that legendary necromancer who had killed 2 squad leaders showed up, he promised to take off on horseback immediately. While reminiscing about the taste of the villager's daughter, Marvin's horse suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Nearly, stupid horse. Marvin regained his balance and looked ahead to see a girl standing in front of him draped in a cloak. Although her face was somewhat obscured by the cloak, it was still clear she had red lips and white teeth, and her jawline was quite beautiful. Marvin showed a wicked smile. Although the girl looked a bit young, she was not too young, it was just at a barely acceptable. His subordinates, seeing Marvin's expression, immediately understood his intentions and jumped off their horses to surround the girl. "Little sister, are you lost out here alone so late?" Marvin jokingly approached the girl, reaching out to embrace her waist. The paladins of Loren County are actually this kind of scum. With a sharp crack, Marvin's fingers bent at an impossible angle. He screamed in agony, and in a fit of rage he gathered magical energy in his hand and slapped it toward the girl's face. But he only felt as if he had slapped a city wall. The girl effortlessly blocked the attack of this LV-3 captain with one hand, and the gust from her palm lifted her cloak, revealing a badge pinned to her chest. Upon seeing that badge, Marvin's face changed dramatically. This girl, who looked to be only in her teens, was actually an Inquisition judge. Daring to assault a judge should be punished on the spot. "Ai Kwesi, you still look as young as before." Sister Margaret respectfully offered a cup of tea to the girl. The girl known as Ai Kwesi glanced at Margaret and casually swung her legs. "Old friend, why are you being so polite with me? I dare not, for you are the Inquisitor while I am merely an ordinary sister." Ai Kwesi shrugged. "Stop teasing me. To be honest, the Inquisitor is quite busy and really has no time to seek out friends." Margaret smiled slightly. "By the way, who is that?" Ai Kwesi followed Margaret's gaze and saw Ma One and his confidants kneeling at the bottom of the steps. Their once fairly regular faces were now bruised and swollen, looking like pigs' heads. She initially intended to eliminate these guys who tarnished the reputation of the Holy Light, but after hearing about the situation in Loren County, she decided to keep him alive for now. After losing 2 captains in quick succession, the paladins of Loren County were in disarray. As a level 5, Ai Kwesi had decent solo combat abilities, but was not very adept at command. One lesson Ai Kwesi learned over her years as an Inquisitor was not to underestimate the importance of her teammates, just because she was strong. This one, called Ma, when though morally corrupt, indeed possessed basic command abilities that could serve to block. When the target had nowhere to run, it would be Ai Kwesi's turn to perform. "Alright, you go back first and wait for my orders." Ma One attempted to get up, but fell back to the ground due to his numb legs from kneeling too long. Several paladins who had been flaunting their power in Loren County crawled out of the church door in a disheveled manner. Ai Kwesi looked around and sighed. "Alright, show me your daughter's life token." Margaret's gaze fell, and she carefully took out the fragments of the life token from her robe and placed them in Ai Kwesi's palm. Ai Kwesi examined the fragments repeatedly, her expression growing increasingly grave. "The life token is intact. Are you sure?" The Holy Light intervened to save her, but did not take the opposing side's item. Margaret's brows furrowed as she covered her mouth in grief. "I don't know." "What? Huh?" Ai Kwesi let out a breath. "Then it must have been another deity's intervention. But that means there is a candidate for the heretical divine selection appearing in Loren County." Candidate for the divine selection. This name was thunderous. In order to enhance their influence in the mortal realm, deities select certain individuals as candidates for divine selection, who then kill each other and rise through the slaughter. Those who ascend to become true divine selections receive the blessings of divine power, becoming terrifying existences that threaten the continent. 300 years ago, Modas was one such divine selection of death. If there is indeed a candidate for divine selection fleeing to a neighboring country, given their style, they will likely cultivate him as a weapon preparing to attack the kingdom of Odric. Ai Kwesi tightly gripped the fragments of the life token. "Immediately notify the Duke and have him seal the borders. This is not a trivial matter." Margaret looked at Ai Kwesi worriedly. "But you." "I will first investigate this person who took your daughter and see what kind of character they are." Ai Kwesi twisted her wrist and a fierce smile appeared on her youthful face. "Do not worry. We Inquisitors are just made for this." Building this structure for the first time grants 1 blood point. Current blood points 5. Thorn's consciousness delved into his otherworldly territory, looking at this rudimentary building that had just risen from the ground. The evil workshop looked like a black rock and rotten wood constructed blacksmith shop, with a chimney continuously spewing green smoke. He opened the production panel of the workshop and immediately rolled his eyes. Just as he expected, a mere level 1 building could not produce any divine weapons. Ordinary iron swords, rudimentary leather armor, wooden shields with limited defense. While not entirely useless, they seemed more suited for beginners. However, Thorn already had a complete set of paladin standard equipment, which was far more useful than these items. Not to mention, a level 3 zombie could achieve the defense level of leather armor just with its flesh, not to mention its hammer-like fists. Thorn sighed and continued to scroll down, finally finding the only useful item. Clarity Potion, a product of black magic alchemy. After consumption, it provides a continuous mana recovery effect, restoring 1 point of mana every 5 seconds for 150 seconds. Manufacturing cost 5 points of soul energy. Isn't this a mana recovery potion? While the wind blades of the level 3 zombies are fierce, they cannot recover mana and can only be used like a one-time rocket launcher. And once they are recycled, their skills become a dead weight. If Thorn uses the method of recycling while creating new ones as he did when he first crossed over, he would incur a loss of 40 points of soul energy each time. Though Thorn was wealthy, he was not that wealthy. This bottle of clarity potion could just provide enough mana for the zombies to fire another wind blade within 150 seconds. More importantly, this item is extremely cheap to produce, costing only 5 points of soul energy for a bottle. With the clarity potion, his undead gunner squad would no longer have to rely on one-time explosive attacks. As long as the battle line is stretched long enough, he could fully utilize the potion to engage in a tug-of-war with the enemy. That said, his army could not be entirely hidden within the territory. At first, the corpse farm was manageable, but as more buildings emerged, the territory began to feel cramped. Between the summoning tower, the corpse farm, and the recently constructed evil workshop, numerous zombies had already crowded together. As more technological buildings were unlocked in the future, he needed to leave enough space in advance, otherwise there would be no place for buildings to settle. The technology of embalming also hinted that Thorn would eventually need to maintain a large army in reality. However, for now, the 20-odd wind blade launchers hidden within his territory should suffice. After finishing the evil workshop, Thorn had very little soul energy left in his hands. To build the next core structure, the trial rune, he would have to wait until tomorrow to harvest more. Thorn's consciousness withdrew from the otherworldly territory and returned to his body. He rubbed his aching temples, his brows gradually furrowing into a knot. Loren County had been too quiet these past few days. With 2 paladin captains dead and an entire village's populace having fled, the church could not possibly be indifferent. Strangely, not only did the paladins stationed at the ruins of Winter Forest Village leave shortly thereafter, but even the wandering bounty hunters were nowhere to be seen. This abnormal silence made Thorn sense a hint of danger. He needed intelligence about the church. The veteran Koken surely knew the situation of the church, but Thorn dared not approach him. If the church applied too much pressure on him, he would certainly sell Thorn out. Nor could he rely on Marcia. While she was loyal, the personnel list of Winter Forest Village was likely being monitored by the church. Even if her connection with Thorn had not been exposed, she could still be placed under house arrest by the church. Moreover, considering the actions of that beast Beck, Thorn now held deep suspicions regarding the mindset and character of the Holy Light Church. Thus, the only remaining target was his dear mentor Marcus. The previous assembly hall had been raided by the paladins, and it was certainly no longer usable. Thorn arrived at the new rendezvous point, an abandoned mill, based on the information left by Marcus. However, there was no sign of Marcus here. A few necromancers were huddled in the corner of the mill, their faces pale and filled with anxiety. The sound of Thorn pushing the door nearly startled them into jumping. What's wrong? Why so tense? Thorn glanced at the awkward expressions of his companions, then at the moldy skeletons beside them, and couldn't help but feel that the profession of necromancer was doomed. He lowered his voice and asked, "Marcus hasn't come." One of the necromancers swallowed hard and trembled as he said, "That old bastard Marcus must have heard something in advance from somewhere. He said the inquisitors from the capital were dispatched here and ran off without informing us. By the time we got the news, the church had already sealed off the entrances and exits of Loren County, and the Duke had tightened the border checks. If it comes to that, we'll just have to force our way through the border and flee to the neighboring country." Thorn frowned at this. In the memories of his previous life, the neighboring country indeed had a much more lenient attitude towards necromancers compared to the Audric Kingdom, and some royalty would even openly protect them. But there's no free lunch in the world. Necromancers who defected to the neighboring country would completely lose their personal freedom, becoming the vicious dogs and cannon fodder raised by those nobles. They would be forcibly fitted with restraining collars and sent on missions that could lead to their deaths. If possible, Thorn preferred not to run to the neighboring country to become a dog. With the system he had, it was not impossible to try and confront the church. After bidding farewell to the few companions praying to the Grim Reaper, Thorn returned to his stronghold with a serious expression. Elena sat nearby, silently polishing the blade of her great sword. "How formidable is the Inquisitor?" Upon hearing these 5 words, Elena's hand froze in its motion. She looked up, her slightly pale but exquisite face filled with shock. "The church sent an Inquisitor. Thorn, the church really values you." "Why, oi?" Elena took a deep breath, planted the great sword on the ground, pressing her hands on the hilt, her expression extremely serious. "Generally speaking, while the undead minions of necromancers are evil, they are merely a few henchmen at best. The church usually only needs to send enough troops to eliminate all the necromancer's minions. As long as the minions are gone, the necromancer is nothing. But the Inquisitor is a killer specifically trained by the church." Through Elena's explanation, Thorn learned that the Paladin Order of the Holy Light Church mainly handled external conquests and regular territorial patrols. Even someone like her, a captain, must act according to the imperial codes and church regulations. The Inquisitors, however, report only to the papal chamber and the chief judge, ignoring all laws and employing extremely brutal methods. As Elena spoke, a flicker of worry flashed in her eyes. Although she despised the undead and the Grim Reaper, she had little experience with other religious sects. She had also heard of the Druid sects of the Forest God and the Sea God, which sounded rather benign, yet the Inquisitors would kill without mercy. In their eyes, anyone tainted by heretical influence must be purified as a blasphemer. To extract information about heretics, they would even slaughter entire villages. Clearly, these inquisitors were rationality-lacking madmen, human weapons that the church would only unleash in dire situations. Recalling the tragedy of Winterland village, even though she no longer needed to breathe, Elena instinctively gasped a few times. Thorn nodded as he listened to her explanation. No wonder the border of Loren County was suddenly sealed off. It was to prevent the inquisitors from accidentally harming their own. The church intended to corner him in the cage of Loren County like a hunted beast, and then release the most ferocious dogs to tear him to death. According to Elena, inquisitors are at least level 5. Currently, there isn't much difference between levels 1 and 2, but there is a huge gap between levels 2 and 3. So how much chance does Thorn's level 3 army have against a level 5? But if he can take down that inquisitor, he would have level 5 soldiers. To hide or to fight. Thorn quickly swallowed greed and worry swirling in his heart. Just as he was contemplating his next move, the door to the room was pushed open softly. Martha entered tightly, holding the zombie-turned-Lily, looking somewhat awkward. Lilith's little head rested against Martha's shoulder, her eyes still hollow, but she had been tidied up by Martha, even wearing a slightly old, yet clean red dress. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Thorn and Elena, Martha timidly stopped. Lord Thorn, Miss Elena, did I interrupt you? I saw that your face didn't look good. Is something serious happening? Thorn concealed the frown on his face and replaced it with a calm expression. He waved his hand gently and said, It's nothing, just some trivial matters, don't mind it. Upon hearing this, Martha let out a small sigh of relief, ready to leave with Lily. Wait a moment. Hearing Thorn's command, Martha quickly halted. Thorn stepped in front of her and slowly extended his hand. Elena tensed up nervously. What did he intend to do to this mother? Had he finally been unable to suppress his wicked nature? However, Thorn made no move to harm Martha and her daughter. He simply extended his slender finger and gently brushed the top of zombie Lilith's head. Her withered yellow hair was matted with dried weeds from unknown origins. Lilith's lifeless eyes flickered slightly, her lips parted, and a low beast-like unconscious gurgling sound emerged from her throat. All right. Martha quickly thanked Thorn and then exited the room with her daughter. Did you give her the command to go play and she ended up falling into a pile of grass, eh? No need, you can't control her body precisely, and she might get hurt. Thorn turned to look at Elena, only to find a faint purple hue rising on her typically pale face of the undead. What are you nervous about? Ahem. Elena cleared her throat. She misunderstood him again. At that moment her heart was in a cage. As a former paladin who vowed to eliminate all evil, she should have eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Inquisitor. In her understanding, all necromancers deserved to be burnt at the stake. To tamper with the dead, preventing their souls from finding peace, was an unforgivable crime no matter how one looked at it. With Thorn dead, she and those enslaved corpses would be liberated. But the thought of Thorn possibly dying at the hands of the Inquisitor sparked a strong resistance within her. This necromancer was completely different from the murderous lunatics she had seen in textbooks. He would risk attracting the Chuch's army to ambush Beck and his cronies for the villagers of Winterland. He would be furious at Elena for her recklessness, yet while scolding her he would also tend to her wounds. He would take in Martha, and even gently remove the weeds from the head of a little girl who had already turned into a zombie. His moral standards were even higher than those of the paladins in Loren County who sought fame. Such a person, should he really die? In the following days, Loren County remained eerily quiet. There were no patrolling paladins on the roads, no grand notices searching for necromancers in the villages, and even the bounty hunters who usually thrived in the woods had vanished. This silence might suggest to others that the storm had passed. Yet the quieter it became, the more uneasy Thorn felt. He hadn't dared to leave his stronghold much lately. Aside from harvesting a wave of soul energy from the slime marsh every day, he mostly stayed within the territory of the alternate space, studying building panels and learning how to make jerky from Marcia. This homemade jerky was on a completely different level compared to the spicy jerky sold in supermarkets before his arrival. It could easily be described as foul-smelling and tough. However, when there was nothing else to do, munching on it wasn't so bad. 3 skeleton soldiers were tasked with producing clarity potions in the evil workshop, which were stored in the dungeon, just enough for a few battles. After all, this thing required no control. As long as the undead were put inside, it would automatically produce, but for some reason it required mental energy. Thorn turned around and assigned the 3 skeleton soldiers to Elena. He didn't want to produce too many, as these weren't like corpses that could be recycled. Making too many would be a sheer waste. Additionally, Thorn allocated some mental energy to several skeletal wolves, instructing them to patrol the area around the stronghold and the slime marsh. These creatures were smaller than when they were alive, having lost all flesh and blood, but this made them very nimble, with their claws making almost no sound as they traversed the muddy ground. They were quite good scouts. On that morning, just as dawn broke and the forest was still shrouded in moisture, Thorn woke up as usual. Perhaps due to the influence of his previous self and some nervous exhaustion, he could only sleep 4 to 6 hours a day. The dark circles under the eyes of necromancers were probably not just from exposure to the deathly aura, but rather from sheer terror of being hunted. Marcia was already boiling water outside, and Lily was stiffly squatting beside her holding a piece of firewood, looking as if she was helping her mother. But Thorn knew that she was merely following simple orders given by Elena. Leaning against the wall, Elena cradled a large sword, her eyes half open and half closed. Undead do not require sleep, yet she seemed to retain some habits from her living days, always needing to find a place to sit and daze for a while. Thorn decided to continue harvesting slimes. Even if the paladins scraped the earth clean, they wouldn't come searching in a marsh like this. The very air here was corrosive, which necromancer would be foolish enough to bring their precious zombies to vacation in such a place. Yet Thorn couldn't shake off his unease. Before harvesting slimes, he needed the sentinels to sweep the area around the marsh. The Inquisition sounded like a position only a religious fanatic would hold. Who knows if these religious fanatics would dig 3 feet into the ground and search even the marsh. He stood behind a protruding rock in the forest, closed his eyes, and connected his consciousness to a skeletal wolf. The view instantly became lower. Dried grass swept past his eyes, mud splattered on the bone claws, and in the distance the slime marsh emanated a familiar sour odor. Everything looked normal. The grayish-green mud bubbled slowly, and several decay slimes wriggled in the puddles, resembling clusters of moving rotten jelly. Thorn was not in a hurry. Instead, he had the skeletal wolf make a wide detour, crawling slowly along the mud trench downwind. Behind the reeds there was a mud mound that appeared quite natural. Covered with wet grass and decaying leaves, anyone standing there would likely think it was just a piece of rotten wood. But Thorn could clearly see that a small section of metallic corner was exposed beneath the mud mound. After having killed a few paladins and hoarding a complete set of standard equipment, he immediately recognized what that metal was. It was a paladin's leg armor. Thorn's heart sank. He shifted his view to other skeletal wolves. Soon he discovered the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th hiding spots. These paladins were well concealed. Some had smeared mud all over their armor, others were covered with dried moss, while some had even dug shallow pits to half-bury themselves, leaving only their eyes peering towards the marsh. If it weren't for Thorn's usual caution, stepping in today might have truly led to a disastrous end. Good heavens, how devious. Thorn opened his eyes, his expression somewhat grim. From the performance of the paladins he had previously encountered, they were merely at the level of better-equipped militia, lacking any fearless resolve, and some even exhibited quite depraved behavior. How had they become so resilient in the blink of an eye? Was it due to that Inquisitor? However, the Church of the Holy Light would not spare even this place, indicating how much they valued Thorn as a big fish. This was to be expected, compared to most of his peers who could only control a few skeletons. A necromancer capable of continuously taking down 5 paladins and causing an entire village to go missing was indeed too conspicuous. Yet as of now, the Church should still not have truly grasped the depths of Thorn's abilities. Elena and Beck, who had seen him, were both dead. The Church probably only knew of a troublesome necromancer in Lauren County, but they had no idea what he looked like, how many troops he had, or where he was hiding. I can't go to the slime marsh for now. Thorn exhaled in frustration and turned back to the stronghold. He couldn't confront these ambushing paladins. He knew if someone died here, it would only attract even greater beasts, and before he knew it, this mine would be filled in. Such a fine mine, and they won't let it be excavated. Holy Light Church, I will not rest until we settle this. Seeing Thorn return so quickly, Marcia quickly stood up. My lord, aren't we going to the marsh today? Not going. Thorn replied, looking at Elena. Pack up and bring back all the beast traps we set up on the outskirts. I've only left a few skeletal wolves outside to monitor. We won't be going out this week. Thorn had 3 or 4 teams of windblade zombies that could be rotated. Combined with the clarity potions, they would be sufficient to deal with regular paladins. But the problem was the Inquisitor had yet to show up. Thorn had no concept of what a LV5 unit truly entailed. His consciousness returned to the territory, looking at the newly constructed rune stone platform. A large diamond-shaped stone floated above it, its surface etched with intricate patterns within which a dim greenish glow flowed slowly. Trial rune function can open the door to trials for the host. Note 1 trial opportunity per day. A few days ago, Saw-In created the trial rune, yet he was reluctant to activate it. After all, its panel was particularly clean, with only 2 options. Start trial. Cancel. Who knows what will happen when the trial is initiated? What if it unleashes a horde of monsters right in front of Sing? It didn't mention if there would be penalties for failing the trial, but after some calm contemplation, Sa-In felt that the system wouldn't be so cruel to him. So far, everything produced by the system has appeared within the territory, requiring Sa-In to actively retrieve it. If monsters were to spawn, they should also be near the territory. Recalling the strategy games he played before, perhaps it would be a siege battle. Currently, the Death Palace seemed to be equivalent to Saw-In's main base. With only a level 1 main base, he shouldn't be facing any strong monsters, right? After all, there was a whole squad of wind blade launchers in his territory. Although Suo could only control a limited number of zombies simultaneously firing one, and then switching control to another for another shot could still result in a terrifying barrage enough to instantly annihilate a team of fully armored paladins. Yet so, and still felt uneasy. This was what one might call the fear of insufficient firepower. Let me see what kind of trial this is. Just in case, he distanced himself from Marcia and Elena, moving deeper into the cave before starting the trial. After selecting the option, the runes on the stone platform suddenly lit up. The runes continued to glow, and after a while nothing happened in the territory. Just when Suo was at a loss, he heard Elena's hushed exclamation from the real world. "Oh no, is it really going to spawn monsters right on my face?" He hurriedly returned his consciousness to his body just in time to see a portal-like object appearing in front of him. It turned out that Elena had come over to check on Suo since he hadn't moved and was startled by the portal. Marcia rushed over holding Lily, asking what happened, Lady Elena. Suo waved his hand at them, signaling that everything was fine. As he looked at the portal, a panel appeared before him. Starting initial trial. Maximum troops player can carry 10 mental power. Trial drops, soul, energy, simple weapons, low-quality potions. Remaining hidden drops 2. Friendly reminder, players entering the portal will be considered as starting the trial. Players can select soldiers to enter at this time. If players leave the portal during this period, it will be regarded as ending the trial. Once troop capacity is reached, or after 1 minute, the portal will close and players must find another portal to exit. During this time, the trial space will be completely isolated from the player's original world. Seeking assistance is impossible. Please use your resources wisely. The trial is not an illusion, but a real existing space. Please ensure your safety while completing the trial. Upon seeing the information on the portal's panel, Suo scratched his head in confusion. He summoned a skeleton soldier to test it, discovering it could pass directly through the portal as if it were just a texture. He had originally planned to send in a scout, thinking it wouldn't hurt even if it died inside. Now it seemed the system wouldn't even give him a chance to exploit any loopholes. What concerned Suo, and even more, was that the panel referred to him differently. Player. Before, whether it was the Death Palace, the Dark Magic Library, or the Evil Workshop, the prompts usually referred to him as host. Why did it change to player here at the trial rune? Could it be that this trial rune is not part of the same system? Suo stared at those 2 words for a long time, finally suppressing his doubts silently. If he couldn't figure it out, it was best not to think about it. To be honest, he felt a bit stifled since he had built the Windblade launchers, but had no place to use them. He was determined to take on this trial. After all, since his transmigration, the system had not really put him in a bind except for some questionable pricing. "I'm going in," Suo said as he turned to Elena. "Come with me." Elena thought to herself, "Of course, you're just controlling me to go in. Why bother asking for my opinion?" Yet a warmth surged in her heart. Perhaps it was just an instinctive invitation, but it made Elena feel that Suo did not see her as a mere servant, but rather as a companion. No, this might be his strategy to win her over. Ignoring Elena, who was slapping her own cheeks, Suo turned back to select 5 level 3 zombies from his territory, temporarily transferring control of 2 of them to Elena. Then he summoned 2 skeleton soldiers to fill the remaining mental power gap. The panel limited the troops Suo could take to 10 mental power, but he was unsure if Elena's troops occupying 5 mental power would count as 5 or as 3 from Elena. The crooked zombies were dressed in the glorious armor of paladins, and the sight was quite jarring. Some had their necks tilted, and the helmets were askew. Some had rotten patches on their chests, oozing corpse fluid that stained the silver armor, causing Elena to twitch at the corner of her eye. If this had been before, she would have been infuriated enough to draw her sword. But what she had seen and heard in Donglin village was far worse than this. This set of armor must have been confiscated from Beckwright. Yes, don't be fooled by how rotten he is. The equipment is well maintained. Suo didn't care about Elena's complicated emotions and casually patted one of the zombies' chest armor. Tisk, this texture is really reassuring. Elena truly didn't know whether Suo was carefree or heartless. She took a deep breath. Forget it. Suo also equipped each zombie with a bottle of clear potion, while the 2 skeleton soldiers were tasked with carrying more potions and rations in their bags. He wasn't sure if he could take items from his territory into the trial, so he brought what he could with him. Each use of the wind blade required 30 points of magic power, and the level 3 zombies had a magic power limit of only 40 points, meaning they'd be out of power after just 1 shot. Although the clear potion restored slowly as long as it could, by some time it would allow for an extra round of attacks. Often an additional round of barrage could significantly reduce losses. After doing all this, Suo donned a set of armor himself. As he moved his limbs, he found that while his original form looked thin, his physical condition was considerably better than before his transmigration. At least this armor wouldn't make him pant after just a few steps. That made sense. A necromancer whose job involved constantly being chased needed good stamina. Once he was ready, saw and looked at Marcia. Marcia had been standing beside him, holding Lily, not daring to interrupt. Clearly the portal was only open to players like Suwa and his subordinate Elena. Marcia, who had no connection to the foreign territory, couldn't see the portal. However, she was wise enough to know that even if she didn't understand, she wouldn't ask too many questions. Put Lily down. Suwa said she should stay in my territory until I return. Upon hearing this, Marcia tightened her arms, causing Lily to tilt her head slightly. A low gurgling sound came from her throat. After Thorn and Elena entered, only Marcia and Lily remained in the base. According to the panel's information, Thorn would be unable to communicate during the trial, and the church might infiltrate the base in the meantime. Marcia was loyal to Thorn because of Lily. If the church threatened Marcia with Lily, she would likely be unable to withstand the pressure and reveal Thorn's whereabouts. If things developed to that extent after Thorn dealt with the church's pursuers, Marcia would no longer be necessary. However, as long as Lily was in Thorn's hands, Marcia could attempt to pose as an innocent villager. Considering the previous virtues of those paladins, they probably wouldn't be very dedicated, and it's possible they would just let it slide. Marcia understood this and did not argue further. She slowly lowered her head and kissed Lily's cold forehead, saying, "Lily, be good, go with Lord Thorn for now." Her voice trembled slightly, but she still crouched down and placed Lily on the ground. Lily stood unsteadily, her body swaying, her vacant eyes staring ahead. Thorn raised his hand to collect her, and Lily's body transformed into specks of light, vanishing from the spot. "My lord, please return safely," she whispered. "We'll be waiting for you." Thorn nodded. "Cover the entrance well, and be careful of the potions deteriorating and catching fire." He confirmed his belongings once more: a short knife for exploration, healing potions for himself, and several pieces of jerky. After some thought, he exchanged the short knife for the holy sword Elena had used in her lifetime. Since he needed to be fully armed, he decided to use the best equipment. The sword glimmered with a sacred light, illuminating Thorn's pale face and cleansing the already faint necromantic aura surrounding him. Elena's lips twitched. It was indeed a top-tier insult for the holy sword gifted by her foster mother to be wielded by a necromancer, but she was not in a position to instruct Thorn on what to do. Thorn pondered for a moment, and then shone the holy sword's light around Marcia. For these past few days, Marcia had been holding the zombie Lily every day, so it was easy to imagine how thick her aura had become. After finishing these tasks, it was finally time to set off. Thorn took a deep breath and stepped through the door first. The next moment, he felt his body being tugged by a cold hand, and he suddenly sank forward. When his vision returned, Thorn was already standing in an unfamiliar forest. The surrounding trees were tall and thin, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves. The air was filled with a damp, earthy smell mixed with fresh decay. A message appeared before Thorn's eyes. "Trial begins. Please deploy soldiers before the portal closes." He focused his mind, and Elena, along with the zombies, entered in succession. Elena herself occupied 3 units of mental power, but the zombies she controlled did not count as population, which thrilled Thorn. It seemed that the more elites brought into this trial, the better the rewards. Due to the portal's size only allowing 1 person at a time, by the time all the undead soldiers were transmitted, only half a minute remained. When the towering zombies stood in formation, the portal gradually faded and disappeared. "This minute is a bit tight," Thorn said, suddenly feeling a shiver. The moment the portal vanished, his connection to the otherworldly territory was severed. Although it could be inferred from the earlier information that this would happen, it was the first time that the system he relied on lost contact, and Thorn felt a bit anxious, like a child separated from his parents for the first time. Yet he could still sense some things. When he focused his mind, the otherworldly territory system panel that should have opened did not appear. Instead, a game backpack-like interface emerged, completely empty. The backpack had 56, or a total of 30 slots. According to the panel's description, the resources Thorn collected during the trial would be stored within. Thorn felt that this thing seemed somewhat familiar. What kind of trial was this? Could it be a search and retrieve? Thorn directed the skeleton to walk into the forest while the other subordinates remained on alert. A creaking sound came through loudly, and Thorn saw through the skeleton's vision that several wild skeletons were wandering about. They noticed Thorn's skeleton and staggered over. Their movements were so slow that Thorn initially didn't realize they intended to attack. The bony claws struck against the armor, producing an irritating scratching sound. Thorn's skeleton was fully armored and wielded a sword, swiftly decapitating one of its wild kin. Seeing the collapsed skeleton on the ground, Thorn instinctively had the skeleton crouch down to inspect it, and the 2 skeletal remains transformed into light points, drifting away and flowing into Thorn's body. Thorn opened the backpack. 2 slots had already been occupied. Skeleton frame conversion cost 10 soul energy. Skeleton frame conversion cost 10 soul energy. This is confusing. The price is not much different from outside. Even if he filled all 30 slots, it would only amount to 300 points. This trial could only be entered once a day, yet it yielded less than half the output of the slime swamp, which was a bit disappointing. Thorn continued to guide the skeleton into the thick fog, and after about 10 seconds he emerged from the mist. Then Thorn saw that he was standing not far away staring at the skeleton. Had he gone in circles? Thorn tried a few more times, and found that the skeleton always returned to its original position, realizing that the foggy area was equivalent to the map's boundary. In the surrounding woods, only a few staggering skeletons were wandering about. After Thorn killed them all, only 7 slots were filled. 70 points. Is this a beggar's method of fighting? After walking a bit further, Thorn saw a wall and a cluster of low stone monuments. It appeared to be a cemetery. The stone monuments were askew, some even broken in two, covered in black-green moss. Upon seeing the cemetery, Thorn felt inexplicably excited. As a necromancer, due to the scrutiny of the Holy Light Church, he had never had the opportunity to dig up someone else's grave since he arrived in this world. Wasn't the opportunity here. Brothers, let's dig. It was unclear what Thorn meant by this, but the zombies and Alina moved uncontrollably. This desecrator. Alina cursed inwardly, but could only helplessly start digging with her hands. After all, she was LV3, and her hand's efficiency was not much lower than a shovel's. While digging, a green hand suddenly shot out from the soil and easily grabbed Alina's wrist. Roar! The zombie that poked its head out of the ground hadn't even completed its roar before Alina smashed its head with a punch. The howls erupted one after another, breaking off before they could complete them. These LV1 zombies were far too fragile for LV3. 12 tombstones, 12 zombies transformed into 240 points of soul energy, waiting to be converted in Thorn's backpack. However, what Thorn found concerning was that even though Alina had smashed the zombie's head, it still showed 20 points after being stored in the backpack. Normally, such damaged corpses would lose at least 8 points upon collection. Thorn took that corpse out of the backpack and tossed it back on the ground, only to find it still headless. This felt very much like a game mechanism. After all, in most games the value of drops is rarely affected by how players kill the monsters. Combined with the earlier reference to players, Thorn increasingly felt that this so-called trial was not simple. If it was indeed search and retreat, wouldn't it generally be a PvP scenario? There should be other players, right? Thorn's skeleton, hidden in the trees for reconnaissance, spotted a sneaky figure. The person wore a hood, dressed in standard necromancer attire, and was crouching behind a tree, quietly observing Thorn. He maintained his back turned, pretending not to notice, and then controlled 3 nearby LV3 zombies. The voyeur only saw those 3 zombies digging away. Suddenly they lifted their heads, emitting a terrifying sound. 3 gusts of wind blades shot over. In the slime marsh, the surface of the swamp was littered with rotting leaves and the slime's residue. Occasionally a small insect would fall and instantly dissolve to a mere black residue by some unseen force. Behind the reeds, a paladin lying in a mud pit could no longer contain himself. His face was caked with wet mud, leaving only his eyes visible, and his voice was low. I really can't understand why that short judge has us squatting in this cursed place. Another paladin, also lying under the dried grass, didn't even turn his head, quietly muttering through clenched teeth, "Shut up." If the necromancer had any sense, he wouldn't hide in a swamp like this. The paladin grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising. The armor plates on his shoulders felt heavy with mud, making him feel as if he had been shoved into a pit of filth. His companion's voice dropped even lower. "I told you to shut up. Be careful not to let that old hag hear you." The paladin scoffed disdainfully. How could she possibly hear? She clearly just dislikes the dirt here, making us squat in her stead. How could she, a dignified judge, lower herself to this place? Before he could finish, the armor around his neck suddenly tightened, and he was yanked up as if someone had pulled him out of the mud like a turnip. The paladin's face changed dramatically, instinctively twisting his body and reaching for his sword. However, just as his hand was halfway up, a seemingly delicate white hand gripped his fingers. Crack! The sound of dislocated joints echoed clearly in the silent, corrosive swamp. The paladin cried out in pain, nearly biting his tongue. His companion, thinking they had been ambushed by the necromancer, jumped up in fright. Upon seeing who it was, his face went pale. Standing by the edge of the mud was a girl who appeared to be only 13 or 14. She wore a black judge's robe, but underneath revealed a set of light armor suited for close combat. With one hand, she gripped the paladin's fingers as if she had him by the throat, causing his facial muscles to contort. Lady Ai Koasi. The 2 paladins almost simultaneously lowered their heads, though one of them gritted his teeth. Ai Koasi ignored their panic, coldly glancing at the 2. The necromancer has already been here. The 2 paladins froze simultaneously when, that can't be true. Ai Koasi drew a golden disc from her waist. The edges of the disc were etched with intricate holy light patterns, and at its center was a murky crystal that emitted dazzling holy light. The holy light swept over a patch of bushes where a faint wisp of black smoke quickly emerged, barely visible unless one leaned in closely. That was the unique, deathly aura of the necromancer. Ai Koasi snorted coldly. The aura of their main body is very weak, It only left this trace after lying here for at least a minute, likely made by a skeleton soldier of a small wild beast. The two paladins were filled with dread. Not only had they been exposed, but they had also been watched by the necromancer whose appearance was still unknown right under their noses for a whole minute. If the necromancer wished, their lives would have been forfeit long ago. The paladin whose fingers were gripped winced in pain, yet he didn't dare to plead for mercy. Ai Koei twisted her finger, and with another crack the dislocated joint was reset. The paladin shuddered in pain, but stubbornly refrained from crying out again. Ai Koei released her grip, allowing him to fall back into the mud. You all go back and receive your punishment. The paladins quickly bowed their heads in response, dragging their muddy bodies away. After they left, only Ai Koei remained by the marsh. In any case, she had guessed correctly. Since it was usually impossible to find traces in places where necromancers love to hide, this person could only be lurking in an unlikely location. As long as she knew the general activity range, it would suffice. As the heretical judge, she was particularly the disc spun in her palm, its light continuously scanning the surroundings. The necromancer's aura was weak. If only passing through hastily, it would hardly leave a complete trace. But as long as one was alive, the necromancer's aura would inevitably cling to them, not to mention that a necromancer would certainly be accompanied by densely packed undead. In the presence of this artifact, those auras were like sparks in the night. As long as one got close enough, they could never be completely hidden. Ai Koei looked up towards the distant mountains and forests. The necromancer, who could kill 5 paladins and make the entire village of Donglin disappear, must have plenty of undead at their command. An army couldn't vanish without a trace. There would certainly be evidence left behind. No longer needing those useless paladins, she would proceed alone from here on out. Meanwhile, in the trial space a few minutes earlier, Alino was hiding behind a gnarled tree, stretching his neck to look into the cemetery. He was clad in an old chainmail, holding a round shield and a short sword with his hood pulled low, displaying the classic pale complexion and dark circles under his eyes. Recently, the Holy Light Church had been searching too tightly in Loren County, and he hadn't dared to venture out to gather resources for days. The thought of being born in the Aedric Kingdom, where the Holy Light Church was so powerful, made him want to slap himself. How could he have been born so unfortunate? Fortunately, as a candidate for the God of Death, he had the opportunity to enter the trial once a day and safely gather resources. This time Alino brought in 5 LV-1 zombies dressed in leather armor and wielding simple short knives. Normally, the initial trial allowed a carrying limit of 10 points of mental energy, equivalent to 10 LV-1 zombies. But he only had so many resources. How could he dare bring them all in? Although dying here wasn't truly fatal, losing what he brought would mean real loss. He originally thought of digging 2 or 3 corpses in the cemetery as usual, then casually cutting down a few skeleton soldiers to collect some bones just to gather enough profit and retreat. However, as soon as he approached the cemetery, he heard the sound of digging bang bang bang. Alino froze on the spot. Who was being so reckless? A newcomer. Among the 12 zombies that refreshed in the cemetery each day, although most were LV-1, there would always be 2 or 3 LV-2 mixed in. Such a loud commotion would surely wake all the zombies. This wasn't digging a grave, it was digging a pit for oneself. Alino planned to wait for that novice to fail before swooping in to take advantage. But just as he peeked in, he nearly bulged his eyes out. In the cemetery stood 5 tall zombies clad in paladin heavy armor. As the underground zombie reached out, a stunningly beautiful female zombie smashed its head with a punch. An LV-2 zombie crawled out of the ground, yet had barely let out a roar before being pummeled by her, its skull dented in. Alino felt his scalp tingle. LV-2 zombies shouldn't be able to harm LV-3. The problem was not only was the opponent LV-3, but she was also wearing the Holy Light Church's standard heavy armor, making it impossible for an LV-2 to break through with brute force. The key point was that this also meant the person before him was someone bold enough to steal from the Holy Light Church and come away unscathed. Big brother, can you take me as your little brother? LV-3 zombie. Its maintenance difficulty is several times that of LV-1. The major difference between LV-3 and the previous 2 levels lies in the complexity of the magical circuit. In addition to preservation, the necromancer must continuously maintain the normal operation of the magical circuit. Otherwise, how is an LV-3 zombie different from a low-level zombie that cannot use magic? Moreover, creating an LV-3 zombie requires inscribing spells within the zombie's body, essentially treating its body as a scroll, allowing the deceased to wield magic. The technical difficulty involved is evident. It is one thing for this guy to maintain so many LV-3 zombies, but he even has the leisure to bring a beautiful zombie out to stroll through the cemetery. Is that beautiful zombie also LV-3? Generally, a necromancer is fortunate to find suitable materials, yet this fellow not only found a beautiful corpse, but also has the energy to maintain its appearance. It surely indicates there are no economic issues. What confounds Alino even more is that 5LV3 zombies have already filled the initial trial's limit of 10 points of mental energy. How did that female zombie get in? The necromancer's circle is small, and peers need to exchange information, and typically those with some strength in a county would know each other. Yet after spending so much time in Loren County, how come Alino has never heard of such a figure? Just as his mind was in a whirl, 3 heavily armored zombies in the cemetery suddenly lifted their heads. They opened their mouths, emitting terrifying low roars. In the next moment, 3 blades of wind tore through the air, heading straight for Alino's hiding spot. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding trees were instantly shredded into flying wood chips. The 3 zombies hiding nearby had no time to react and were immediately sliced apart by the wind blades, their mangled limbs rolling on the ground. Alino was so frightened that his soul almost flew away and he turned to run. But another wind blade slammed down right in front of his feet. The soil exploded and debris struck his face, causing him to shudder in pain. Alino instantly froze in place, raising both hands in surrender. I yield. Thorn approached with Elena and the zombies. He glanced at the 3 shattered zombies on the ground, feeling a bit of pain in his heart. However, he did not regret breaking the zombies. In his impression, one of the greatest threats in the scavenging game is other players. They would snatch map resources, lurk at escape points, and even stab you while you are looting. This trial is clearly one where you select your own troops and equipment to enter. Who knows if they will bump into fully equipped peers? Thus Thorn unleashed 4 wind blades in one breath. After all, he had not encountered any decent monsters since entering, so it stands to reason that he should not be matched with overly strong opponents. Even so, killing only 3 LV1 zombies feels too much of a loss, akin to using a level 5 bullet to shoot a rat. Although Thorn still has 4,000 soul energy, being able to afford it is one thing, feeling pained about it is another. Does losing $1 mean it's not money anymore? Thorn was asking the zombies that had shot the wind blades to drink the recovery potion while inquiring, "Who are you?" Alino swallowed hard and hurriedly said, "My name is Alino, and I am also a candidate chosen by the god of death." Thorn raised an eyebrow slightly. Chosen by the god. Alino was taken aback for a moment, cautiously looking at Thorn. Did the big shot not read the necromancer's canon carefully? The trial will have others selected by the god of death participating. Thorn remained unfazed, nodding slightly. Indeed, I didn't look closely. Alino immediately showed an enlightened expression. The big shot's strength is formidable. Not studying it in detail doesn't affect anything. Seeing that the deathly aura on this big shot is not very strong, it might just be that the big shot's attitude isn't nice. But since he can still manage 5 LV3 zombies, it hardly matters. He then honestly explained, the god of death chooses some favorites and grants them additional deathly aura. The deathly aura has many benefits. The higher its concentration, the easier it is to study the necromancer's canon, and the decay of the undead under your command slows down, even increasing the success rate of body modifications. We, the chosen ones, have an opportunity to enter the trial of the god of death once a day. This place is a trial space specifically opened by the god of death, accessible only to the chosen. Different levels of necromancers will enter trials of different levels. We who are beginners are entering the beginner. Inside, resources refresh every 6 hours, and wild zombies and skeletons can serve as relatively safe sources of corpses. The canon records that there are hidden treasures in the trials, but I have never seen them. As Thorn listened to Alino's explanation, he basically understood. There are 4 trials in a day, each lasting 6 hours, with resources refreshing each time. The chosen within a single county will enter the same trial, competing for limited map resources. It truly is pure scavenging. According to the original Bodis investigation, there are generally around 10 chosen ones in each county, making the chance of encountering peers not very high. He encountered a peer on his first entry, which can only be described as a bit of a peculiar luck. By the way, Thorn continued to ask, "You keep saying selected ones, do we count as chosen by the god?" Alino hurriedly waved his hand. No, we can only be considered candidates, chosen by the god. To become a high-level mage, one must qualify to become a true chosen one, at which point the power granted by the god of death will be much stronger than now. Thorn responded with an O. The original body did not finish reading the necromancer's canon, which is why he is currently unclear on how to advance. But he was not in a hurry. The necromancer's canon affects the mind. The original body became cold and ruthless after just a little reading, so Thorn had no intention of testing it on himself for now. Regardless of whether he advances or not, just relying on the buildings in his territory, Thorn is already living more comfortably than most peers. Seeing that Thorn did not continue to attack, Alino's courage grew a bit. Big shot, which area are you active in within Loren County? I've been here for so long, yet I've never heard of you. Thorn provided a rough direction, and upon hearing it, Alino's face immediately changed. Isn't that the northern wilderness? The wilderness is great for hiding. Alino opened his mouth, but that place is not suitable for establishing a nest. It is too far from the town, making it hard to obtain equipment and materials, and contacting peers is troublesome. Thorn then realized, almost forgetting that these traditional necromancers are different from him. They need specialized rooms to store various equipment, and constantly procure potions and materials to maintain zombies, so they cannot be too far from human settlements. Whereas Thorn does not need that. His territory is in a different space where he can recover corpses and convert energy, and even produce buildings that can automatically work with the undead. Thus he can hide in the wilderness and still develop. At this moment Alino's gaze towards Thorn had clearly changed. Being able to establish a nest in such a place and raise so many LV-3 heavily armored zombies, this big shot probably has a background from a neighboring country. Since necromancers have little sense of belonging to a country, Alino was not worried that Thorn was a spy, but he also did not dare to ask too much. Knowing too much can lead to an early encounter with the god of death. Thorn did not pursue the topic further, but instead inquired about the exit. The most crucial aspect during the search was not how many treasures were obtained, but whether one could escape alive. If they failed to evacuate in time, no amount of gains would mean anything. Alina hurriedly led the way, and the two of them passed through the rear of the graveyard, walking along the edge of the thick fog until they arrived in front of a gray-white teleportation portal. The teleportation portal hung quietly by the mist, similar to what Sorn had seen before. Alina pointed at it and said the location of the portal is fixed. Once a necromancer passes through, the timer starts, and it will automatically close after 1 minute. If all the teleportation portals in the trial close, the remaining participants will be forcibly ejected from the trial, returning to their original location. However, the forces and items brought in will be lost here. Sorn asked what happens if someone is killed during the trial. The same applies, the person will return, but all their belongings will be lost. As Alina spoke, he swallowed hard. Generally, if people encounter each other here, they won't attack. I have never died before. Sorn squinted his eyes. If I won't die anyway, then why not go in without any troops, just with a weapon, kill a few skeletons and zombies, and then flee? Wouldn't that be a surefire profit? Alina looked at him with a bewildered expression. Then who will carry the bodies? Do it yourself. Sorn's heart suddenly stirred. Did he still need the zombies to help carry the bodies? This means that the 30-grid backpack, which replaced the territory system, seemed to be exclusive to Sorn. Sorn showed no visible reaction and merely said, "Let's exchange contact information." Alina quickly provided a way to communicate, cautiously glancing at the 3 zombies that had been shattered by the wind blades on the ground. "Boss, can I take those 3 broken zombies with me?" He said, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Since they are shattered, you probably won't be interested." Sorn looked at his poor appearance, feeling a bit conflicted. He still had more than 4,000 soul energy, could create corpses at will, and was too lazy to covet Alina's little scraps. Sorn waved his hand and directly took out 3 zombie bodies dug from the graveyard, tossing them onto the ground. These 3 were relatively intact and not too heavily damaged by Alina. When Alina saw the suddenly appearing bodies, his eyes widened in shock. Spatial artifact. He was so frightened, he almost cried. This was an artifact only top mages could create. Who exactly was this powerful figure? "Thank you, boss. Thank you." Alina bowed repeatedly, his voice trembling with excitement. He had the 2 surviving LV-1 zombies drag the 3 bodies and respectfully invited Sorn to go through the teleportation portal first. However, Sorn was not in a hurry to leave. Since this trial space had hidden treasures, he wanted to explore further, otherwise it would be too much of a gain to leave with just a few points of soul energy. He asked Alina to tell him the locations of the other teleportation portals. Alina, not daring to refuse, quickly took out a map from his pocket. It was a map he had drawn himself based on years of exploring the trial space, detailing the various exits. Sorn nodded and directed an LV-3 heavily armored zombie to block the teleportation portal with its massive body. There were no branches on the way from the entrance to here, so as long as Sorn kept moving forward, no one should be able to bypass him. But Sorn was unsure if someone would spawn behind him. There were only 3 marked exits, and if others had already finished the other exits, anyone spawning behind might step on this teleportation portal, causing Sorn to lose all the troops he brought. He did not want to get lost here. Losing an LV-3 zombie could be remedied, but if Alina were lost as well, that would be a serious issue. As the only subordinate with command ability, Alina's strategic significance was extraordinary. Aqui stepped on the damp, decayed leaves following the trampled vegetation and the occasional faint necromantic aura pursuing deep into the forest. The golden disc in her hand spun continuously, the holy light patterns radiating ripples in the air, sweeping over every bush and rock. That faint necromantic aura was like a broken thread, sometimes present and sometimes absent, but it never completely disappeared. To be able to remain undetected for a minute under the watchful eyes of a hidden paladin, and even encircle and kill 5 paladins, causing the entire village to go missing, this necromancer was certainly no novice carrying skeletons. Considering the worst-case scenario, he might already have more than 20 zombies under his command, including 3 LV-3 zombies that had recorded certain magic. Such combat power would be sufficient to annihilate an entire squad of paladins. Aquis smirked slightly. Developing to this extent must not have been easy. Unfortunately, Aquis have come to find you. The necromantic aura suddenly vanished in front of a pile of... Aquis stopped raising the disc and searching around for a full 3 circles. The holy light made the tree bark emit a slightly charred smell, yet Aquis could no longer find a trace of dark energy, as if that skeletal beast had ascended to heaven right there. Aquis furrowed her brow. A necromancer must have accompanied undead, and the undead would undoubtedly be entwined with necromantic energy. Even with magic concealment or buried underground, it was impossible to completely evade the sensing of this artifact. But Aquis was a cautious person who, over the decades, she had seen too many unexpected situations. She would not give up without thoroughly completing her search. Aquis crouched down, her fingertips brushing over the gravel on the ground, noticing that several stones had fresh disturbance marks with edges still carrying wet mud, evidently having been moved not long ago. The moss at the bottom of the stone wall was not securely attached, it had been laid over by someone. She pressed her ear against the wall and listened for a while, but there were no sounds of breathing or footsteps. It was amiss. The moss at the bottom of the stone wall was not securely attached, it had been laid over by someone. She pressed her ear against the wall and listened for a while, but there were no sounds of breathing or footsteps. She then pressed the disc against a crack in the stone. The crystals on the disc remained quiet, detecting nothing. Aquis took half a step back and slapped her palm against the stone wall. Bang! The thin wooden board covered with moss shattered into several pieces, revealing a pitch-black opening. A startled cry immediately came from within, followed by the crisp sound of a porcelain bottle shattering. Aquis gripped her weapon inside her cloak, crouching to slip inside, and the holy light from the disc illuminated the interior. It was a small cave with several cloth bags piled up in one corner and a few bottles and jars scattered across a crude wooden table. She saw a woman in her 30s collapse beside the table, glass shards littering the ground at her feet, and the strong scent of potion made her nose tingle. "Who are you? What do you want?" Kisi ignored Masha and first swept the cave with a disc. It was spotless. Not even the slightest trace of deathly aura or the stench of decayed flesh lingered. "Who are you?" Kisi put away the disc and scrutinized the woman before her. "What is a person like you doing hidden in a place like this?" Masha swallowed hard, her voice trembling. I am a servant from the Ladon Alchemy Workshop in the Medieval Kingdom, here to sell medicine for my master." She tried to wipe the sweat from her forehead, but realized her hands were coated with potion. Looking at the shattered porcelain bottles on the ground, her complexion paled further. I will have to pay for this." Kisi looked at her expressionlessly. There indeed existed a trade route between the Medieval Kingdom and the Odric Kingdom. Kisi had heard of the Ladon Alchemy Workshop. It was a moderately sized shop in Medieval that occasionally sent servants to Odric to sell low-grade potions. However, it was usually accompanied by apprentices. Why would they send just a servant? She bent down to pick up several intact potions from the table, examining each one carefully. Most were clarity potions along with a few healing salves, some vitality potions, and insect repellent. The potions were not exquisitely crafted. The materials were quite solid, not resembling the work of seasoned artisans, but rather more akin to what a novice would make for personal use. Kisi picked up a clarity potion and turned it in her hand. The craftsmanship of this bottle was clearly superior to the others. The bottle mouth was sealed tightly, the liquid was clear and bright, and the bubbles formed were fine and even. Compared to the slightly murky potions beside it, this one stood out. The woman, noticing Kisi's gaze on the potion, quickly explained, "Clarity potions sell the best. The workshop produces them in abundance. The master has gotten quite skilled at making them, so they are better than the others." Kisi set the potion down and glanced again at the types of potions on the table. There were no preservation potions, nor any death potions that enhanced deathly aura. These were essential items for necromancers to maintain the undead, especially the preservation potions, which were in high demand. Since she didn't bring these two items, it seemed she wasn't secretly here to conduct business with a necromancer. Kisi looked at Masha. "Are you the only one? Did the workshop not send anyone else with you?" Masha had already gotten up from the ground and was carefully wiping the potion off her hands with a rag. She looked up and said, "My master said that the money from selling these potions isn't enough to hire anyone, so I had to come alone. Aren't you afraid you might run away with the money?" The woman's hand movement paused for a moment, and she lowered her head, saying, "My daughter is still at the workshop." When she said this, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she bit her lower lip gently. Kisi stared at her for a few seconds. The essential skill of a heretic interrogator is to interpret emotions through subtle expressions. When Masha spoke those previous words, her breath was somewhat unsteady, but now her tone truly resembled that of a helpless mother. Not pressing further, Kisi took out a few silver coins from her waist and placed them on the table. "The broken potions count as mine. This money should cover it, right?" Masha was taken aback for a moment, staring at the silver coins, and quickly nodded. AI Kisi sat down on a stone stump nearby, and asked, recently a dangerous necromancer has appeared in the north, having killed at least 5 paladins. Have you noticed any signs of the undead during this time? Masha's expression turned fearful upon hearing this. Has a necromancer set up a nest in this desolate place? Without a nest, a necromancer could only reside near human settlements. This was common knowledge. AI Kisi said no more, only advising Masha to be cautious of the necromancer. She turned to leave the cave, but glanced back once more, seeing Masha cautiously tucking the silver coins into her clothes, murmuring to herself, presumably counting if it was enough to report back to her master. AI Kisi squatted at the cave entrance, fixing the broken wooden cover she had shattered, standing it back up to block the entrance, and then vanished into the woods. Inside the cave, Masha listened as the sounds from outside gradually faded. After a long while, she exhaled deeply, her back soaked in cold sweat. She looked down at the few silver coins on the table, then at the shattered glass bottles on the ground, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. Lord Thorn's method truly worked well. By placing the vitality potion nearby and intentionally shattering it whenever someone entered, she could naturally explain why she smelled a vitality potion. She steadied herself, carefully storing the silver coins and cleaning up the ground. Thorn had instructed that if he didn't return within a day, she was to sell the potions in the southern town and find a place to hide for a few days. If he still hadn't returned after a week, she might as well not wait any longer and leave Loren County directly, hoping to meet again by chance. If caught halfway, she would simply say that Winter Forest Village was attacked by a necromancer, and she got separated from everyone. Masha hoped things wouldn't come to that. If Thorn didn't return, it was very likely he had perished, and she would never see her daughter again. Without seeing her daughter living would be meaningless, so she would wait in this cave for the day her daughter returned. Meanwhile, in the trial space, Thorn followed Alino through the 3rd cemetery. This cemetery seemed to have been excavated by others. Several graves had already been turned over, with awakened zombies wandering about. Alino hesitated and asked, "Should we?" Thorn shook his head. "We won't go in." According to Alino's description, the beginner trial map primarily featured 2 types of terrain: cemeteries and forests. Cemeteries provide zombies, while forests refresh skeletons. As Thorn listened, he looked around, seemingly uninterested in the distribution of resources. Alino found it hard to understand. Even if a powerful figure had several LV3, it shouldn't mean they lacked corpses. Whether manufacturing potions or repairing rotting zombie parts, they all required corpses. Alino came to the trials daily precisely for the corpses. Although he hadn't managed to obtain a body and had lost 3 zombies, meeting Thorn was still a plus. However, as a necromancer, Thorn showed no interest in corpses. Alino couldn't fathom what he was interested in. It couldn't be women, could it? Alino glanced at Elena. No, it was definitely women, and likely dead ones. As expected of a powerful figure achieving what I could not. Thorn was unaware of Alino's musings about him. He simply noticed that Alino was attempting to steer clear of the area filled with crumbling stone pillars to the due south. "Why are you avoiding that area? And it seems your map doesn't mark it out either." Alino was taken aback, his expression immediately changing. He instinctively glanced at the ruins, lowering his voice. "Boss, we can't go there." Thorn raised an eyebrow. "Can't go. Truly can't." Alino waved his hands hurriedly. "There's a very powerful being over there, and everyone else who enters the trial avoids it. There have been instances when others accidentally wandered in. When they came out, they returned, but all the undead they took in were lost inside." Thorn's eyes brightened slightly. "So strong. In search games, the locations where bosses lurk often hide valuable items." He had already scoured the previous few cemeteries, where there were indeed quite a few zombie corpses and skeletons, but these were the least of his concerns. Having prepared extensively, he still hadn't obtained any treasure, so there was no reason to avoid battle. "Let's go charging with me." Arino nearly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Master, please don't." Thorn turned to look at him. "Haven't you already witnessed the power of my wind blade? What are you afraid of? Is there a bone dragon or a lich here, some high-level undead?" Arinu's face contorted in worry. "Master, the wind blade is useless. The beings inside are neither zombies nor skeletons, they are ghosts." Thorn paused for a moment. Ghosts. The original body had studied some knowledge regarding this. In this world, when people die, their souls normally leave the body and ascend to what is referred to as heaven. However, some souls are forcefully bound to the mortal realm due to resentment, curses, or various chaotic magical influences. Initially, they might retain memories from their past lives and attempt to control themselves. But as time passes, their rationality gradually dissipates, ultimately transforming them into pure undead that indiscriminately attack the living, collectively known as ghosts. Among them, ghosts are the most common type. The most troublesome aspect of such entities is that they lack a physical form. Swords cannot strike them, and arrows cannot reach them. Simple physical attacks are basically ineffective. In other words, Thorn's prideful, full-armored wind blade launcher is utterly incapable of dealing with ghosts. Yet this only piqued Thorn's interest further. Having been in this world for quite some time, he had yet to see a ghost with his own eyes. More importantly, since he could unlock different types of corpses, he could also unlock various kinds of magic through them. What if he could defeat a ghost? Would that unlock a new unit? This would be a unit immune to physical attacks. However, it seems that ghosts are prone to mental attacks. Thorn glanced at Elena, uncertain if she would also be affected by the ghost. You leave the remaining LV-3 zombie outside to keep watch. Elena shot him a quick look before obediently leading the heavily armored zombie to the edge of the ruins. She couldn't shake the feeling that Thorn was getting a bit carried away. If you better get killed by the ghost and pay for your recklessness. According to another desecrator, if he dies here, he will be directly teleported out, while Elena and the other zombies will be lost, thus finding relief. No, can he truly find relief? Elena could sense that this space was a concentrated product of ultimate necromantic energy. In such a place, losing one's master, wouldn't the soul be doomed to wander forever, unable to reincarnate? Elena swallowed hard, her throat dry. Perhaps it would be best to wish him victory. Thorn proceeded with 3 LV-3 zombies and 2 skeleton soldiers towards the mist-covered ruins. Arino stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting repeatedly. Rationality told him to turn and flee to distance himself from this fearless master. But after a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow, albeit from a distance, always ready to turn and run. If he backed down now, he might miss the chance to earn the master's favor. The ruins were eerily calm, tranquil, like a scene reflected in a mirror. Broken stone pillars lay crooked among the wild grass, and grayish-white rubble was scattered across the ground. As Thorn stepped on it, the soles of his shoes produced a crunching sound which echoed sharply in the silent environment. Perhaps it was instinct, but Thorn felt a chill creeping up his back. He halted, glancing back, but saw nothing. Arino was several paces away, gripping a small leather shield, his eyes darting around nervously. Master, why don't we retreat? Thorn ignored him and continued deeper. The zombies marched in unison, producing a formidable sound with their steps. After taking a few more steps, the chill intensified. Initially, it was just his neck feeling cold, but now it felt as if a frozen hand was slowly caressing up his spine. Thorn sensed a heaviness in his mind as faint whispers seemed to resonate in his ears. The voice was soft, like muttering, yet he could not make out the specific content, pricking at his heart like a fine needle. In the next moment, an LV-3 zombie on Thorn's left suddenly stopped. The heavy body of the zombie swayed, then with a thud it knelt on the ground, its head hung low. Thorn's mental force was affected, rendering him unable to control it any longer. Arino screamed from behind, "Master!" Thorn whipped around sharply. He saw a translucent face of a woman that was almost upon him. Her cheeks were pale and swollen, and her eye sockets were pitch black. Her wet long hair hung down, entangling Thorn's shoulder, and the corners of her mouth twisted into an expression that was hard to tell whether it was crying or laughing. Thorn's scalp tingled instinctively, and he tried to shake his body, but that entity had no weight or physical form, making it impossible to dislodge. The harder he shook, the closer that face came, the icy breath creeping into his ears, and the whispers turned into a piercing, shrill laughter. The ruins before Thorn began to twist, the ground swaying like water, and the broken stone pillars transformed into gallows. Arino watched in horror as the translucent ghost clung to Thorn's back, retreating repeatedly while shouting, "Master, run! Get out of its territory!" Ghostly entities are immune to physical attacks, but they cannot leap on you like zombies to bite. Their true terror lies in their mental attacks. Their voices contain curses that can affect one's mind. Those ensnared will continuously see terrifying illusions, gradually losing touch with reality until they finally succumb to mental collapse. There was a colleague who experienced this. Arino saw him ensnared by a ghost after wandering into the ruins. At first he cursed, saying he would crush this stinking woman. Yet within 10 minutes, he was wildly swinging at the air, eventually kneeling down, crying out for mercy, and slitting his own throat with a dagger, thus expelled from the trial. Though he returned to reality unharmed, and his mind gradually recovered, all the zombies' equipment and materials he had brought in were left at the ghost's territory's edge, thus benefiting Arino. The scriptures record that necromancers wishing to deal with ghostly adversaries have essentially 2 options. One is to equip artifacts specifically designed to resist mental attacks, and the other is to learn mental magic. The problem is, as low-level necromancers, they are nowhere near the level required to learn mental magic. As for artifacts, those are out of reach for poor souls like them. Thus, the only option left is to run to escape the ghost's range before insanity takes hold. Thorn seemed to heed Arinu's advice, beginning to step back the way he came. However, his mind was disturbed, and he could only stagger forward step by step. "Master, stay alert. Run!" Arino shouted until his throat was hoarse, yet he didn't run far, anxiously watching Thorn. It wasn't that he wanted to scavenge, the location was too deep, and anything collected would be difficult to carry out. Yet he had a feeling that perhaps this master had a way. Due to level constraints, he likely hadn't learned mental magic, but if the master had connections, he might possess some artifact. As Arino pondered this, Thorn suddenly burst into laughter. He suppressed the pain in his head and reached for his waist, declaring, "I evade its sharpness." Arino was taken aback, then filled with joy. Indeed, the master possesses an artifact. In the next moment, Thorn drew forth the sacred sword once wielded by Elena. The moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, blinding holy light erupted with a thunderous roar. The gray ruins seemed to have a layer of black cloth forcibly removed. Even the rubble on the ground was illuminated to a pale hue. The ghost lying on Thorn's back was the first to bear the brunt. Its already cracked mouth widened even further, emitting a shrill, distorted scream. Its translucent body twisted violently, resembling a clump of cotton in the wind, while the edges continuously smoked and faded. Arino let out a cry and rolled behind a stone pillar. He wouldn't be hurt by the holy light, but seeing the zombies affected by it, their bodies marked with burns, caused his heart to bleed with pain. Thorn pressed the sword against his shoulder, the holy light nearly pressing against the ghost's face. The ghost's screams became even more piercing. It wanted to escape, but its body seemed pinned down by the holy light, only able to struggle wildly behind Thorn. At this distance, my precious zombies won't be affected. Thorn's mind was free of distractions as he laughed heartily, dancing the holy sword with the ghost impaled on it. "You're immune to physical attacks, huh? Let's see how you fare against holy light." Arino, hiding behind the stone pillar, was dumbfounded. This guy must be a spy from the Holy Light Church. A necromancer wielding a holy sword to exorcise ghosts was an absurd sight. It was so absurd that he almost doubted his own sanity, as if influenced by the ghost. However, upon further reflection, Arino felt something amiss. Those who could enter the trial were chosen by the Grim Reaper. No matter how the Holy Light Church disguised themselves, they couldn't possibly be allowed in by the Grim Reaper. Moreover, holy light and necromantic energy are inherently repellent. If this gentleman were indeed from the church, the necromantic energy here would have long since reacted violently against him. How could it be so quiet? Arino watched Thorn from a distance, his throat tightening. Yet he still couldn't figure out why a necromancer could wield a holy sword. Not to mention that the holy light would purify necromantic energy, and with less necromantic energy, studying the necromancer's holy canon would be affected, as would the process of creating undead, potentially even future promotions. The key question was, why did the holy light respond to him? Could it be that the holy light was secretly in league with the Grim Reaper? Was this big shot a love child of two gods? The more Arino thought about it, the more frightened he became, so he decided to stop. This big shot was indeed impressive with methods he couldn't comprehend. In the center of the ruins, the ghost's screams grew fainter. Its body became increasingly transparent in the holy light, until finally, like a layer of mist, it was gently blown away by the wind, scattering into countless dim points of light. Thorn's thoughts returned to calm. The zombie that had kneeled on the ground raised its head again and slowly stood up. "Congratulations on unlocking hidden loot. New unit unlocked." Ghost. Thorn's eyes brightened. It really can be unlocked. Just the phrase "immune to physical attacks" makes the ghost unit incredibly valuable in Thorn's mind. Unfortunately, they were still in the trial space, and the interface for the otherworldly territory couldn't be opened, so he couldn't see the ghost's specific abilities or know the cost of creation. Thorn sheathed the holy sword and felt another question arise in his mind. Why was the ghost so brazenly staying in the ruins? How could it be classified as hidden loot? Soon he figured it out. According to Arino, only junior necromancers could enter the initial trial. Clearly, a ghost was not something an ordinary junior necromancer could handle. Without spiritual magic, one could only rely on artifacts to deal with it. You couldn't manage it without some capital. Even if ordinary peers knew there was a ghost here, they could only go around it. Visible, but unattainable, calling it hidden loot made sense. However, unlocking a unit was likely his system's reward, and the trial treasure Arino mentioned was probably not this. Moreover, the interface had also displayed that there were 2 hidden loots before entering. Now that he had taken one remained. Thorn looked deeper into the ruins, continue the onslaught. As Arino finally caught his breath and heard this, his face turned pale. Still searching, but he didn't dare to speak up and could only follow behind. Thorn wandered around the ghost's territory for a while, but found that it was just a circular plaza with no passage to new areas. He instructed Elena to search through the collapsed stone houses, even having the zombies lift a few suspicious-looking tiles, but nothing was found. The only valuable discovery was a hidden teleportation portal at the edge of the ruins. The 4th exit. Thorn didn't rush to leave. He took the team to sweep through every accessible area in the trial space, leaving no grave unturned. As long as the zombies weren't too decayed to be recognized, he stuffed them into his backpack, and he even chopped down some skeletons that had respawned in the woods to send to Arino. By the time the last graveyard was cleared, Thorn's 30-slot backpack was stuffed full, totaling 600 points of soul energy. To be honest, that was quite a lot. But upon further reflection, he realized this was because he was too strong, monopolizing all the resource points. Normally, peers entering wouldn't be able to collect this much. Areno followed behind, Thorn, his gaze somewhat dazed. He watched as Thorn touched a corpse and it disappeared. Then he touched a skeleton and it vanished, as well, leaving him both awestruck and respectful. This was definitely a spatial artifact. Ordinary necromancers would be most troubled by the issue of transportation during trials. If there were too few undead, they couldn't carry much. If there were too many, they feared being trampled or clashing with aggressive peers, losing everything in the trial. Unlike this big shot who could simply touch and collect as if shopping in his own warehouse. Areno felt a wave of despair. The big shot was comfortable, but what about him? With the trial being ravaged like this, the unfortunate souls entering later would probably not even find a complete bone. Yet just as this thought arose, Areno quickly suppressed it. What am I thinking? To be able to associate with someone of this caliber is already a stroke of luck. Still worrying about a few corpses is too small-minded. If he truly gets to form a partnership with a big shot, those few corpses won't matter at all. Thorn halted his steps. The forest was too vast, a carpet search would likely take a day or two. Uncertain if the other treasure was simply buried or required triggering some mechanism, Thorn decided to head back. Leaving Marcia alone there was indeed not reassuring. He brought Areno back to the teleportation portal that had been blocked by the heavily armored zombie earlier. The LV-3 zombie still stood at the entrance, covered in a layer of grayish-white dead leaves. There were no other traces nearby, indicating that no one else had passed through during this time. Thorn was fairly satisfied with this trial journey. He looked at Areno and said, "If I go to the southern town, we will contact each other as previously agreed." Areno nodded hastily. "Big shot, don't worry, I remember." He paused and cautiously added, "Big shot, next time if you need my assistance, just let me know." Thorn replied with an and didn't say much more. This Areno seemed very familiar with the Necromancer Circle in Loren County and didn't have as many schemes as the original's mentor Marcus, making him easier to associate with. Earlier, Thorn had endured a direct attack from the ghost, but since Areno was close by, he would have been affected to some extent. He didn't abandon Thorn and fled. His character was decent. Thorn stepped into the teleportation portal, first the familiar sensation of weightlessness flashing by. In the next moment, he felt solid ground beneath his feet once again. Soren felt the connection to the otherworldly territory instantly restore, and a wave of security spread from his heart to his limbs, causing him to relax slightly. But soon he caught a strong scent of vitality potion in the cave. Soren's expression darkened. It seemed that Marcia had deliberately shattered the potion bottle as he instructed. The portal had not completely closed, though. As Elena stepped halfway out, Soren immediately acted. In the next moment, Elena, a few heavily armored zombies, and the two skeleton soldiers were all pulled back into the otherworldly territory as they were about to exit. As Elena stepped halfway through the portal, her vision flickered, and she found herself back in the territory, surrounded by a row of drooling armored zombies. She was silent for a moment, an unusual look of confusion appearing on her face. Soren paid no attention to Elena's reaction. He quickly removed his armor and stored the holy sword in the underground chamber, revealing the ordinary clothes underneath. He ruffled his hair a bit, wiped a bit of clear potion on his sleeve, and concealed all the items that clearly did not belong to a traveling merchant. After completing these tasks, he stepped out of the side cave with his hands behind his back and entered the main hall of the cave. Marcia was organizing a bundle, and upon hearing footsteps, she looked up and met Soren's gaze. She said nothing, her hands still moving, lightly tapping the potion bottle 3 times with her finger and then drawing a circle in the air. Soren understood. Marcia meant that someone had come 3 hours ago, but had already left. He made a shushing gesture to her, and Marcia nodded, continuing to tidy up as if nothing had happened. Soren walked to the cave entrance and glanced at the wooden board that had been covered again. Marcia had done a good job concealing the traces. The wet mud had been smoothed over and the moss had been laid again, making it nearly impossible to spot any flaws from a distance. However, since the other party could find this place, they likely would not give up easily. After all, a lone servant was quite suspicious. Soren pushed aside the cover and strode out of the cave. He stood on the slope, scanned the surroundings, and then shouted, "Why is the Church of the Holy Light concerned with the affairs of the undead? Why do they meddle in our medicinal commerce in the kingdom of Mader?" The wind in the mountains rustled softly, seemingly mixed with the calls of birds and beasts, yet no one responded. Soren scoffed coldly and continued, "Stop hiding, why not come out and talk?" This was a bluff. If no one else appeared, he would turn and leave with Marcia. A slight rustling came from a large tree ahead, and a small figure floated down, landing lightly on the ground. Aquila wore a black judge's robe, holding a golden disc in her hand, her cold gaze fixed on Soren. "I am Aquila, an Inquisition judge of the Church of the Holy Light under the Kingdom of Audric." "I am Enzo." After their introductions, Aquila stared into Soren's eyes and asked, "Your servant just said she came alone to conduct business. How is it that you emerged from the cave?" Soren glanced at her, showing no sign of guilt, but rather a hint of displeasure at being questioned. Why should I report to you how I came here? Akila remained silent. She had previously explored the cave and confirmed that only Marcia was alive. While there had seemed to be a trace of necromantic energy moments ago, it vanished instantly, leaving her uncertain whether it was merely her illusion. An army of the undead could not simply vanish into thin air. Even for a teleportation time was needed, and it could not just appear in that instant. As for how the other party arrived, it was likely some sort of teleportation magic. Soren took 2 steps forward, his tone growing colder. I indeed had no need to come here, but if the Church of the Holy Light intends to interfere with our commerce, then the nature of the matter changes. He pointed back towards the kingdom of Mater. Doesn't your Church of the Holy Light claim not to interfere in the politics of various nations? All parties are willing to trade with you precisely because they believe this. This is the kingdom of Audric, the place where your Church of the Holy Light holds the most power. If my master knew you were searching the alchemy workshop of the kingdom of Mater, what do you think he would think? Akila did not answer immediately. Her gaze remained locked on Soren's face. It was very similar. Recently, only one necromancer had entered the Loren County, and she had seen the Church's wanted poster more than once. The Soren in the poster had sunken cheeks and dark eye sockets, looking like a typical sewer rat. However, the man before her, while somewhat resembling the poster, also had some differences. Thanks to having purchased some normal food in Winterwood Village, Soren had been eating well lately, and Marcia did indeed have some skill in cooking, making his facial features appear much more rounded. But the key was that Akila felt no trace of necromantic energy from him. Not a bit. In fact, she even sensed a faint residue of holy light. How could a necromancer carry holy light? The suppression of necromantic energy by holy light is the most basic common knowledge. Even the best disguised necromancer could not pretend to possess holy light. Akila had encountered many things that defied logic, but this was one thing that could not defy logic. After all, this symbolizes the opposition between death and holy light. Unless the two gods reconcile one day, holy light and necromantic energy could never coexist in the same person. As for why there was a trace of holy light on him, Akila found it understandable. Alchemy workshops in various nations had dealings with the Church of the Holy Light, and it was not surprising to get some holy light on them when supplying potions. At least this person before her could never be a necromancer. Aquila's expression softened slightly as she bowed deeply. This is my personal action and does not represent the will of the Church. Soren snorted coldly. Akila continued, recently a necromancer has appeared in Loren County who murdered 5 paladins, one of whom was LV3. I suspect the number of zombies under his command may exceed 15, thus we must search cautiously. Soren's anger paused slightly, showing just the right amount of tension, as if startled by the number 15. What does your Church of the Holy Light do? How could you let a necromancer develop to such an extent? Aquila's lips twitched slightly. Who doesn't know about the scandal of the kingdom of Mater secretly supporting necromancers, now pretending to be so proper? Yet she naturally could not say this out loud. That's precisely why it's our responsibility, which is why I traced it back here. Have you seen any suspicious individuals or discovered any signs of necromancer activity? Soren replied without hesitation, not a damn thing. Akila knew she had asked a pointless question. If the other party came through teleportation, there would certainly be no relevant information. If there were, it would indicate that the kingdom of Mater was harboring them, and that would be a troublesome situation, one that could not be handled by just her as an Inquisition judge. If AIKC continued to entangle further, it would truly become the Holy Light Church intervening in the trade between the two countries. She warned, if you are going to the southern town, be extremely careful on the road. I suspect that the necromancer has several LV3 zombies under his command. Soren rolled his eyes, displaying an impatient demeanor. There's no need for the esteemed judge to worry about this. AIKC performed a bow to Soren and turned to walk into the woods. Search thoroughly, don't let that necromancer grow stronger, or else the borders of both nations will suffer. AIKC did not respond to Soren's shout, and quickly vanished behind the shadows of the trees. Soren did not rush to return, but stood at the cave entrance with his arms crossed, muttering, this heretical judge does have some decorum, unlike those previous ones. He looked around once more, confirming that no one else had jumped out before turning to enter the cave. Fortunately, the original plan included fleeing to a neighboring country, and having some understanding of the situation there allowed him to bluff his way through. The potions left behind by the original owner included several bottles from the Leighton Alchemy Workshop. Although there are holy light churches in many countries, they do not seem to be a unified front. It stands to reason that since there is a chosen one of death among the necromancers, there must naturally be a chosen one of the holy light on the other side. These chosen ones, in their quest for divine favor and performance, will not easily disclose information to their counterparts in other regions. Moreover, their oath not to interfere in politics makes it difficult for the earlier judge to verify information about the Leighton Alchemy Workshop across borders. The wooden board was closed again, and Martha looked up at Soren, her eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. Soren walked over to the table, sat down, and picked up a bottle of healing ointment, casually turning it around. You should be well rested by now, right? As for the broken bottles, since someone paid for them, let's just let it go. Get up, and let's continue our journey. Martha blinked, and asked, what about you, my lord? Since I'm here, I might as well check the market situation in the kingdom of Odric. Martha understood that Soren planned to continue pretending to be an alchemist merchant. She nodded and began to repackage the potions on the table into a cloth bag. Soren leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his knee with his fingers. That judge might not have truly left, perhaps he was just hiding more discreetly and still monitoring them. Since that is the case, Soren decided to play along. He had considered using the holy sword to temporarily suppress the necromantic aura and blend into the city. But this method carried considerable risk. The necromantic aura would automatically recover after a period, and the holy sword, being an item of the Holy Light Church, could not be casually taken out. If he were interrogated for too long on the road or held up by some thuggish soldier demanding ransom, and Soren did not have the opportunity to use the holy sword to purify the aura, it would be troublesome. But now it was different. A heretical judge had personally examined him and confirmed that he posed no issue, effectively granting him a seal of approval. With the seal of the heretical judge, he could completely avoid troublesome inspections and openly head south to the town, or even leave Loren County directly. Although it was somewhat regrettable that the slime marsh, this vast mine, could no longer be mined, he believed he could return one day. As for those people from the Holy Light Church, let them continue to blockade in the northern wild mountains. Soren would leave. But before setting off, there was still an urgent matter to attend to. He found a dry stone to sit on, appearing to close his eyes in meditation, while his consciousness had already plunged into the territory of another world. He was eager to learn about the powers of the newly unlocked unit. In the territory of the other world, the barracks next to the cave stood quietly. Soren opened the panel, and sure enough saw a new option in the unit list. Ghost construction cost 100 points of soul energy, construction time 10 minutes, mental consumption 5 points. Soren felt relatively calm when he saw the first two lines. 100 points of soul energy is indeed not cheap, but Soren could still afford it. Moreover, the ghost unit is immune to physical attacks, so a slightly higher price is acceptable. However, when he saw the mental consumption section, his face couldn't help but twitch. 5 points. The wind blade launcher only costs 2 points, and Elena is only 3 points. Soren continued to look down. Unit skills: incorporeal, immune to physical attacks, can pass through soulless objects, low altitude flight, can move above ground up to 10 meters. Cursed whisper: units that hear the ghost's voice will continue to suffer from a curse, slowly decreasing mental strength. Soren understood. The curse inflicted by the ghost does not stack quickly. It can take days or even months of whispering in one's ear to completely drive a person insane. The one in the trial was obviously enhanced, with the curse effect being both rapid and fierce. At this level, as long as one wears mental-type items, most of the curse's effects can be mitigated. But it doesn't matter. What Soren valued was not the ghost's output ability. It can directly pass through buildings, trees, rocks, and various ordinary terrains, and is not afraid of physical attacks like swords and arrows, making it quite free-moving. Walls cannot stop it, doors cannot block it, and ordinary guards cannot hinder it. If he encounters a heavily fortified location in the future, sending a ghost to infiltrate and scout might be more effective than hiring 10 sneaks. Just looking at these characteristics, it is truly a god-level unit for reconnaissance and ambush. But if it were that easy, the peers wouldn't be struggling so badly. They should even have the ability to hold power. After all, whether in games or reality, acquiring intelligence is of utmost importance. Not to mention those beginner necromancers, even mid to high-level ones, haven't been reported to have caused any major disturbances in the kingdom of Odric and its neighboring countries. However, the subsequent information on the panel quickly answered Soren's doubts. Unit weakness: as it is purely composed of soul energy, the ghost lacks resistance to mental magic and is extremely afraid of the holy light. While zombies and skeletons exposed to the holy light may only suffer burns and fall down, when seriously injured ghosts are different. Once they are illuminated by the holy light, their bodies will collapse like a deflated balloon, making them incredibly fragile. Nevertheless, Soren still felt it was worth it. Being able to fly 10 meters is immensely powerful. Anyone with a bit of military knowledge understands what air superiority means. Regardless of how high the output of the wind blade launcher is, it can only serve in assaults and provide no information. In contrast, the skeleton wolf that Soren commonly uses lacks the reconnaissance ability compared to a flying ghost. When encountering complex terrains or being blocked at an entrance, their movements would be restricted. Ghosts, on the other hand, are different. As long as they do not encounter a targeted nemesis like the Holy Light Church, there is so much they can do. Although this ghost cannot serve as a bomber, being a reconnaissance unit is already sufficient. It's just that this thing consumes too much mental energy, and bringing it along heavily impacts output. Regardless of the circumstances, let's just create one first. A deduction of 100 points of soul energy caused the black mist within the barracks to slowly surge, as if an invisible entity was gathering within. 10 minutes is neither long nor short. Thorn did not wait idly, but instead took the opportunity to inspect other things within the territory. Zombies, skeleton soldiers, slime corpses, and those supplies obtained from the trial space were all still in their designated places. Elena squatted on the steps of the trial room, hand resting on her sword, looking disdainfully toward the direction of the barracks. She had clearly sensed the new undead forming inside. Thorn said nothing about this, and employees' grievances toward their employer did not matter as long as they worked diligently. Although as an employee he had no option but to be diligent. 10 minutes quickly passed. The black mist in the barracks suddenly shrank, and a semi-transparent shadow floated out from within. Its body resembled a grayish-white robe that had rotted from soaking, with only 2 hollow sockets where its face should be, and a mouth that gaped wide, producing a sound like gravel choked in the throat. Ugh. G-U-H. As Thorn intended to observe closely, the ghost suddenly darted to the side, frantically flying around the barracks. It darted into walls one moment, and emerged from the ground the next, its shrill wails intermittent, sending chills down one's spine. Thorn raised an eyebrow. Indeed, ghosts lose their sanity over time, but did the barracks create one that was already in a frenzied state? He allocated 5 points of mental energy to control the ghost. In the next moment, Thorn felt his body as light as a balloon. He had no sensation of his feet on the ground or the rise and fall of his chest. He felt no gravity, and the sensation was quite marvelous. With just a thought, he could float forward a considerable distance, and with another thought his body passed directly through the walls of the barracks. As he went through, he felt no obstruction, only a slight sense of sluggishness. Thorn controlled the ghost to float upwards. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. It was only when he approached 10 meters that he vaguely sensed an invisible limit. It became somewhat strenuous to go further. He controlled the ghost to circle above the territory. The view was not particularly clear, and the colors were much dimmer than what the human eye could see, but the width of the view was already immensely satisfying. This sense of lightness, without the constraints of a physical body, made Thorn feel a bit euphoric. No wonder many necromancers ultimately wanted to transform themselves into liches. Floating in the air truly gives one an illusion of invincibility. Of course it was merely an illusion. This thing would perish under the light of holiness, as fragile as could be. Thorn released his control, and the ghost, which had just been obediently floating in midair, immediately let out a frantic scream and flew toward the other end of the territory. In mid-flight it seemed to have spotted Elena, and its hollow face abruptly turned toward her. The shrill scream exploded across the foreign territory. Elena stood her ground, looking up at the ghost with exasperation. Thorn, control your soldier. She was already undead, so the ghost's curse clearly had no effect on her. But that did not mean she enjoyed being circled by a frenzied entity. It can't drive you crazy, can it? Just endure. Elena wanted to curse, but whether out of upbringing or Thorn's restrictions, she ultimately could not voice her thoughts. Thorn observed the transparent apparition darting about, and felt it was a bit noisy, akin to a cat at home undergoing stress. But it was not a significant issue. After all, the ghost could not fly out of the foreign territory, and could not find any living beings to attack. It could scream all it wanted. It wouldn't affect him. As for Elena, Thorn looked at her increasingly cold expression and patted her shoulder. Just hang in there, you'll adapt soon. Elena understood that Thorn had her stay in the foreign territory because he feared the Inquisitor was watching secretly. She turned away her back to Thorn, mumbling something. Thorn no longer paid attention to Elena and shifted his consciousness back to his body. He picked up the holy sword concealed beneath the stone and walked over to Martha, who was packing her belongings, slightly pulling the sword from its sheath. A faint holy light shone upon him, quickly suppressing the re-emerging aura of death. Thorn confirmed there was no significant aura of death left on him before sheathing the holy sword once more. He looked at the sword in his hand, feeling somewhat conflicted. This item was standard equipment from the Church of Holy Light. It was not easy to deal with. The normal approach would be to bury it somewhere to avoid trouble in the future. However, to be fair, without this holy sword, he could not have taken down the ghost or acquired the new troop type. Yet now there might still be Inquisitors watching outside. If he suddenly went to dig a hole to bury the sword, wouldn't that be drawing attention to himself? Thorn thought for a moment, and carefully wrapped both holy swords left by Elena and Beck in cloth strips before stuffing them deep into his pack. One step at a time, the two left the cave and walked south along a forest path. Thorn chose not to take the main road. Even though Lycais had already regarded him as a merchant from a neighboring country, he did not want to actively venture into the patrol routes of the Church of Holy Light. He opted for a merchant trail with less foot traffic. This path was not close to any village, and the road was somewhat uneven, but it would lead to the southern town more quickly. If someone asked, he could say he was in a hurry and took a shortcut, which was quite reasonable. As for safety, After all, the bandits in Lorraine County had just been dealt with by the Duke, so they should not pose a significant threat for a while. After walking for several hours, night fell, and as Thorne spotted lights in the distance, the sound of hooves and clashing armor suddenly came from the intersection ahead. Martha's footsteps paused slightly. Thorne's expression remained unchanged as he quietly said, "Just walk normally." Soon a team of paladins turned out from the intersection. There were not many of them, only 7 or 8, and their armor was a mix of new and old, appearing more like a makeshift assembly rather than elite forces. Leading them was a middle-aged man with unshaven stubble on his face, a slick look in his eyes, and slouching posture while riding. Thorne recognized his identity immediately when he saw that face. Isn't that Cole? During the incident at the necromancer meeting, this old veteran had actually backstabbed Elena because she hindered him from making money. Cole also recognized Thorne. After Elena's death, the new leader of the first squad had not yet been decided, and with Cole being the most senior, he temporarily led the patrol. The first squad usually patrolled along the main road, but this time the Inquisitor had forcibly changed their patrol route, leading to unexpected gains. His gaze lingered on Thorne's face for a moment before shifting to Martha, and a slight smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. "Halt." Thorne stopped in his tracks, feigning unfamiliarity as he looked at Cole. "Is there something?" Cole, sitting high on his horse, scanned the two with a condescending glance. Recently, Lorraine County has been unstable, with necromancers roaming and committing crimes. All passers-by must be searched. As he spoke, he lightly rubbed the reins with his fingers, his tone carrying an obvious hint. "Of course, we understand that a businessman's time is valuable. As long as you have something to prove your identity and cooperate a little, you can pass quickly." Martha lowered her head and remained silent, while Thorne appeared to misunderstand his hint, his expression darkening instead. "I'm here to conduct legitimate business and haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be searched by your Church of Holy?" Cole did not expect Thorne to be so uncooperative, narrowing his eyes and saying, "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required." Thorne sneered. "If it were the Duke's men conducting the inspection, I wouldn't say anything, but when did your Holy Light Church gain the authority to oversee what merchants sell?" Cole's smile faded slightly as his gaze fell meaningfully on Thorne. "Some people may appear to be merchants, but what they are behind the scenes is hard to say." This was already a blatant threat. Cole chuckled coldly to himself. He originally intended to extort a sum and let Thorne go, but he didn't expect this kid to dare to stand up to him. Then he shouldn't blame him for being rude. Thorne's anger intensified on his face. "I was just checked by your heretic Inquisitor, who confirmed that I have no issues." "What did she check me herself? And you, her subordinates, still want to inspect me?" Cole frowned. Had the heretic Inquisitor really checked? Was it true? At the gathering, he saw Thorne manipulate multiple zombies at once. He was indeed no ordinary novice necromancer. However, his identity before he betrayed the academy had already been clarified, and his fallen family had severed ties with him. Thorne had fled to Lorraine County alone with no foundation. Illogically, such a person should develop connections within the church. Cole had given him an opportunity, but he did not expect Thorne to be a miser who refused to part with even a bit of money, so there was no need for cooperation. Though he would profit from illicit means, he was still a legitimate paladin. What was the problem with interrogating 2 unidentified merchants for 10 days or half a month? Cole dismounted and slowly walked up to Thorne, saying, "I don't know whether the Inquisitor has checked you or not." He lowered his voice, sounding like a kind reminder, yet a threat. "But now I suspect that your identities are problematic and need to be taken back for questioning. I am from the latent alchemy workshop of the Meter Kingdom." Thorne stated his prepared identity, directly raising his voice slightly. "Our workshop has cooperation with the royal family. If you dare arrest me, if something goes wrong with the goods and it incites conflict between the 2 countries, can you, a patrol captain, bear the consequences?" Cole scoffed. "If you're truly from the latent alchemy workshop, I will eat shit right here." After saying this, he raised his hand, and several paladins immediately surrounded Thorne. Though procedure dictated he should take Thorne to prison, he could not let Thorne fall into the hands of the Inquisitor. If Thorne caught the Inquisitor's attention and revealed Cole's betrayal of Elena during interrogation with the heretic Inquisitor Akes nearby, Cole would surely face trial. The Inquisitor had many methods, both soft and hard, and Cole might not be able to withstand them. But before that, it was also possible that an unidentified detainee could fall ill and die in prison. Cole looked at Thorne with cold eyes. Previously, he had respected him for having zombies as subordinates, but now, with only an ordinary woman by his side, what was he pretending to be? Thorne stood still, but his attention was focused on the surrounding thickets. His resistance against Cole was a test to see if Akes was still following. The Holy Light Church could maintain its position in various countries precisely because it only dealt with the undead and never interfered in politics. What does it mean for a merchant from a neighboring country's alchemy workshop who had just been personally checked by the Inquisitor to be apprehended by a group of paladins? Even a mad heretic Inquisitor would understand the stakes involved. If Cole truly captured Thorn, and Ake still did not appear, it would indicate that she had genuinely cleared Thorn of suspicion. In that case, on a moonless, windy night, Thorn would no longer need to pretend. At such a close distance, he could directly unleash a barrage of wind blades right in Cole's face. Once their equipment and bodies were transported to the other world, no one would know the fate of this small team. Thorn did not know if there were any good people among these paladins. If there were, then blame it on your leader. Just as a paladin reached out to grab Marsh's shoulder, a cold voice came from the woods. Stop! Cole's movements paused, and Thorn's heart tightened. Damn it, that bird person really is still following. Ake's emerged from the shadows of the trees by the road, her black inquisitor's robe swaying gently in the wind, still holding that golden disc. She did not look at Thorn, but walked directly to Cole. They are merchants from a neighboring country, who I have already checked them, so do not meddle. Cole's smile froze for a moment. He glanced at Ake's, then at Thorn. Did she really check? No, wait a minute. This Thorn is definitely a necromancer, yet you, an inquisitor, couldn't figure it out. Seeing Cole's expression of disbelief, Ake's added, I scanned them with a divine artifact. They are completely clean without a hint of necromantic energy, but instead have remnants of holy light. Upon hearing this, the paladins exchanged glances, and Cole was utterly stunned. The presence of holy light, even in minute amounts, could prove someone's identity as a non-necromancer. But he clearly saw Thorn controlling zombies. He lacked magical affinity and did not possess the protection of holy light. Thus, he could not see the necromantic energy or the remnants of holy light. If Ake said there was none, then he had no way to refute it. But the problem was, he knew this person. He had seen him at the necromancer's gathering. Marcus had even given Thorn the signal to contact Cole. Now an old inquisitor with immense power who had supposedly served for decades claimed he was completely clean. Cole couldn't understand. Surely the inquisitor would not shield Thorn. That would be turning the world upside down. At this moment, Thorn took a step forward, his anger mixed with a hint of arrogance. Do you understand now? Cole's expression darkened to the extreme. Although he hadn't literally eaten shit, he felt as if he had a shameful weight sitting heavily in his heart. Thorn didn't even glance at Cole, turning instead to Ake's and coldly stating, Inquisitor, I respect the Holy Light Church's duty to investigate necromancers, which is why I cooperated with your inspection earlier. But your people keep obstructing me and want to take me away for questioning for days. What is it a crime for a merchant from the Meter Kingdom to be in Audric? Ake's did not refute him. This matter was indeed excessive on Cole's part. She had not intended to intervene at first, but Cole seemed determined to treat these two as fat sheep to be slaughtered. Sighing at the deplorably corrupt atmosphere of the church in Lauren County, she had no choice but to take action. There is one more thing. Thorn's tone turned colder. The first time you said you were investigating necromancers, I tolerated it. The second time you followed me closely, what exactly does that mean? Ake's explained, merchants like you might attract the attention of necromancers. I didn't feel secure, so I intended to secretly escort you for a while. Thorn scoffed coldly. No need for that, I can't afford the escort of the esteemed judge. He patted his pack, deliberately presenting himself as someone lacking in magical prowess, yet with a confident demeanor. If I dare to walk the night with a servant, how could I not have a few defensive artifacts on me? Ikuis was indeed still observing Sorn. Although the artifacts did not reveal any traces of necromantic energy, the appearance of these two merchants felt too coincidental, making her uneasy. But without evidence, there is nothing to be done. Continuing to linger would only push matters in a direction she wished to avoid. Rest assured, I will continue my hunt for the necromancer, and will not follow you any longer. As she spoke, she tossed a token to Cole. The night roads are treacherous. You escort Mr. Enzo and ensure he reaches the town safely. With them guiding the way, we can avoid unnecessary inspections, and consider this my personal compensation to you. Cole had no objections left, and could only agree. Sorn nearly laughed aloud in his heart, yet he maintained a stoic expression, nodding solemnly. I hope this is the last time. Ikuis glanced at him, but said nothing further, vanishing into the forest. If the necromancer had not crossed the mountains to the west, he must still be wandering in these northern hills. The western area had already been handed over to colleagues from the neighboring county to seal off. She intended to thoroughly scour this region. Cole stood in place, his expression fluctuating between pale and green. As Sorn passed by him, he lowered his voice to a volume only the two could hear. Captain Cole, you have truly worked. In matters of trifles with subordinates present, the judge must truly have departed. If she continued to stalk him, Sorn would consider her rather ruthless. Cole's mouth twitched violently, yet Sorn had already returned to his normal demeanor, leading Marcia forward. Several paladins exchanged glances, ultimately dispersing their formation at Cole's signal, following the two. Throughout the journey, Cole remained silent. Sorn, carrying his pack, walked in the middle of the group, yet felt far from relaxed inside. This time they had passed through thanks to Ikuis' misjudgment, and the two holy swords suppressing the necromantic energy. But this method could not last long. The holy swords belonged to the Church of Holy Light. Carrying them was akin to bearing a lightning bolt. While it could deceive a knowledgeable judge like Ikui's, if they truly encountered a reckless individual demanding a search, he would have no choice but to turn hostile on the spot. More troublesome was that the slime marsh could not yield crops at 1,000 a day for the time being. With the church enforcing such tight measures, Soren constantly felt a crisis of imminent conflict. Though he wanted to test his Windblade army, he was currently only confident in annihilating a paladin squad. If he faced a real army, no matter how favorable the casualty ratio, if Soren himself perished, even the most glorious battle record would hold no meaning. Not to mention that heretical judge who likely possessed the capability to take down a dozen foes at once. Thus, Soren desperately needed to upgrade his base to level 2, hoping to unlock some new buildings to expand his forces. Thinking of this, Soren felt a twinge of regret. That marsh was practically a natural mine. Slaying slimes incurred no guilt, and it consistently provided corpses and soul energy. Yet now, surrounded by the Church of Holy Light, he, the factory director, was forced to flee. What a pity, Soren sighed inwardly. If only his strength were sufficient, he would truly want to place a sign beside the marsh reading, "Private Mining Zone, No Trespassing." As the sky darkened completely, the outline of the town ahead became increasingly clear. Horsedale Town in the south was much larger than Winterwood Village, surrounded by a not very high stone wall with braziers hanging on it, and 2 squads of soldiers standing at the entrance. One squad belonged to the town's garrison under the Duke's command, while the other was composed of the Church's paladins. Some were sweeping with the Holy Light Church's discs, others were inspecting goods, while yet others recorded the names of personnel passing through. Outside the town gates, several cargo carts were blocked with some traveling merchants arguing with the gatekeepers. "We have transit documents. Why must we be inspected for so long? You've ruined our goods. There are orders. A recently Loren County is under lockdown, and all merchant convoys must undergo strict inspections. You inspected us at the last checkpoint." "That wasn't my inspection. What does that have to do with me?" Soren listened from afar, raising an eyebrow slightly. Such strict checks. He couldn't easily explain the holy sword in his pack. If it came down to it, a fight would be unavoidable. Fortunately, Cole's face still held some weight. He approached, his expression dark, and quietly spoke to the guarding paladin, pointing at Soren. The guarding paladin glanced at Soren, his eyes revealing some confusion. Cole produced the token again. "This item is more useful than anything else." The guarding paladin immediately ceased further inquiries, allowing a cursory glance at the potion pack Marcia was carrying before permitting the two to enter the town. As Soren passed by Cole, he nodded at him. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Cole." Cole waited a moment, seeing Soren indeed offering no compensation for his toil could only force a smile. "Mr. Enzo, take care." Soren smiled, noticing that Cole had no intention of giving him the token, and led Marcia into the town. Directly asking for the token felt too obvious and inappropriate. Only after the town gate closed behind him did he withdraw his smile and scan the street. The town was quite lively, yet this liveliness carried an undercurrent of irritation. Outside the inn, local merchants crowded while the tavern echoed with curses, and street vendors instinctively ducked their heads to avoid the patrolling paladins. It didn't seem very prosperous. Soren pretended to search for an inn, circling around, quickly discovering that the southern exit of the town was similarly under strict scrutiny. Without the judge's token, attempting to leave Loren County from here would be much more difficult than entering the town under Cole's watch. Moreover, observing the other merchants' experiences, it seemed that bribery was ineffective. The good news was that aside from the mayor's residence, the Church of Holy Light's cathedral, and the Security Bureau, other locations had not set up any artifacts to detect necromantic energy. "Let's find a place to settle down first." The prices at the town's inns were exorbitant, demanding 3 times the usual rate for a simple room, and the innkeeper wore an expression of indifference. Soren frowned. He had several thousand units of soul energy, but it couldn't be converted into cash immediately. Soren found a secluded spot, using the cover of night to hide several skeletal wolves for reconnaissance, then submerged his consciousness into his otherworldly territory. Alina stood near the barracks, expressionless, as she watched 2 ghosts flit about overhead. Soren had previously created another ghost, the 2 floating about like tattered rags, occasionally emitting Seeing Soren, Alina immediately said, "Can you make them quiet down?" Soren frowned, feeling that this subordinate's attitude was a bit too casual. "In this territory, am I the master, or are you?" "Master." "Then bark like a dog for me." "Woof woof." Elena lazily barked twice, displaying an air of indifference. What is wrong with this woman? According to her usual demeanor, shouldn't she be panicking right now? Soren felt a hint of confusion, but quickly abandoned the thought. I guess it doesn't matter what she's thinking, if she can't defy me anyway. Patting Elena on the head, Soren led the 2 ghosts out. Elena felt a sense of despair. It seemed she was getting somewhat accustomed to this current way of life. Whether it was her stiff body, the sticky sensation of the rotting liquid in her mouth, or her stinky colleague, who could only stand foolishly by her side, she gradually became accustomed to it. This was even more despairing for Elena than being subjected to repeated torture. Soren's consciousness stirred, and the two ghosts silently appeared in the shadows of the town. The ghosts, being semi-transparent, drifted around significant locations in the night without alarming anyone. Soren instructed them to disperse. One to keep a distant watch on the Church's movements, the other to search for acquaintances in the western alleyways. The ghost's vision was somewhat hazy, and the sounds they heard seemed muffled, as if coming through a layer of water, but it was sufficient for reconnaissance. About half an hour later, the ghost halted near a small clinic in the town. A worn wooden sign hung at the clinic's entrance, crudely inscribed, with low-cost ointment, simple stitching bone injury treatment. There was a faint aura of necromancy inside, cleverly masked by vitality potions. This should be the rendezvous point that Alino mentioned. After Soren controlled the ghost to pass through the wall, he immediately spotted him. The man was draped in a gray robe, attending to a worker's arm injury. Perhaps accustomed to handling corpses, his movements were skilled yet ungentle, cleaning and applying medicine and finally wrapping it tightly with cloth. The worker winced in pain, yet continued to express his gratitude. Mr. Alino, thank goodness for you, otherwise going to the church clinic would have cost me half a month's wages for this injury. Alino nodded. Don't move around, come back in 3 days to change the dressing. The worker left a few copper coins, expressing endless thanks as he departed. After the door closed, an old man walked out from the back room. Soren recognized him. He was a necromancer from the previous gathering, the same one who had provided Soren with information about the slime swamp. The old man spoke in a low voice. The church has captured 2 more of our kind today. If this continues, we will inevitably be exposed. Don't panic. They are mainly blocking roads now and won't be searching house to house. Anyway, the skeletons and zombies are buried outside the town. As long as we don't recklessly use necromantic spells, we can still hide for a while. Sigh. If we keep burying them like this, they will eventually rot away. It's a critical time, but we must endure for now. This place is already quite good. As long as we keep our prices low, even if the residents find us strange, they will pretend not to see us. Upon hearing this, Soren's heart stirred, and he continued to listen for a while. Soon he understood the predicament of these fellow practitioners. Unlike Soren, who had a territory from another world, they couldn't preserve zombies, and had to create their own preservative agents to maintain them. Under the Church's blockade, they could only rely on low-cost ointments, small tools, and a bit of medical skill to sustain themselves. Anatomy was a compulsory course for necromancers, so it was normal for Alino to know how to stitch and treat wounds. Although ordinary people could sense that their aura was somewhat strange, life was becoming increasingly difficult. Who would care if the doctor looked a bit scary when he smiled? Being able to treat ailments cheaply makes one a good doctor. Under the ghost's reconnaissance, Soren confirmed that no one was following them and took Marcia to the clinic. When Alino saw Soren at the door, he was taken aback. Boss, you. He had just uttered a word when Soren raised his hand to press the door panel and walked straight in. Marcia followed behind and closed the door. The other old man in the room immediately stood up, his hands hidden in his sleeves. Soren said nothing. He merely stirred his consciousness. 2 ghosts emerged from the walls, one on each side, causing the room's temperature to drop several degrees in an instant. Alino's eyelids twitched, and he quickly raised his hand. Don't move. The old man froze in place. He could sense the presence of the ghosts. Creating ghost soldiers was a rather difficult task, requiring the creator to possess a certain level of spiritual magic cultivation. However, a novice necromancer had no qualifications to learn spiritual magic. By this time, the old man had recognized Soren. The sight of Soren arriving with 13 zombies was enough to make him bow in submission, yet he did not expect that this person could even control ghosts. He was almost tempted to lower his face and call him father. Soren pulled over a chair and sat down, his tone calm. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to seize territory. Alino looked at the 2 ghosts, then at Soren, and forced a smile. Boss, we both know each other. There's no need for such testing. Soren replied lightly. In any case, although I currently don't have any zombies by my side, I also hope you both understand that if I wanted to make a move, you wouldn't have had the chance to speak right now. Alino glanced at the submissive old man, took a deep breath. What does the boss need? The inn is too expensive. Ooh, I can't afford it. Without further ado, Alino directly offered up his bedroom. The old man also wanted to please Soren, but being a dependent, he could only proclaim in a low voice that they could command him if needed. Soren lay on the bed, stretching lazily. Although the bed was small, hard, and had a strange smell, it was still far better than the days spent sleeping on a straw mat in a cave. Soren looked at the system panel. Death Hall can be upgraded to LV2, consuming 1 soul energy, and 1 necromantic essence can be obtained in trials. Although he currently had no leads on necromantic essence, he could start accumulating soul energy. He still had a bit over 4,000 on hand. Even though he harvested around 600 daily in the trial space, plus the 240 points from the corpse farm, he could still account for about 800. However, with the increasing costs of construction, his current income would soon be inadequate. There needs to be a stable industry. Soren currently had plenty of soul energy, but no way to spend it. He needed a way to transform ordinary resources into soul energy. In any case, let's get some money first. Soren placed his package on the table, revealing a row of potion bottles. Preservative potions, necromantic potions, and several kinds of small potions commonly used by necromancers. These were all items that the evil workshop could produce, but Soren, due to the existence of the system, basically had no use for them. However, for his fellow practitioners, it was different. They needed to store corpses, maintain soldiers, and conceal necromantic auras. All of these were essential consumables. When Alino saw these potion bottles, his breathing immediately became heavier. Boss, are these perhaps a gift? Seeing Soren's expression sour, Alino quickly changed his tune. How much? Soren rested his chin on his hand and said 5 silver. A bottle of preservative potion normally only costs a few dozen copper coins. This was a direct markup. Why don't you go rob someone? Alino had intended to say just that, but these were critical times. Usually they could still obtain some materials through the black market, but now that Loren County was besieged, goods from outside were hard to come by, and those inside could not leave. Moreover, it was not only necromancers' items that were hard to buy, ordinary residents were also struggling with prices rising for everything. Even for the boss, it was likely not easy to acquire resources. Price increases were to be expected. One might say that a mere doubling of the price was already quite polite. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of fellow practitioners who want it. This is a blessing from the boss. Alino respectfully handed over the silver coins. The elder necromancer's expression was not very pleasant. This price is a bit high. Alino rolled his eyes. Was money really an issue? This was a great opportunity to connect with a big shot. It was one thing for the big shot to have 4 or 5 level 3 zombies with magical inscriptions, but now he even had control over ghosts. As a chosen candidate, Arinush's greatest benefit was being able to enter the trials and obtain corpses for free, but the benefits Thorn received were clearly more than just access to the trials. The necromancer's circle was not large, and Alino knew about Thorn's defection from the academy. His growth rate was definitely abnormal. This was no ordinary big shot. He was practically a superhuman. Thorn was not in a hurry. One had provided him with information about the slime marsh, and the other had a good attitude during the trials. Thorn didn't mind doubling the price. If other peers came to buy, it would not just be this price. After all, these peers were not exactly virtuous people. Anyone who dealt with the dead couldn't be very good, so there was no need to be overly polite with them. In the end, the old man still paid the money and provided some local information. Previously, the Duke had raised taxes several times under the pretext of combating bandits. Speculators took advantage of the situation to drive down livestock prices in the town because many farmers couldn't afford the taxes and could only sell their livestock at low prices to make up for their losses. Thorn nodded. Not long after he had just crossed over, he had visited the bandit hideout's ruins and collected a pile of soul energy from the mass grave. At that time, he had thought that the Duke was quite responsible, at least knowing how to root out bandits. But now it seemed that the wool was being pulled from the sheep's back. Thorn instructed the two to spread the word about his selling potions the next day, then returned to his bedroom. He studied the room for a while and had Martha pry up the floor tiles to hide the wrapped holy sword. After Martha finished tidying up the room, she was about to go out with a set of tattered bedding. Thorn sat up. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep in the yard, my lord. Thorn frowned. Sleep in the yard? Don't you worry about catching a cold. Just make a bed on the floor. Martha paused. It seemed inappropriate for a lone man and woman to share a room. Was it really appropriate? Could it be that Lord Thorn had feelings for her? Although Martha did not have a particularly beautiful face, her features were decent, and while she had a bit of a belly, her overall figure was still quite good. If Lord Thorn could take a liking to her, he would surely treat Lily better. Martha was lost in thought, clutching her arms, when she suddenly saw the zombie Lily staring blankly at her. She suppressed the urge to scream and excitedly hugged her daughter. Just spend some time with your daughter before sleeping. It'll give you 10 minutes, or else the necromantic aura will be too strong and might attract the church. Martha looked into Thorn's eyes, her face turning red. Everyone knew that the necromantic aura suppressed worldly desires. How could she think that Lord Thorn had any interest in her? It was merely a desire to find a patron. How shameless. Fortunately, Thorn seemed not to care. He kicked up his legs and began to rest his eyes. He still couldn't sleep long, and his sleep was light, but he had somewhat gotten used to it. Moreover, this also had the effect of enhancing spiritual power through the communication tower. It was said that if one's spiritual power reached a certain level, one could seemingly go without sleep forever. When Thorn left the clinic, he already had a new plan in mind. The next day, he began to operate in the town under the guise of a merchant trapped in Aldrich. Staying hidden would only raise suspicion. Meanwhile, the two ghosts under his control continuously moved around the blind spots, gathering information. Occasionally, if they accidentally bumped into someone, they would quickly dive underground. Their indistinct forms would only make passers-by think they had misseen. Thorn sat in the tavern complaining to merchants trapped in the town about the church, while buying some local snacks and chatting with the vendors. Saya was supposed to send that batch of ointment to Alchemy City in Dentley, but now it's all stuck here. Thorn sighed. The vendor cursed along. Who isn't? The Duke's tax increase is enough, and now the church is blocking the roads. It's impossible to do business. A limping man grumbled. With medicinal materials not coming in, the clinic's prices go up, and we can't afford to see a doctor. If this keeps up, the town will eventually be suffocated. These gentlemen, let's not talk about church matters. The waiter quickly reminded the church patrols every day. Who knows if they can hear us. Listening to this, Thorn gained some understanding of the situation in Horseshoe Town. As the border region of Loren County, most areas remained undeveloped. Horseshoe Town was already the most prosperous, and all merchants from the Meter Kingdom had to pass through here. As a result, the church's closure effectively severed trade between the two countries, leading to soaring prices and heavy resentment among the residents. As a necromancer, Thorn was very sensitive to war. After all, where there is war, there are corpses. During the turmoil between the two nations, there was no time to manage necromancers, which was beneficial for development. But the tension here was not enough, and there was still some distance from rebellion. However, if the closure continued, it would be hard to say. Thorn did not intend to fan the flames. After all, he had crossed over and still held relatively normal views. But his peers were another matter. Thorn had already seen several individuals with a faint necromantic aura spreading rumors. Once Horseshoe Town fell into chaos and the Duke sent troops to suppress it, it would be a bloody storm. After the dust settled, the soldiers would eagerly loot possessions while the necromancers would collect corpses, each doing their own thing. Of course, all of this depended on whether these peers had a place to hide when the war broke out. In the afternoon, Thorn returned to the clinic. Arino was still acting as his doctor, while Martha took out the potions Thorn had given her in advance and set up a stall in the clinic's courtyard, attracting quite a number of customers. The sales of the clear potions were quite good. After all, potions were composite products and their effects were often diverse. This item could not only restore mana but also alleviate cold symptoms. Whenever strange-looking individuals entered, Martha would give them a glance, signaling them to enter the inner room. The old man was there selling items used by necromancers, such as preservatives and necromantic potions, giving the old man a 10% cut from each bottle sold. Normally, only intermediate necromancers could command ghosts, but the fact that Thorn could do this as a beginner was terrifying. The old man dared not negotiate terms. A few days later, Thorn used the money earned from his peers to buy a chicken farm. The original owner was a middle-aged man with a distressed expression, struggling against the local chamber of commerce, fighting to the brink of starvation. As a result, when someone offered to buy the chicken farm at the original price, he trembled while signing. After receiving the money, the middle-aged man's eyes turned slightly red. Mr. Enzo, you are a good person, but the Chamber of Commerce will trouble you for this. Let them come if they have the guts. These small local chambers of commerce were essentially local bullies. If you fell out of line, they would use various means to harass you, making it impossible for you to thrive locally. The chicken farm was not too large, equipped with fences and a few old buildings. That night, Thorn arranged for Elena and Masha to stay at the farm. Masha was responsible for the visible management, while Elena was left in the chicken coop, aided by a few zombies as laborers. She could command the undead assigned to her by Thorn, but could only make them perform simple tasks like moving, guarding, or chopping things. The more intricate work was still accomplished by Thorn personally, controlling the zombies with his consciousness. I was once a paladin. Ignoring Elena's resentful muttering, Thorn retrieved a beast's corpse from it. These small beast corpses could not be converted into military strength, but they were perfect for use as feed. Under Thorn's mental control, several zombies chopped the corpses into pieces, mixing them with wheat and grains, then blending them in proportion. Masha stood nearby, her face pale from the overwhelming stench of blood. Gripping the edge of her apron, she took a deep breath, then relaxed her grip and stepped forward to help Thorn steady the mixing barrel. My lord, let me assist you. Elena's complexion was even more ashen. Those adorable, fluffy little creatures had instantly transformed into a mush of meat. The severed limbs, flying bone fragments, and blood-seeping minced meat mixed in with the brand struck at her heart every second. However, she adapted quickly. By the next day, under Thorn's coercive orders, she numbly joined in the production of chicken feed. In the following days, Thorn harvested soul energy daily in the trial space, while utilizing the alchemical knowledge of his original body to research a catalyst for chicken growth. The original body was already an outstanding student at the Magic Academy, merely having fallen from grace. Although he was still a novice as a necromancer, his alchemical skills were not lacking. Thorn continuously adjusted the ratios, transforming the catalyst ideas beneficial for the undead into a milder version suitable for live chickens. After several failures, the chicken flock finally began to show noticeable changes. The chicks that consumed the mixed feed and catalyst grew at a significantly faster rate than normal. In just 3 days, they could become plump. Naturally, the egg-laying and hatching processes also employed technology and harsh methods. As for the chickens sprouting 6 wings as a side effect of the catalyst, with heads emanating a sinister aura, it mattered little to Thorn. After all, they were not meant for consumption. Once converted into soul energy, they would all be the same. Thorn had calculated that feeding one chicken required a feed cost equivalent to about 2 points of soul energy. A fully grown chicken could be converted into 4 points of soul energy. In other words, each chicken netted a profit of 2 points. Given the current scale of the chicken farm, harvesting a batch of 60 chickens every 3 days could yield a profit of 120 points. Chickens had an advantage over slimes. While slimes grew quickly and were easy to keep, they would stop reproducing once a certain quantity was reached, thus not endlessly multiplying. The daily 1,000 from the slime marshes was Thorn's upper limit to exploit. Although the chicken farm was not as productive as the trials or the corpse farm, it was currently just a small self-built setup by farmers. If a large-scale breeding factory could be established, it would be different. The chickens would just keep laying. In any case, relying on livestock to supply soul energy seemed feasible. Thorn had stayed in Ma Ti town for a month, during which he often sent 2 ghosts for reconnaissance. At the town gate, the paladins were still conducting strict checks. There were many more patrollers in the town, all equipped with circular plates similar to AI Coasis, but their scanning range had diminished significantly. As pure energy entities, ghosts were more sensitive to magic and spirit. Their hazy vision could clearly reveal traces of magic. Public grievances were growing. Food prices had risen by 30%, salt by 50%, and even the wheat bran for feeding chickens had become 20% more expensive compared to last month. The trapped merchants were expressing their complaints. One evening, Thorn controlled a ghost to float past the alley behind the tavern, overhearing 2 loaders squatting in a corner, drinking low-quality wheat beer. One of them slammed his cup to the ground, cursing, "Catch the necromancer, catch the necromancer." They've been at it for so long, but still haven't caught one. Of the roads are completely blocked. I've seen quite a few starving to death these past few days. This Duke and the church are conspiring to take our lives. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a bruise on his arm. The day before yesterday, they searched my cart and said I was hiding contraband. I told them it was just 2 bags of wheat. After searching, they found nothing and kicked me on their way out. In my opinion, those necromancers might not even be as bad as they are. The other person quickly looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "Don't speak carelessly. Who knows if the church is eavesdropping? If they have the guts, let them come after me. I wouldn't mind becoming a zombie under a necromancer to take out these unfortunate goods." Thorn then controlled the ghost to gaze at the security office from a distance where the guards were living it up. They were essentially the Duke's soldiers, and within the Duke's territory, there were ample resources stockpiled benefiting these soldier bullies. However, they clearly did not notice that the residents' gazes toward them had shifted from mere dissatisfaction to outright hatred. Thorn retracted his consciousness and looked at Alino beside him. "Has there been any stirring up of rebellion by other practitioners recently?" Alino jumped up from his chair in fright, seeing no one else around. He quickly lowered his voice, saying, "Boss, can we really talk about this? Just tell me if you are involved or not." Alino hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "No, if you don't want to get involved in this, I wouldn't dare to mess around either." After these few days of interaction, Alino could clearly see that Thorn was definitely among the good people. Although he did not distribute porridge like the Duke, nor did he stand up for the workers being extorted by the soldier bullies, he certainly did not harm others. A necromancer who does not harm others, how can he not be considered a good person? Alino continued, "Everyone is not just looking to profit from war, but genuinely fears the Holy Light Church coming for us. If they do not block us and come in directly, if there are arrangements made in advance, we could still fight back amidst the rebel army. If a real fight breaks out, boss, what do you plan to do?" Thorn stretched lazily, saying, "Of course I will explode with the Holy Light Church." Several more days passed, and Thorn's reserve of soul energy had already surpassed 10,000. However, upgrading the Death Hall required not only soul energy, but also something called a necromantic essence. Although the prompt indicated that it could be obtained in the trials, Thorn had not discovered anything unusual during his daily corpse gathering. Wait a minute. Thorn realized he had fallen into a blind spot in his thinking. To transport bodies, he always brought zombies into the trials. There was no need to bring ghosts, which were purely reconnaissance units, since they had already been figured out in the primary trials. However, while controlling the ghosts, Thorn could see the invisible magic patterns and drifting soul fragments. If he brought the ghosts into the trials, could he see things that were usually invisible? The night was deep. Uikuis held a long sword in one hand and a golden disc in the other. The disc hovered above her palm, adorned with intricate patterns of holy light on its surface, serving not only as a source of illumination, but also capturing the lingering auras in the atmosphere. This disc was no ordinary detection tool. It could search for traces of necromantic energy, discern magical residues, and even observe remnants of souls. However, the aspect of souls was not the area in which the Holy Light Church excelled. The Holy Light could purify souls, soothe them, and judge the fallen, yet only those like necromancers who dissected souls for study could track clues through soul fragments. Ikui's had opened her soul vision once before. In that moment, the entire world transformed into a chaotic swirl of colors. The souls of the living, the spirits of beasts, fragments of the deceased, and various incomprehensible impurities all mingled together as if someone had splashed an entire bucket of dye into her eyes. It was maddening. Therefore, she usually only activated the functions for detecting necromantic energy and magical traces, which were sufficient for her decades of experience as a judge to track her prey. She felt slightly fatigued. She had been searching since dawn, traversing several hills, and had thoroughly examined the cave where Elena had met her demise. The results were the same, not to mention the suspected divine-level necromantic energy. She couldn't even find any significant traces of undead armies. 5 holy knights had been ambushed, and Elena's soul had been taken by the Grim Reaper. Who would believe there was no divine selection involved? Ikui's had checked Elena's nameplate, which indeed bore traces of necromantic energy, confirming that the power that seized her soul must have originated from the Grim Reaper. Deities do not directly interfere with the mortal realm, so it was certainly the divine selection acting on their behalf. There was no doubt about that. Yet that divine selection seemed to have evaporated from the world. Ikui's gazed into the dark forest ahead, a ridiculous thought crossing her mind. Could it be that this fellow had no undead army under their command, and had instead killed 5 holy knights using just their physical strength and magic? As soon as this idea surfaced, she herself found it improbable. A necromancer must possess combat prowess, at least reaching the higher levels, or else they could only rely on their minions. But breaking through to the higher levels was no easy feat. Ikui's stowed the golden disc away and turned back. Although she had not caught any real big fish during this time, it was not entirely without gain. She had unearthed a few necromancers in an abandoned mill. They were hardly noteworthy. One had 2 zombies that were falling apart, while the other pretended to be mad during the day and dug up graves at night to steal corpses. Yet it must be said they hid very well. That abandoned mill was a rendezvous point for holy knights, but they generally would not enter the mill itself. They masked their already faint necromantic energy with potions, thus hiding right under the Chuch's nose. Unfortunately for them, they were nowhere to be found in front of Ikui's disc. The reaction of the 2 when they were captured was almost identical. They were terrified. How could 2 little calamities provoke an Inquisition officer? They kept insisting that they had only accidentally read the necromancer's holy text handed to them, and that they had done nothing else due to being tainted by the deathly essence, not even committing a proper murder. Ikui's felt no sympathy for them. Anyone who had read the necromancer's holy text would inevitably be entangled by necromantic energy, leading them to become increasingly corrupted. Just because they hadn't killed anyone now didn't mean they wouldn't do so in the future. Clearly these 2 were not the individuals she was looking for. She originally had no intention of wasting time on them, and planned to leave them to the accompanying priest for interrogation. But now, with no leads to the north, she could only return and see if these little fish could spit out something useful. Passing by Hoof Town, she glanced at the doubled number of guards at the town gate. She knew the town must be in a state of unrest. The trade routes were cut off, food prices had risen, and the prices of medicinal herbs had also increased. The longer the Holy Light Church blocked things, the harder life would be for ordinary people. Therefore, she had to quickly root out that divine selection, or the entire Loren County would face a great disaster. The temporary base was set up at a lookout point north of Hoof Town, where several holy knights were gathered around a campfire playing cards. Upon seeing her return, they quickly put away their cards and stood to salute her. Inquisitor. Ikui's couldn't be bothered to correct their conduct issues, refusing the attendant who came to help her with her cloak, and walked straight into the depths of the lookout. The 2 low-level necromancers were locked inside. Margaret, who was in charge of the interrogation, hurriedly closed her notebook upon seeing her enter. How did it go? Both had a foul stench emanating from their groins. Ikui's waved her hand. Nothing at all. Your interrogation skills haven't slipped. Oh, what did you— Both had a foul stench emanating from their groins. Ikui's waved her hand. Nothing at all. Your interrogation skills haven't slipped. Oh, what did you manage to extract? They identified some necromancers hiding in Hoof Town, but they couldn't specify their exact locations. Margaret said, handing over a list. Naturally, the name Soren was among them. However, Ikui scanned the list and found nothing particularly remarkable. These names were mostly from the morning's wanted list. However, Loren County could not support any strongholds. These individuals lived on the outskirts, bringing a few rotten zombies and a couple of skeleton soldiers, and the church couldn't muster the enthusiasm to capture them. Capturing these small fry would hardly earn the Holy Light any substantial rewards, and the higher-ups would not take on a losing deal. If it weren't for the Grim Reaper's involvement in Elena's incident, the church would not have made such a big fuss. Ikui's tugged at her cloak and turned to walk outside again. Ikui's, are you really going out at this late hour? Ikui's looked at the worried Margaret and sighed. This is not the time to rest. If we don't catch that Grim Reaper's divine selection, soon those above will be unable to hold back any longer. Margaret helplessly shook her head, tossing the blood-stained cloth into a bucket. When Sorn opened his eyes in the trial space, he still saw the familiar wilderness. The grayish-white sky resembled a piece of cloth that had been washed poorly, and the distant woods and cemetery looked no different from before. This time his lineup was not extravagant: a ghost, a LV-3 zombie, and 2 LV-1 zombies. Knowing that the primary trial posed no significant trouble, Sorn decided not to bring a full lineup into the map, as it seemed that these fellow competitors were far from his level. The ghost was the key unit this time. Sorn had the LV-3 zombie block the nearest teleportation portal. Then, with a thought, the ghost floated up beside him, its translucent body resembling a watercolor painting lacking moisture. Viewing the world through the ghost's perspective was entirely different from seeing it through Sorn's own eyes. In reality, the trees, stones, and soil appeared gray and dim, but most striking were the colorful residues of magical energy and soul fragments. Before, when Thorn scouted in Matic Town, he saw many scattered soul fragments through a ghostly perspective. In this world, the souls of the deceased do not immediately dissipate. Some faint fragments float in the air, scattered like sparks blown by the wind. According to the Tome of the Undead, advanced necromancers can distinguish different soul fragments and track them down. Ghosts are a form of souls, and their perception of the world, which should not exist in this realm, is vague, yet they can clearly see their kind. It is precisely for this reason that Thorn considered a question. In the trial space, could there be something that could only be discovered through a ghostly perspective? For example, a necromantic essence, or the hidden drop mentioned on the panel, might even be the same thing as the necromantic essence. Thorn did not rush to act. Instead, he let the ghost descend and circle around the area. Soon he frowned. The trial space was surprisingly devoid of any soul fragments. It was too clean. There were no traces left by the living after death, no fragments from beasts that had perished, and even the natural soul impurities that were usually found everywhere were absent. After all, due to the presence of trial participants, there should be some extremely fine soul fragments left from their— Is this trial secretly consuming my soul? Thorn muttered to himself, instructing the LV-3 zombie to occupy a teleportation portal while the 2 LV-1 zombies scanned the area along the old route. This time the ghost took up half of the limit. The LV-3 zombie blocked the door, and the 2 LV-1s digging in the cemetery might wake up the LV-2, which was not worth it. Collecting a backpack of skeletons would suffice. The 2 LV-1 zombies, clad in heavy armor, easily slaughtered the skeletons. After filling their backpacks, Thorn arrived outside an abandoned square, the very place where he first encountered a ghost. In the center of the square lay broken stone slabs surrounded by collapsed columns, and deeper within stood a collapsed building that resembled some grand temple. Wild ghosts roamed the edges of the square. Although Thorn had eliminated a ghost with his holy sword, each time the trial refreshed, a new one would appear here. Thorn did not let his main body approach. Instead, he stood outside the square and remotely controlled his ghost to float inside. The wild ghost showed no reaction. It moved slowly through the air like a purposeless fish. Indeed, ghosts are only sensitive to living beings. Previously in the pocket space, the 2 ghosts did not attack Elena, even when they went berserk. Although Elena retained her consciousness, she had essentially become undead. To the ghost, she probably resembled a peculiar stone. Soon Thorn noticed something unusual. The entire trial space was spotless, yet only this square had soul fragments drifting about. Those fragments were faint and lacked vibrant colors. If one did not closely observe them with ghostly vision, they could easily be overlooked. They floated like strands of fine mist, drifting from deep within the square and disappearing at the edges. Thorn instructed the ghost to rise about 10 meters, overlooking the entire area, and saw that all the soul fragments originated from the collapsed Grand Temple. At the same time, he confirmed that the teleportation portal inside the square had not been activated. He recalled the LV-3 zombie blocking the door and continued to control the ghost to delve deeper along the fragments. Within the temple, rubble was piled up, blocking many areas. However, the ghost had no physical form and passed directly through the cracks in the stones, soon discovering a stone door below. The stone door was mostly buried, revealing only a corner which bore faintly etched patterns. Those soul fragments seeped out through the door's crevice. Thorn's spirit lifted, and he hurriedly controlled the ghost to pass through the stone door, eager to see what lay behind. Yet just as the ghost neared the door, it suddenly felt a powerful suction. The ghost was uncontrollably drawn through the stone door, and Thorn saw a large mouth beneath the door. Dense black tooth marks shifted in the gap, resembling countless tiny sickles. In the next moment, a terrifying pull surged forth. The ghost was ensnared, unable to retreat, and Thorn's vision began to twist madly, soon plunging into complete darkness. Thorn's consciousness returned to his main body, and he abruptly opened his eyes. He stood outside the square, his expression darkening. The connection was severed. That ghost was dead. Thorn remained silent for 2 seconds, then kicked a nearby tree vehemently. 100 soul energy, huh? This wasn't about the money, it was mainly about feeling cheated, which was quite irksome. Although 100 soul energy was not a significant loss for him at present, losing a ghost for no reason still made him quite angry. Unwilling to give up, Thorn controlled 3 zombies to approach the temple. The zombies stepped forward, walking directly into the square, while the wild ghost still floated there seemingly indifferent. Zombies lacked the ghost's ability to pass through walls, and could only clear away the obstructing rubble. Fortunately, the LV-3 zombie had enough strength to move the stones, quickly revealing the stone door below. Thorn had the 2 zombies step back and controlled an LV-1 zombie to look down. That large mouth had vanished, revealing a pair of small sickles displayed beneath the stone door. The sickles were forearm length, entirely black with ghostly blue runes engraved on the handles, while the blade glimmered with a cold white light. Those soul fragments were slowly oozing from this pair of sickles. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden drop. With the system message appearing before him, Thorn realized that this item was indeed the so-called hidden drop. That large mouth was not merely a trap, it was likely some kind of mechanism. When the mouth devoured a soul, it would vanish, revealing the rewards behind it. Thorn did not let his guard down. He had the zombies observe the wild ghost's movements, bypassing it to enter the temple along the edge of the square. All the while he moved quietly, and the wild ghost did not notice him until he stood before the stone door. Thorn reached out to take the pair of small sickles, feeling the cold touch seep into his palm, while a cacophony of overlapping whispers filled his ears. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared. Basic trial cleared. Reward 5,000 soul energy. Reward 1 necromantic essence. Necromantic essence. The aura of a high-level necromancer is dense enough to condense this item within a soul, which can be used for necromancer advancement, creating hero-level units, refining artifacts, and upgrading buildings. Note: each player can only clear each type of trial once, and cannot repeatedly obtain the rewards. The Grim Reaper watches you. If you attempt to reveal the trial's content to others, the Grim Reaper will take your soul. Meanwhile, some invisible wave expanded outward from Loren County. All chosen necromancers, or those with candidate qualifications, heard a cold voice echoing in their minds. A necromancer has cleared the initial trial of Loren County. In the town of Mati, Ali Nua's hand trembled as he was stitching a patient's wound, nearly piercing the needle into the patient's bone. The patient gasped in pain. "Damn it, make sure you stitch this up properly." Ali Nua quickly lowered his head. "I sincerely apologize." Although he appeared composed on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. Had the initial trial of Loren County been cleared? Who? As far as he knew, the clearance rate for trials in the Aedelic Kingdom was decreasing, and the last clearance for the initial trial had occurred 5 years ago. There were only a few candidates qualified for the trials in the entire Loren County, and he hadn't seen anyone else noteworthy in recent days. Could it be a big shot? Once that thought crossed his mind, Ali Nua found it increasingly reasonable. Besides that big shot, who else could afford to study how to clear the trial during the Chich's lockdown? For someone like Ali Nua, a novice necromancer entering the trial was to safely acquire resources, while for the big shot, it was clearly a stroll through their own warehouse. Moreover, with the big shot's abilities and background, clearing the trial would be a piece of cake. Inside the trial space, Thorn looked at the small scythe in his hand, and a panel quickly appeared before his eyes. Soul Tax Reaper type, Death God artifact function, fix souls, absorb souls. Absorbing souls into this scythe is regarded as a tribute to the Death God. Once the tribute reaches a certain quantity, tasks delivered by the Death God can be obtained. Upon completing each task, a certain degree of blessing from the Death God can be received. Note: holders of any Death God artifacts will qualify to become the chosen of the Death God. Those without artifacts cannot use certain rituals, formations, and magic that require the blessing of the Death God. Those who complete 3 tasks while holding an artifact can hold a promotion ceremony to truly become the chosen of the Death God. Thorn had felt something was off. This space was clearly called a trial, but there seemed to be no elements of a trial. It couldn't be that fighting zombies and digging graves was considered a trial, could it? It turned out they had placed an enemy in the map that shouldn't have been present at this stage, and then thought of a way to deal with it. From the information on the panel, this artifact was essentially a ticket to becoming the chosen, but the records didn't state that the artifact could only be obtained within the trial. Thorn weighed the small scythe in his hand. It looked like a weapon, but in reality it was not intended for cutting. It resembled more of a ritual dagger. Thorn did not rush to study how to tribute souls, as the Death God did not sound like a charitable organization. It was better to be cautious. After all, Thorn's reliance was on his system and the territory from another world. As of now, he hadn't seen anything indicating that upgrading technology required pleasing the Death God, so he decided to ignore the Death God. Thorn left the trial space through the portal in the square. Meanwhile, in a basement of the capital of the Aedelic Kingdom, several necromancers were gathered in a circle, their undead servants silently standing behind them. The secret chamber was lit with green flames adorned with dried, unidentified skeletons on the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of potions mixed with rotting flesh. A tall, thin man leaned back against his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. After 5 years, the initial trial of Loren County has finally been cleared. Someone at the table scoffed. Finally, someone has obtained the artifact. The uselessness of these past years has only increased. We can't blame them entirely. The royal family insists on licking the Holy Light Church's boots, and we high-level necromancers have found it difficult to operate, let alone the juniors. A two-headed man spoke up. It's already good that young people can enter the trial daily to gather some safe resources. They hardly have the time to rely on trial and error to pile up methods to clear it. One head on his right shouted, I don't want to stay in Aedelic anymore, brother, let's get out of here. Easier. An elder nearby sneered. If it were that easy to escape, I would have left long ago. Everyone fell silent. If they fled to another country, all the nest channels and corpse sources they had accumulated would be for naught, and they would have to become dogs for the local snakes. As it stood, with the support of their backing, they could at least maintain some dignity. If they truly became dogs, who knows what would happen to them? The two-headed man sighed. Staying in Aedelic isn't without its benefits. At least there aren't many chosen ones here, so we don't have to fight over resources in the trials like others do. The secret chamber fell silent for a moment. The tall, thin man spoke. More than clearing the trial, I care about the fact that Loren County is being locked down. Everyone turned to look at him. This matter had already spread throughout the Aedelic Kingdom. Although the Holy Light Church was thriving, they as necromancers were not fish on the chopping block. As long as their nests were hidden enough and their forces were too small to be noticed, if the church insisted on searching, it would ultimately be their resources that suffered. However, the church's actions were indeed unusual. The tall, thin man slowly said, this time the church first sent an inquisitor and, disregarding the danger of inciting public anger, has encircled Loren County like a birdcage. The royal family cannot be unaware of this. Someone frowned. Creating such a ruckus, could it be? The Death God has acted in Loren County. But if there truly was a chosen one worthy of the Death God's attention in Aedelic, how come we haven't heard anything about it? The tall, thin man chuckled. Perhaps the Death God only acted that once and has not continued to favor him. Otherwise, if the Death God were watching, he would have been able to raise an army of the undead by now and confront the church heathen. The blessing of the Death God can directly implant secret methods and magic into a person's mind, even airdropping powerful undead to join him, and can prevent zombies from rotting and ghouls from starving. Yet the Inquisitor has searched in Loren County for so many days without reporting any discovery of an undead army. They even said they didn't catch a single mid-level necromancer. Everyone exchanged glances. This was indeed strange. A necromancer favored by the Death God, if he truly received continuous blessings, would not be making no movements at all in Loren County. But if he was merely brushed by the Death God's presence, why would that provoke the church to such an extent? The tall, thin man replied calmly, let's just wait and see. I also heard that there are radicals within the church supporting a bloodbath in Loren County to completely eliminate the threat. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the secret chamber shifted. Some looked furtively, while others lowered their heads in contemplation. A bloodbath in Loren County means a large number of corpses and vengeful spirits, and also means the church will completely tear apart their facade. If there truly is a chosen one favored by the Death God over there, he will eventually reveal himself. If he can withstand the church, then perhaps the necromancers of the Aedelic Kingdom can indeed rise under his leadership. But if he is truly favored by the Death God, it also means that the resources and statuses amongst the chosen present will be redistributed. No one is willing to relinquish the meat in their own bowl, even if they believe in the Death God. Thorn was unaware that the chosen ones in the capital were discussing him. After finishing the trial, he immediately returned to the otherworldly territory and retrieved the soul crystal. It was a blood-red crystal with mist slowly swirling inside. 3 beams of light simultaneously emerged from the crystal, pointing in different directions. One pointed to the Hall of Death. One pointed to the barracks. One pointed to the Spirit Tower. Thorn checked the information displayed on the panels that popped up along the beams of light. Upon seeing this, Thorn was surprised. Each building indicated by the beams of light could be upgraded. The panel had previously mentioned that the soul crystal had multiple uses. Now he understood. Hall of Death can be upgraded to LV2, cost 1 soul energy, 1 soul crystal. Effects of LV2. Hall of Death increases territory area, unlocks more technology points, unlocks the promotion function for necromancers. This was already known. Ordinarily, the priority would be to use the soul crystal to upgrade the main base. Without upgrading the main building, new technologies and buildings couldn't be unlocked, and the territory's development would be stalled, leaving Thorn to continue using zombies. Although zombies had combat power, Thorn also knew through the memories of his original self that there were higher-tier undead, which had their own unique advantages compared to zombies. However, Thorn was uncertain as the panel only displayed the functions of the LV2 hall itself without indicating whether new buildings and units could be unlocked. The current situation was quite dire. The siege by the church was not yet over, and the resentment of the townsfolk was growing stronger, while his peers were secretly inciting trouble. Controlling the specters, he could see from a distance that a convoy was continuously delivering supplies to the garrison camp surrounding Loren County. This was not a simple blockade. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to a direct confrontation with the Chich's army. Thorn needed to increase his combat power, but the LV2 hull might not provide immediate strength. Thorn looked at the other two beams of light. The second beam landed on the barracks. Elite zombie unit detected can consume 1 soul crystal and 1500 soul energy to promote it to an elite-level zombie. The third beam guided him to the spirit tower. Can consume 1 soul crystal to expand the mental power limit to 30 slots. Thorn stroked his chin. Aside from the trial rewards, he currently had no stable way to obtain soul crystals. According to the description, this item is a special object that condenses in the souls of necromancers after they break through to higher levels. In other words, obtaining another one likely required killing a high-level necromancer. The problem is, can high-level necromancers be easily killed? In the environment of Loren County, even low-level necromancers live like rats in the sewers, and high-level ones are likely to hide even more. Even if Thorn could defeat them, it wouldn't guarantee he could capture them, and it could provoke his peers to launch an attack against him. Therefore, he had to use this 1 soul crystal wisely. The Hall of Death was set aside for now, or the other two options could both enhance combat power. The elite zombie unit naturally referred to Elena. However, he wasn't sure what the quality of this elite-level zombie would be. Thorn looked at the barracks panel. The description of the hero-level unit wasn't complicated. After the upgrade, Elena would gain the ability to continue leveling up, and could also enhance the levels of her acquired. In this world, only living beings could level up, while the level of undead being dead matter was fixed, usually dependent on the materials used and the refining methods. A LV3 zombie is just a LV3 zombie. Unless it is reformed, it won't level up by itself. But hero units are different. Elena would transform from an ordinary undead unit into a special unit capable of growth. The issue is that leveling up in this world isn't like in an online game. It's not as simple as killing a few monsters and hearing a notification when the experience bar fills up. Many people spend their entire lives at LV2, with each level up being as difficult as a breakthrough in a cultivation novel. Moreover, the panel didn't indicate how much strength, defense, or speed would be enhanced after the upgrade. Thorn didn't know how strong she would become after turning into a hero-level unit. In contrast, the enhancement brought by expanding the spirit tower was very straightforward. Expanding the mental power limit to 30 slots meant he could control more wind blade launchers. However, controlling 15 or 16 wind blade launchers might be easy against a small squad of enemies, but it wouldn't necessarily lead to a qualitative change when surrounded by a real army. Yet after some thought, Thorn decided to choose Elena. The reason was simple. Based on past experience, the more expensive the investment in a unit, the more valuable it usually is. The cost of 1 soul crystal plus 1500 soul energy was already higher than that of a level 1 building. Surely it wouldn't cost this much just to produce a useless unit. Thorn went to the chicken farm to find Elena. She was covered in the smell of the chicken coop, looking as gloomy as if she had just been dug up from a grave with feathers all over her hair. "What do you want?" Elena replied in a rather unpleasant tone. Her resentment towards Thorn was primarily directed at her work at the chicken farm. Once a paladin, now she had to feed chickens alongside smelly zombies every day, mixing the soft and fishy feed. The worst part was that those 6-winged monster chickens could mimic human speech. "It stinks. Holy light. Take me away. Cluck cluck." These chickens learned to mimic Elena's mutterings, running around and squawking, driving her to a point of mental exhaustion. Thorn glanced at her and said, "Let me upgrade you." Elena was taken aback. Extreme domination. Thorn said nothing and raised his hand to absorb Elena into the otherworldly territory. Elena looked at the barracks, feeling something was off. "First, tell me, what exactly is this upgrade?" Thorn calmly explained. "It's like this. There's a legend about a monkey trapped in a furnace, and that person used alchemy to turn the monkey into a pill. After staying in the furnace for 14 days, the monkey not only survived, but also gained the skills of bronze head, iron arm, and fiery eyes." Elena looked at him suspiciously. "Really? Why are you telling me this?" Thorn patted Elena's shoulder. "Come on, you can do it." Elena felt an irresistible force envelop her. She let out a cry of despair, and her body transformed into a beam of light, flying towards the barracks. The gates of the barracks slowly opened, and a dense aura of death surged out, engulfing Elena completely. A system prompt appeared. "Do you wish to consume 1 soul crystal and 1500 soul energy to promote the elite zombie Elena to a hero-level unit. Thorn didn't hesitate, yes. In the next moment, the soul crystal transformed into a beam of crimson light and entered deep within the barracks. The soul energy was immediately deducted, and a muffled rumble echoed from inside the barracks. Thorn stood outside, feeling somewhat conflicted. Through the system, he already knew that the barracks would retain the properties of the original materials during production, meaning that after the upgrade Elena would emerge as herself, not a new version. However, this was his first time stuffing something conscious into the barracks, and he had no idea what Elena would experience. Thorn looked at the swirling azure aura within the barracks, murmuring, "Don't drive my subordinate crazy, it's actually quite fun to tease her." Suddenly a low growl from deep within the barracks echoed out. The sound was not one of pain, but rather like something that had been suppressed for a long time was being torn apart. Thorn's expression sharpened. The commotion was greater than he had anticipated. He leaned in to listen, hearing Elena roar, "Oh." Elena's strange scream startled Thorn. What a commotion! While he couldn't experience it personally, the otherworldly territory was connected to him, and he could roughly sense how the barracks operated. The material body would be disassembled and reformed with the soul in the barracks, much like an insect undergoing metamorphosis. Would this process cause such strange sounds? The production of hero units lasted half an hour. At first Elena cried out passionately, but as time passed her cries gradually diminished to occasional hums. Half an hour later Elena walked out of the barracks main gate. Her originally dull golden hair had completely transformed into pure white, and dark energy emanated from her eyes, intertwining with the lingering aura of death and holy light around her. She was not wearing the standard coarse cloth outfit typically seen on zombies, but rather a full set of imposing armor. One hero unit unlocked, gained 1 health point. Hero unit Elena Valen, LV3 class, Death Paladin race, undead. What does it mean to be a Death Paladin? Before his crossing, Thorn had encountered similar beings known as Death Knights in various game novels. However, this title of Death Paladin was genuinely the first he had heard. He glanced further down. Initial 10 points of spiritual power capable of commanding non-heroic undead assigned by the host. Spiritual power increases by 10 points every 5 levels, with a consumption increase of 2 points. Current spiritual power consumption 5. Although Elena's spiritual power consumption had increased, the amount of troops she could command also rose. Originally, it was a trade of 3 for 5, gaining 2 points of spiritual power. Now it was 5 for 10, earning 5 points of spiritual power. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Elena could increase her spiritual power simply by leveling up, gaining 10 points every 5 levels, equivalent to a spirit tower. Additionally, Elena was just 2 levels away from level 5. Although her consumption would also increase by 2 points overall, it was still a significant gain. Thorn looked at Elena's skill panel. Magic Power 255, Magic Recovery Rate, Magic Aptitude, Level 1's current active skills, LV1 Soul Harvesting Slash, consumes 40 magic power, entangling the power of death and holy light on the weapon for 30 seconds. Remaining active skill slots, 2 remaining divine skill slots, 1 current passive skills, Basic Weapon Mastery, can proficiently use various weapons for basic attacks, Holy Physique, reduced effects from necromantic and curse skills, immune to holy attribute damage, Magic Synchronization, Magic Aptitude, level synchronizes with the Master Fate binding. This unit is bound to the Master on a causal level and cannot change masters. Active skills can be understood as magic, while passive skills can be understood as blessings. It could be seen that the Holy Light skill Holy Flame Slash had been replaced by Soul Harvesting Slash, which would no longer inflict backlash damage on Elena. Most remarkably, Holy Physique could directly render her immune to holy attribute damage. Although physical and fire damage mixed within skills like Holy Flame Slash cannot be immune, the removal of the significant holy damage greatly reduced the overall damage. Moreover, the original passive skill Basic Sword Mastery had been replaced with Basic Weapon Mastery, allowing Elena to charge with a gun or rain arrows from a distance, making her battlefield positioning much more flexible. And LV1 Magic Aptitude was replaced with Magic Synchronization. The higher the magic aptitude level, the faster the magic recovery, and the greater the precision in controlling magic. Thorn possessed LV4 Magic Aptitude, and since his original self had decent mage talent, he no longer needed to worry about Elena's magic issues. As for Fate binding, it effectively eliminated the possibility of Elena being taken by other necromancer strongholds in the long run. Furthermore, if Thorn encountered trouble during trials, Elena would also be revived alongside him. Unfortunately, if she were to perish in the present world, Elena would still face permanent death. However, what excited Thorn the most was the additional information on the skill panel. Hero units can no longer acquire skills from the Dark Magic Library, but every level gained grants 1 skill point, allowing the selection of 1 skill to learn from 3 options. Every 10 levels, a new active skill slot is obtained, unlocking a new active skill. This world is not a game. Improving skill levels requires years of practice, yet Thorn only needed to allocate points to Elena. Having an advantage is simply delightful. Unfortunately, these skills do not count as Thorn's gains cannot be recorded in the Dark Magic Library and will not increase health points. When hero units reach level 6, they can also choose to learn one from 3 ultimate skills. So-called divine skills cannot be learned independently and can only be cast through the bestowal of deities from faith. Their power is unmatched by ordinary magic. Though unsure why this setting resembled certain games from before his crossing, Thorn thought, who cares? Now a conspicuous large red plus sign was hovering above Elena's head. She was currently at level 3, and apart from the already occupied slot for Soul Harvesting / there were 2 skill points available to fill the remaining slots. While it was possible to use skill points to enhance Soul Harvesting / everyone knew that prioritizing the learning of new skills would yield far greater benefits. Not to mention the upgrade options were 3 choices, surely not all 3 would be useless. Thorn used the first skill point and 3 magical descriptions immediately popped up before him. LV1 Soul Binding consumes 75 magic power to throw a concentrated ball of necromantic energy that can heal allied units or directly attack the target's soul. Cannot be used on oneself. Cooldown 10's LV1 Elegy Charge consumes 60 magic power to create a 50-meter radius aura following the caster for 1 minute, granting allied units within the aura the statuses of Undead LV1 Berserk and LV1 Regeneration. Cooldown 5 minutes. LV1 Dark Holy Light consumes 75 magic power to release Dark Holy Light, which damages enemies within range and heals ally injuries. Thorn glanced over and understood. The first skill could provide healing, making it quite a mediocre skill. However, this skill was more suitable for targeting important units, but currently the most important one on Thorn's side was Elena herself. The second skill was one for leading a charge. Undead within the aura would become a terrifying blade cutting through ranks under the boost of Berserk. In situations where retreat was necessary, Berserk would also accelerate the escape, and regeneration as a buff, while not as fast as Deathbinding, would greatly reduce casualties. The third skill was a wide area version of the first one. Although its output and healing effects were not as strong as the first, its range was significantly larger. To be honest, all 3 were useful. The first skill could be used for healing Thorn later, the second one was essential for leading troops, and the third one was for aggressive assaults. Could he swiftly acquire all 3? After some hesitation, Thorn ultimately chose Elegy Charge. The reason was simply the speed bonus brought by the Berserk buff. Although the healing effect was appealing if surrounded by enemies, no amount of healing would matter. He had no idea what the future battlefield would look like. Thorn didn't necessarily have to clash with opponents to the death, so having mobility was always advantageous. With 1 slot filled, Thorn used another skill point. This time the 3 spells that appeared were different from before. LV1 Grip of the Soul, LV1 Eternal Warhorse, LV1 Summon Soul. LV1 Soul Grasp consumes 4 magic points per second, continuously cursing the target's soul, causing excruciating pain throughout its body. Cooldown 10s. LV1 Eternal Warhorse summons an Eternal Warhorse, which shares a telepathic bond with its master. After its death, it can be resurrected in the barracks by consuming 800 soul energy. LV1 Soul Awakening consumes 15 magic points to infuse one's own soul into a corpse, transforming it into a LV1 Zombie Puppet. The resurrected zombie puppet will consume 1 point of the summoner's mental power. These 3 spells serve different functions, but Thorn immediately ruled out the third option. From the panel, one could see the attributes of the zombie puppet, which possesses a fractured soul, allowing it to execute more complex commands than an ordinary zombie, yet its combat power is no different from that of a zombie. For a typical necromancer, this option would surely be considered a divine skill. After all, creating zombies involves complex surgical procedures requiring the corpse to be taken to a safe location. For them, this skill allows them to fight to sustain their own combat capabilities, growing more formidable with each battle. However, Thorn could summon reinforcements directly beside him, rendering the need for Elena to resurrect a LV1 commoner unnecessary. Thorn found it curious that this system had aspects that did not match his combat capabilities. Setting aside the initial trials he had casually crushed, the corpse summoning clearly held no value in front of his system. Could it be that these 3 options were randomly selected from all necromantic spells? Thorn did not dwell on it, and focused his attention on the other 2 skills. The first skill requires continuous casting. Its advantage is that it has no projectile and is highly discreet, making it immune to anti-magic tools. The downside is that the caster must keep one hand suspended in the air without moving, which is detrimental to both attack and defense, and the damage of this skill is limited, leaning more toward control. The second skill summons a warhorse that shares a telepathic bond with Elena. This creature belongs to the undead race, possesses good attributes, and not only serves as Elena's mount, but can also be regarded as a high-level unit. The drawback is that this eternal warhorse requires sustenance from flesh and blood. This is not a problem, as higher-level undead need to absorb life energy to sustain themselves, especially since Thorn currently has ample resources. For now, Thorn's priority is to ensure Elena's safety, so he chose the second skill. Nay, a fully armored long-horned warhorse suddenly emerged from Thorn's blind spot. Its reins were made from vertebrae exuding death energy, its ribs protruded, and within its open abdomen flickered a holy light. Its hooves struck the ground silently, leaving faint traces of holy light in its wake. What kind of horse is this? How can it be both dead and holy? Could it be influenced by Elena's mysterious profession as a death paladin? The warhorse affectionately nudged Elena's hand with its nose. It is loyal to Elena, but since Thorn is Elena's master, it will naturally heed Thorn's commands. Thorn followed the horse's gaze and noticed that Elena had been standing there in a daze, her face flushed and her eyes vacant. "Why is your face so red?" Elena snapped back to reality, instinctively hunching her shoulders. Earlier in the barracks, she felt very uncomfortable. Her soul was enveloped by a force carrying Thorn's essence seeping into her soul. Though her physical body had been severed, she still felt a maddening itch all over, accompanied by a persistent tingling sensation coursing through her non-existent limbs and bones, causing her to involuntarily emit some strange sounds. When she regained her composure, she felt as though she had fought for 3 days and nights, her limbs weak. Had she not turned undead, she would have likely been drenched in sweat by now. Seeing Thorn smirking at her, Elena replied with annoyance, "I just got stronger and feel revitalized." Saying this, she suppressed the strange after-effects and turned her head away. "Why has your face turned pale again?" "Of course the face of a dead person is pale." Thorn stopped teasing her and stepped closer to knock on the armor that had appeared with her. The armor's panel popped out, and Thorn glanced at it. This was already Royal Guard-level equipment, allowing Elena to slaughter her way through crowds without any issues. Not only did this provide Thorn with a potentially powerful ally, but it also gifted him with excellent equipment. One could say that the consumption of over 1,000 soul energy and the death spirit essence was justified. Additionally, Elena's race changed from zombie to undead. Her previously damaged flesh had regained its smoothness, and her joints no longer felt stiff like a zombie. More importantly, she had acquired self-healing abilities. It could be said that apart from lacking a heartbeat and not sweating, Elena was no different from a living person. If one disregarded the dark energy seeping from the corners of her eyes, she was essentially an excessively beautiful young lady. For such a beauty, Thorn naturally had. "Take off your armor for me." "Huh? What do you want to do?" "Be obedient and let me have a look." Elena lay on the bed without a stitch of clothing, utterly despondent. Thorn had already opened her abdomen, his fingers probing her innards, examining them closely. He also felt a bit perverse. But what could he do? Elena was dead and couldn't be recreated. If her physical body suffered too much damage, he would have to rely on ancient methods to repair it. Thorn had only dealt with skeleton soldiers and zombies before, and was completely unfamiliar with the undead. According to the description in the death scriptures, undead are subhuman created by the god of death, who gain his favor without undergoing trials, existing only as a legendary high race. If that is the case, Thorn could only experiment to find out. Does this hurt? No, it doesn't. What about here? I don't feel any pain anywhere. What about this? Why don't squeeze that? Thorn replaced Elena's innards and stitched them back together. The incision visibly began to wriggle. This regenerative ability was even stronger than that of an ordinary human. Though she could not feel pain, Elena could sense through her soul which parts of her body were damaged, so it was not a problem. What intrigued Thorn the most was the blue blood flowing through her now. Through testing, he discovered that corpses that came into contact with this blood would temporarily regain vitality like Elena, but only for a limited time. However, this was merely the function of the blood itself. Thorn's original self had studied alchemy at the academy. Give him some time, and he would surely discover an alchemical product made from this blood. Not good, boss. Thorn casually tossed a sheet over Elena, turning with some dissatisfaction to look at the doorway. Elena hurriedly burst through the door, and upon seeing the wrapped Elena, he was momentarily stunned. "I seem to have interrupted you too." "Damn it, I have nothing going on with him." Thorn glanced at the flustered Elena and said, "I'm studying the human body. Oh, what's the matter? You didn't even knock on the door." Elena nodded repeatedly. The boss' personal interests had nothing to do with him. He swallowed hard and said, "The church has made its move." Thorn's brows furrowed. "Oh, how many people?" "They're not coming for us," Elena said gravely. "They're killing civilians." Upon hearing Elena's words, Thorn's eyes widened in astonishment. The Church of Holy Light was renowned for its free medical care and charitable offerings, making it quite popular in many countries. Kill civilians. In this time of mounting public resentment, had the believers gone mad? Without further inquiry, Thorn covertly commanded the nearby ghost to float out of the window and head towards the town center. The ghost passed through several streets and soon encountered a gathered crowd. In the town square, a corpse hung from a makeshift wooden gallows with deep ligature marks visible around the neck and a puddle of fresh urine beneath. The deceased was a middle-aged man dressed as a merchant, his attire respectable, suggesting he had done well in life. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their voices low, yet collectively they created a cacophony of noise. Several church soldiers stood nearby, their spearheads gleaming, their faces expressionless, as if handling a routine matter. Soren guided the ghost closer and overheard snippets of conversation. It turned out that this merchant had refused to cooperate with the church soldiers' search a few days ago, claiming it infringed upon his property rights, and had even threatened to report them to the Duke. As a result, this morning he was dragged out and publicly hanged, accused of suspected concealment of a necromancer and refusal to cooperate with the investigation. Soren furrowed his brow. Such methods were excessively cruel. Was a merchant's non-cooperation worth a public execution to establish authority? He instructed the ghost to continue its reconnaissance around the town and soon made another discovery. All the local bullies were arrested overnight, and several town council members who normally consorted with them were also invited to the church's temporary stronghold. The common folk cheered at this turn of events. Those opportunistic individuals had often oppressed their neighbors, hoarding goods during the lockdown and suppressing small businesses, causing prices to soar and public discontent to boil over. Now, seeing the church arresting these individuals, many people applauded, believing the church could distinguish between right and wrong, and that the besieged town must have unspoken grievances. Some even began to concoct tales about the executed merchant. Yet the more Soren observed, the more he felt something was amiss. The people arrested were local bullies, and Mati Town was already the most prosperous area in Lauren County outside the Duke's estate. From another perspective, they were precisely the most influential figures in Lauren County. If something were to happen, it would often be these individuals who could rally a crowd. Rather than simply cleaning up public order, the church seemed to have preemptively removed all potential instigators. By the time the real conflict arose, there would be no one with authority or organizational capability left in the town, only scattered individuals ripe for slaughter. Soren internally scoffed. The Church of Holy Light seemed rather sinister. He instructed Alino to fetch Martha from the chicken farm and continued to have the ghost conduct reconnaissance. He noticed something peculiar. During these days, the only ones bustling about were the church's own soldiers, while those from the Duke's security department seemed to have vanished, patrolling in a showy manner only to drink and gamble at night, completely uninvolved in these matters. Focusing on this abnormality, Soren formulated a plan. Through his observations of the security department's movements via the ghost, he had already locked onto a target. It was a young soldier in his early 20s who always hunched his neck and looked around nervously while on duty, clearly inexperienced and timid, with a physique that suggested little combat experience. The matter of necromancers had been entirely left to the Church of Holy Light, and it seemed the Duke's new recruits were not very familiar with the undead. That night, after finishing his shift, the soldier did not immediately return to the security department. Feeling ostracized by his peers, he slipped into a tavern at the street corner for a few drinks, emerging with a slightly swaying gait. At night, no one dared to wander the streets, fearing being slaughtered by the military. The streets were devoid of any lights, illuminated only by moonlight and the occasional patrol passing by. A patrol team questioned the soldier, then let him pass. He leaned against the wall, bowing his head and gagging twice. Holy Light Church's dogs, what arrogance. Just then he sensed something pressing against his back. It felt as though ice had been shoved down his throat, freezing all his sounds and movements. Though he could still hear the distant clamor of the tavern, the soldier felt the world had grown eerily silent. Then a voice echoed behind him. The voice was raspy, like fingernails scraping against a coffin lid, each breath carrying a damp chill. "Can you see me?" In that moment, the soldier's drunkenness shattered completely. He wanted to turn around, but the muscles in his neck felt frozen, forcing him to turn inch by inch until he could see the figure behind his shoulder. He saw it. A desiccated woman's face was pressed above his shoulder, her eye sockets filled with hollow, ghostly lights. Her chin rested on the soldier's shoulder, as if affectionately holding him, greedily sniffing at his youthful neck. Having lived in a bustling town all his life, he had never seen a ghost before, and now his lips trembled, unable to utter a single coherent word. Don't, go to the woodshed ahead." The ghost's tone abruptly changed. Although the soldier felt a twinge of confusion, he staggered towards the woodshed deep within the alley. Alino and the old man had long been waiting there. Upon seeing the soldier being driven in by the ghost, they immediately sprang from the shadows, weapons in hand, to subdue him from both sides. Only then did Soren's figure emerge from the shadows. Normally, ghosts would not articulate logical speech. The previous lines had been spoken by Soren using the ghost's body. He slightly regretted not using meaningless mumbling, which might have been more frightening. That would be a matter for later consideration. "Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you a few questions." Soren spoke in a calm tone while his hand emerged from his cloak holding a grimy old rat. The rat's fur was disheveled, exposing purplured rotten flesh beneath. A murky eyeball swayed in its socket, seemingly on the verge of falling out. This was a zombie rat created by Soren using 20 points of soul energy, which was not suitable for combat, and was inferior to ghosts and skeleton wolves for long-distance reconnaissance, yet it proved useful in this situation. However, one must say creating a rat shouldn't be so costly. Before the soldier could react, Soren firmly grasped his chin. The zombie rat twisted its body and forcefully burrowed into his mouth, drilling straight down his throat. The soldier's eyes widened, his throat convulsing violently, his face turning red as he desperately tried to vomit it out, but Alino held his mouth shut tightly. The zombie rat burrowed downward, the stench of dampness and the bizarre sensation of bristles scraping against the esophagus, causing the soldier to convulse violently before he began to retch uncontrollably. Thorn wiped his hands on a renouche hem, his tone still flat. Listen carefully. I've dealt with this rat. It won't be digested inside your stomach. With just a thought from me, it will gnaw through your entrails, leaving you to bleed out and die. If you want to live, answer my questions truthfully. The soldier, scared out of his wits, ignored his ongoing nausea and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Only then did Thorn voice the suspicion that had been gnawing at him for days. The church has Lorraine County completely surrounded. Why hasn't the Duke made a single move? The soldier wiped the cold sweat from his face, his voice trembling. The Duke's estate has already communicated with the church. They've confirmed there's no trace of a necromancer inside. The Holy Light Church just told the Duke to stay indoors and wait for this to blow over. The church has already set a date. In the next few days, they're going to purge Horsford Town and several villages in the county. Our security office has been ordered to join the church soldiers in the operation. That's the only way to avoid being implicated. Thorn and Areno exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. Purge Horsford Town and all the villages in the county. Did that mean leaving not a single soul alive in all of Lorraine County except for those in the Duke's castle? Are these Holy Light people insane? Why not just rename themselves the Blood Demon Cult? Thorn pressed on in a low voice. Why is the church going to such extremes? The soldier gagged, then shook his head blankly. I don't know, I'm not with the church. Their business is above my pay grade. Ugh, ask someone else. Thorn's face grew grim. He looked up at the moon for a moment, then turned to Areno. Our fellow professionals have been stirring up public sentiment, haven't they? How much do they know about this? Areno thought for a moment before replying. They probably don't know the Holy Light Church is this crazy. But the agitation has been effective. They've been holding secret meetings lately, likely plotting their next move. Do you know where they gather? I have a general idea. Areno hesitated. But you've never helped stir things up before, and you've been selling them potions at high prices. Showing up uninvited might not go over well. Thorn gave a faint smile. They don't get a choice. He turned to the soldier who was slumped on the ground and pointed a finger at his nose. You go back. Don't breathe a single word about what happened here today. If you're even a little bit disobedient, it'll trigger the thing inside you with a single thought. I guarantee you won't even have time to scream for help. Feeling the faint squirming sensation in his gut, the soldier's face turned as pale as paper. Nodding frantically, he scrambled out of the woodshed, nearly tripping over himself. If he killed this soldier, his absence overnight would surely alert the security office. Given the current crackdown, it might trigger the war prematurely. Areno watched the soldier's retreating figure, a hint of worry in his voice. Boss, is this really okay? What if the church searches him and detects the necromantic aura? It wouldn't matter anymore. Thorn's tone was calm. The church is already planning a massacre. Even if they find out a soldier has been tampered with, the outcome can't get any worse. Areno considered this and had to agree, nodding reluctantly. Thorn had observed long ago that the security office personnel were very lax. Though they had scanning discs, they never used them, so the risk of exposure was minimal. He supposed the necromancers of the Odric Kingdom were too weak. Only the Holy Light followers were particularly hostile toward them. Other factions didn't see necromancers as much of a threat. But Thorn was no ordinary necromancer. He was one with a system. Let's go. Time to meet our fellow professionals. Areno was startled and was about to lead the way when he saw Thorn stride forward, already on the move. As if the little schemes of those fellow professionals could ever escape his specters. Meanwhile, at the Church's encampment outside the town, Aqueous was anxiously reporting into her golden disc artifact. Gentlemen, give me a few more days. I will definitely root out that chosen one. A slightly impatient voice came from the other side of the artifact. Aqueous, we've given you more than enough time. If you can't produce results, the Holy Light Church of the neighboring Meter Kingdom will send their army to steal the credit. Aqueous was taken aback. On what grounds would they come to our territory to steal our glory? Even if I can wait, the Holy Light cannot. The voice from the disc carried a note of irritation. If we don't catch that chosen one who stole a believer's soul from the Holy Light's followers, the entire Church of Odric will lose the Holy Light's favor. You're here worrying about the lives of commoners, but when Meter's forces sweep in, just as many people will die. It's better we do it ourselves. The Holy Light is urgent, this time so urgent that it doesn't even care about the foreign merchants in town. Seeing Aqueous silence, the voice coaxed further, think about it. If we succeed, Odric will surely receive more of the Holy Light's blessings, and our church can seize the chance to grow stronger. And perhaps the Holy Light will forgive your sins and lift the curse upon you. At these words, Aqueous' small frame trembled slightly. She was silent for a moment before speaking reluctantly. Can you give me a few more slots? I want to try and screen out some truly innocent civilians. You're wasting time on meaningless things again. The voice on the other end turned cold. Otherwise you can step down as Inquisitor. Aqueous didn't respond. She only tightened her grip on the artifact engraved with prayers of blessing. In the end, the other party grudgingly granted her 5 slots. She could take 5 innocent civilians she had vetted. After ending the communication, Aqueous sat alone in her tent and let out a long sigh. 5 slots. The entire Lorraine County, excluding the Duke's household, held over 4,000 lives. All because of a single decree from headquarters. These 4,000 people were to be wiped out. It was utter madness. She could not agree with such an act, yet she had no choice but to obey. Just as a necromancer once entangled by the aura of death can never defy the god of death, Aqueous had long been branded and could not turn her back on the light she served. She recalled the day she had vowed to become a saint in her youth, believing with all her heart that she was serving a supreme and merciful deity. Only later did she come to understand that all gods were essentially the same. The only difference was that some were better at gilding themselves. As the night deepened, a nondescript tavern in Manti Town quietly gathered a group of people after the last drunken guard had just left. Around a dozen individuals sat together without a candle lit, relying solely on the moonlight seeping through the skylight for illumination. Some were entwined with the aura of necromancy, while others were not. The crowd lowered their voices to exchange the information they had gathered, all speculating about what the church was ultimately aiming to do. The Holy Light Church is definitely targeting the necromancer, but many innocent people will be dragged into this. Once the battle begins, the bloodthirsty soldiers won't distinguish friend from foe. Anyone who moves is likely to catch a blade. Who cares? In any case, death is inevitable, so why not fight for it? Although several heads of local gangs who usually spoke up have been captured, there are still a few underlings with mediocre abilities who can barely be pushed out to be the spokesperson for the commoners. Aside from the incited hostility towards the church, these underlings were also thinking of seizing the opportunity to connect with the Grim Reaper's influence, hoping to gain a higher status than before. While there wasn't a large-scale war currently, there were still small-scale frictions, and everyone remembered the ruthlessness of the soldiers. Even the well-regarded Holy Light Church could only ensure that its upper members remained rational. Once the lower-tier soldiers engaged in combat, they were no different from ordinary armies. A few individuals in attendance conferred briefly, having tentatively settled on a plan to gather their forces and launch an assault towards the west, directly targeting the Duke's mansion. The Duke probably wouldn't expect the commoners to attack him instead of confronting the church, and he might become complacent in his defenses, allowing them to capture him and pressure the church to withdraw its troops. After all, the church lacks real power and is ultimately dependent on the royal authority. This operation could not proceed without the royal family's consent. If the Duke personally issued the order, the church would most likely have to reconsider. Whether they then ran to the neighboring Meter Kingdom or elsewhere remained up for discussion. While they were deliberating, the back door was suddenly pushed open. The room fell silent in an instant as everyone turned to look, only to see the figures of Alino and the old man appearing at the doorway. Someone recognized the two. Although they were somewhat familiar with each other, this gathering had not invited them. "Where are the sentries?" someone exclaimed in a hushed voice. Just as the words left their lips, a figure with its mouth tightly held was dragged in, the very underling who had been keeping watch outside. His face was pale, unable to make a sound as he was gripped by the zombie's large hand. The imposing figure of the zombie caused everyone present to momentarily halt their breaths. A level 3 zombie. Is this for real? Thud thud. Thorn calmly followed behind the zombie, strolling into the tavern. The gazes of everyone in the room instantly focused on him, and several necromancers who had seen him at the last gathering changed their expressions. When they last saw Thorn, he was accompanied by only 2 level 2 zombies. How had he suddenly transformed, now boasting level 3 ones, in just a few days? The maintenance difficulty of the two is not on the same level. Moreover, with patrolling soldiers outside, how did he lead this squad of zombies so brazenly through the streets and into the building? Thorn surveyed the room and smiled. The tavern was located deep within a narrow alley, and the patrols would not directly sweep through here, which is why he dared to deploy the wind blade launcher for a show. "What interesting matters are you discussing without inviting me?" A rather assertive necromancer stood up from the crowd, his tone unfriendly. What do you mean by bringing such a zombie here? Do you want to be the boss? Please, what time is it now? We are surrounded by the army. Even if you possess a level 3 underling, it won't change the situation. This person had long harbored resentment towards Thorn. After the supply chain was disrupted, Thorn had taken advantage of his stock to sell potions at high prices, earning him many derogatory remarks behind his back. Although a level 3 zombie is formidable, the people in this room were not to be trifled with. They did not trust Thorn's abilities, as he was a necromancer who had fled from elsewhere and was presumed to know less about Lowland County than the locals. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, as long as Thorn yielded and showed humility, they wouldn't mind letting him join. Thorn smiled slightly, not refuting, merely raising a hand casually. In the next moment, several tall level 3 zombies squeezed through the doorframe, the heavy armor clanking with a dull sound and overwhelming pressure flooding the room. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Wait, several level 3 zombies. Fully equipped. The fellow necromancers present were instantly dumbfounded. The commoners were simply frightened by the hulking figures, but the necromancers knew the true worth of this squad of level 3 zombies. Could this guy really be a novice necromancer? Everyone present had not brought their own subordinates tonight, relying on these necromancers to provide some cursed items, enchanted weapons, or potions in order to fight the Chich's army. Yet now, even if they pooled all the people and resources in the room together, they likely would not match the strength of Thorn's few level 3 zombies. Although they still couldn't directly confront the Chich's army, they could effectively help the team break through, playing a significant role, whether in attack or retreat. What is Thorn's true background? The person who had just spoke stiffened, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Grandpa, I failed to recognize a great mountain. From now on, I will be your dog. Wait, isn't that a bit too fast for a submissive Neil? Shouldn't you throw some tough talk to anger Thorn, then get slapped down like a dead dog? Forget it. Thorn's purpose in this visit wasn't to show off. He glanced around the room, speaking slowly. I just overheard a bit outside you plan to capture the Duke. That's really a fool's dream. The Duke's elite guards are equipped with enchanted high-grade gear, and their average level is not low. Their combat power is at least equal to that of the Chich's army. With you ragtag militia, you can't even muster a decent fighting force, yet you wish to raid the Duke's mansion. Several necromancers lowered their heads. Thorn was correct. Even if they relocated their undead subordinates buried in the outskirts, they wouldn't match Thorn's few level 3 zombies in combat effectiveness. If the big shots thought the Duke's mansion was unattainable, it truly was unattainable. But what should they do? Thorn shook his head. With Lowland County besieged like this, the Duke remains holed up in his castle without taking action. He must have struck some deal with the church behind the scenes, not caring at all about the lives of the thousands in his territory. He recounted the information he had gathered from the guards at the public security office verbatim. After hearing it, the faces of everyone in the room turned pale. Previously, they had pieced together the church's intentions to take action based on scattered intelligence, only thinking that the church targeted the hidden necromancers, at most mistakenly killing a large number of innocent civilians. But they never imagined that the church planned to spare not even the commoners of the entire Lowland County. This is outrageous. Thorn isn't trying to deceive them, is he? The problem is they had no way to verify the truth of Thorn's words, and currently Thorn's strength clearly surpassed everyone present, leaving no room for others to speak. The most successful necromancers only had 3 or 2 level 2 zombies under their command. For a moment the room fell silent, as everyone turned to Thorn, waiting for him to continue. Thorn took out a map he had already drawn and spread it out on the table. These days he hadn't just let the ghosts float around, he had carefully noted the approximate troop distribution of the stationed forces inside and outside the town, as well as the significant terrain, all meticulously marked on the map. From now on you will all follow my lead. A few days later, at the Paladin camp outside Loren County, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sky before a storm. The campfire crackled, and the aroma of roasted meat could not dispel the soldiers' inner restlessness. They were ordered to gather here without even a decent reason. Every day was filled with drills and listening to their superiors' lectures, their ears almost growing calloused. What exactly do they want? A young paladin could no longer contain himself and whispered to his companion. This is the first time I've heard of capturing a necromancer without any target information, just to kill everyone. His name was Reed, a former soldier under Elena who had been lying in wait for Thorn among the graves for quite some time. Unlike others who were merely passing time for the Church's salary, he genuinely admired Captain Elena's belief in eradicating the undead and protecting the weak, which was why he joined the Church of the Holy Light. After Elena's death, he and a few other upright companions were scattered and reassembled into a new team. However, most of the members in this team were nothing but thugs. He could hardly sense even a trace of holy light from them, as they spent their days not seeking justice, but figuring out how to squeeze more from the common folk. An old teammate of Reed hesitated and spoke up, The commander said that the necromancer in the county poses a significant threat. If we let him escape, all of Odric will suffer. This is something we have to do. It should be justified. Reed replied passionately, but I've seen innocent people being killed and their belongings taken. Reed stood up in agitation. What kind of justice is this? At that moment, Cole, who was also nearby, spat on the ground and whispered, "Shut up, Reed. If you want to throw your life away, don't drag us down with you." Reed frowned. "No, I need to consult the commander. There must be something wrong with this." Despite Reed's fervent and powerful words, no one present echoed his sentiments. To boost morale, the commanders not only promised the benefits of plunder, but also repeatedly emphasized that this was the will of the church's higher-ups. They were merely carrying out orders, and even if they killed someone, the responsibility would not fall on them. Under such high-pressure brainwashing, most soldiers had already been stirred up by a wave of dark excitement, just waiting for the order to attack the city so they could vent their frustrations. Reed's discordant voice naturally stood out. Just then a heavy sound of footsteps approached from outside the camp. The soldiers turned around to see a tall man draped in a scarlet judge's robe slowly approaching amidst a group of bodyguards. He wore a black and gold mask that revealed only a pair of hawk-like sharp eyes. The very air seemed to freeze in his presence. The Grand Judge. Everyone gasped in shock and hurriedly stood to salute, not daring to breathe. The Grand Judge, a terrifying existence at level 9, held a position in the Church of the Holy Light, second only to the Archbishop, truly a figure above all others. He generally did not appear in public. His presence at the front lines was enough to illustrate the seriousness of this. The Grand Judge's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Reed, his eyes cold enough to freeze his soul. Do you have any dissatisfaction?" His tone was flat, but it imposed tremendous pressure on Reed. Yet Reed gritted his teeth and stepped forward, sincerely saying, "My lord, I just feel that this operation is suspicious. To sacrifice thousands of lives for a necromancer does not align with the teachings of the Holy Light. I implore you to investigate the higher-ups thoroughly. Something must be wrong." The Grand Judge listened quietly until Reed finished, then slowly raised his hand. "Do you know that this operation is the will of the Holy Light?" "What?" Reed's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It is the will of the Holy Light. This is impossible." In his understanding, the Holy Light was kind and just. It protected the most humble people to see dawn after a cold night. How could the Holy Light trade so many lives for a necromancer? Questioning the Holy Light, slandering the higher-ups, disturbing the military morale, the Grand Judge pronounced slowly, is an unpardonable crime. Two bodyguards instantly stepped forward and firmly held Reed's shoulders. "Wait, please." Before Reed could finish, the Grand Judge had already drawn a dagger from his waist, striking down swiftly. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, and Reed's head rolled to the ground, his pupils desperately staring at the Grand Judge, before gradually losing focus. Cole and the other colleagues dared not make a sound. The Grand Judge's voice echoed in the dead silence of the camp. "The target this time has a threat level of it. Oh, do you understand what this means?" Historically, Modestus, which has occupied half a continent, was already noted as a threat level of S when observed. This person's threat level is just one tier lower. If allowed to develop unchecked, the entire kingdom, no, the entire continent will fall into crisis. Sacrificing a few thousand lives is insignificant compared to that. You'd better obey, otherwise. The Grand Judge held up Reed's bloody head high, displaying it to everyone. This is what happens next. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away on a hillside, Thorn was watching this bloody display of authority with great interest through a ghost's vision. He suddenly thought of something amusing and sent his consciousness into the otherworldly territory, poking at Elena, who was dazed on the back of the Eternal Warhorse. This woman still respected the Holy Light. It would be amusing to see her expression if she knew the church was killing its own people. "Hey, look at your colleagues, they're at it again, killing their own." Elena raised her head, her white hair flowing in the gray mist, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, which radiated a dark, deathly aura. "Impossible. The church has gathered so many troops. The military discipline should be stricter. How could they kill indiscriminately?" "You can see for yourself." Thorn chuckled lightly and directly synced the ghost's vision to her. This was a unique ability he had as a master, allowing him to share his senses with any undead under his command. Most undead, however, lacked intelligence, making this function less useful. Elena's vision instantly switched, and she saw the sharpened wooden stake in the center of the camp and the familiar face atop it. "Reed," she exclaimed, her whole body trembling violently. The next moment, a roar of extreme agony erupted in the otherworldly territory. Elena certainly remembered this young man. He was upright, never extorting civilians, and revered the Holy Light. Faced with such orders to massacre a city, he might indeed waver and question. But why? Why was he killed just like that? Why him? It shouldn't have been him. Seeing that Elena was showing signs of losing control, Thorn quickly severed the sensory connection and withdrew his consciousness from the otherworldly territory. Well, it's still someone she knows who has died. Although as a necromancer under his control Alina's emotional fluctuations wouldn't affect her combat ability, it was still quite bothersome to let her cry and scream like this. Thorn shook his head, deciding to ignore her for the time being. He switched his consciousness to the zombie rat. The security officer was in great pain, the feeling of something foreign in his stomach tormenting him, but he was afraid of exposing his situation and could only endure the retching. He sat in the corner with a pale face, unnoticed by anyone. Through the zombie rat in his stomach, Thorn could vaguely hear voices around the soldier, though muffled by the stomach wall and flesh. So annoying, it's our turn to stand guard again. Keep it down. If the captain hears you, your pay will be docked again. What's there to be afraid of? The captain has been drinking heavily these days. He has no time to bother with us. Once those holy knights have finished, we can pick up some good loot behind them. Who would still care about a little pay then? Can those holy knights leave some women for me? Even dead women can be of use. Get lost. What if they suddenly become zombies and bite you? Thorn stopped. These security officers and church soldiers were clearly separated, evidently just following along as subordinates of the Duke. Continuing to listen would likely yield no useful information. He stretched lazily and stepped outside. This was an open area where all the civilians with rebellious intentions had gathered. The 3 Holy Knight squads that had been patrolling the county had all received orders to withdraw, redirected to participate in the siege outside the town. The security office and church branch in the town were also nearly deserted, which allowed Thorn and the resistance he had gathered to finally stop hiding like rats in a sewer. Some oblivious civilians thought this was a signal that the blockade was about to end and had begun to celebrate, quietly yearning for a return to normal life. But Thorn and the others present knew that withdrawing from the town meant that maintaining order was meaningless. The Church of the Holy Light was not backing down. They were preparing to strike. This was merely the last calm before the storm. The companions summoned the zombies and skeletons they had secretly buried in the wilderness over the past few days, taking good care of them and standing them in crooked rows under the moonlight. The militia that had been roused were equipped with crude weapons and armor. These armaments were cheap goods made by Thorn using the evil workshop. His own zombies had better equipment confiscated from Holy Knights, and he didn't need these shoddy items. But for these expendable civilians, it was better than nothing. Thorn was certainly not engaging in any charity. Primarily the enemies he would face this time had unknown strength and scale, and the more fighting power he could muster, even if just to absorb enemy arrows, was always better. Alino and others helped Thorn count the numbers. Currently there were about 300 to 400 militia, a combined total of about 25 to 6 zombies from several companions, and around 40 to 50 skeletons. After a few days of adjustment, this hastily formed group still resembled a rabble, but Thorn couldn't expect. From the worst perspective, these people were likely to be wiped out entirely, with only himself able to escape by relying on the system. After all, neither the original owner of this body nor Thorn had any experience in leading troops into battle. His only advantage was his ability to gather intelligence. But isn't war just about gathering intelligence? Thorn glanced at the crowd below. Their morale was not particularly high. After all, they could not possibly miss the dark, oppressive army camp outside the city. Facing a battle they had to fight in which survival seemed unlikely, low morale was inevitable. But this wouldn't do. The atmosphere was too oppressive, making Thorn feel quite uncomfortable. He took out a trumpet he had borrowed from the civilians and blew it to gather the crowd together. Sitting atop a level 3 zombie, he cleared his throat. I know what you are afraid of. The disparity between us and the enemy is vast, right? But actually during this time I have been hiding, not letting you see my true abilities. Suddenly the crowd stirred, whispering to each other. In their eyes, the 5 or 6 level 3 zombies and 2 elusive ghosts Thorn had kept by his side were already quite formidable. The result was that this big shot actually had more hidden power. Thorn snorted lightly, abruptly raising his arm, his voice suddenly rising with an undeniable authority. Come forth, my beloved. The moment his words fell, the space beside him rippled with a strange wave. A warhorse engulfed in ghostly blue flames stepped forward first, and on its back a figure clad in heavy armor with snow-white hair slowly appeared. Following that, more level 3 zombies surged out from behind her, lining up neatly, an air of deadly intent instantly enveloping the area. The number of level 3 zombies beside Thorn had now astonishingly reached 9. But what was most terrifying was not these towering zombies, but the woman riding on the horse, Elena. The civilians let out a collective gasp, their eyes wide in shock at the familiar figure. Wasn't that Elena, the captain of the Holy Knights, who had once protected Loren County? Even she had been subdued by this necromancer. Unlike the shock of the civilians, the necromancers present realized something deeper, their faces turning pale, their legs trembling. As a servant of death, although they had never seen it with their own eyes, they could sense it. Elena was not a simple level 3 zombie, but a legendary undead. Undead, as a race of servants of death, could theoretically be transformed from humans. However, this required the direct permission of the god of death, a tremendous blessing. This Thorn actually had an undead under his command. Could he possibly be the illegitimate child of the god of death? No wonder the church sent such a large force to deal with him. Thud. One necromancer was the first to react, his knees giving way as he dropped to the ground. He had knelt once before, but that was out of fear of the combat power of Thorn's level 3 zombies. Now he was kneeling out of genuine awe and fear towards Thorn himself. Although it seemed that Thorn's presence had summoned this catastrophic disaster, these dogs who worshipped death did not dare to question a person who seemed favored by the god of death. One person took the lead, and the other necromancers also knelt down, their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground, not daring to breathe. The civilians naturally did not understand the inner workings, but they could see. If even these usually mysterious and lofty necromancers were frightened into kneeling and bowing their heads, it indicated that the person before them was definitely formidable beyond compare. Thus the crowd also followed suit, kneeling in droves, their eyes filled with devotion and fervor. Thorn looked at the scene before him, glancing at Elena, who was still immersed in pain from witnessing her excellent subordinates being killed, and felt immensely satisfied. Once Elena appeared, the morale and cohesion of this ragtag army instantly soared. You truly are my lucky star. Thorn was currently in a meeting with several somewhat authoritative necromancers and civilian representatives preparing to analyze the current situation. With the army pressing and everyone appeared anxious and absent-minded. Seeing the atmosphere was somewhat lax, he drew the holy sword from his waist. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a blinding holy light burst forth, illuminating the dimly lit room. The civilian representatives, upon witnessing the holy light, began to flatter him profusely, their praises ringing in his ears, while the accompanying necromancers turned pale. That was a holy sword. A mere touch of the holy light could wipe away the necromantic aura they had painstakingly accumulated, making it difficult for them to recover for quite some time. Without the necromantic aura, it meant losing the blessings of the Grim Reaper. How could they study the grimoire of necromancy? How could they control zombies? Why was this big shot unaffected by the holy sword? Doubts surged in their hearts, but they did not dare to ask further, and could only cautiously retreat to a table farther from Thorn, fearing to be illuminated by that blinding holy light. With the effect of invigorating the spirits achieved, Thorn satisfactorily sheathed the holy sword. He spread out a map annotated with troop distributions on the table, tracing his finger across it. To the north of Loren County, it can be divided into two parts. Both directions can access the neighboring Medial Kingdom. To the east lies a vast expanse of dense forest and swamps bordering the Medial Kingdom, where the humidity is heavy and unsuitable for long-term habitation. However, because of this, there are few troops stationed there, making it difficult to be intercepted by the army when entering the Medial Kingdom from that direction. My lord, this. A civilian representative hesitated to voice his disagreement. The marshland environment is treacherous. The venomous insects and marsh gas may be no less lethal than weapons. Even without an army blocking our way, with so many families in tow, it would be very difficult for us to survive crossing that rainforest to the other side. Thorn nodded in agreement. Indeed. This route is a last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not. He pointed to the west. The Grey Wolf Canyon on the west side has a much better environment than the swamp. Not long ago, I killed the Grey Wolf King in the canyon. Now it only has some deer and other herbivorous beasts. Taking this route can lead us safely to the border. Thorn's tone turned serious. At the end of the canyon, there are heavily stationed troops under the jurisdiction of the Duke. Their military discipline is relatively strict, and it will be difficult for so many of us to pass unnoticed. Moreover, the canyon's terrain is long and narrow, making it inconvenient for retreat. Once we are discovered while advancing, we will be trapped and surrounded by pursuing troops. So fleeing north is impossible. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of difficulty. It was precisely for these reasons that they would rather take the risk to attack the Duke's mansion than consider fleeing north. After all, whether breaking through or crossing the marsh, it was a life-or-death situation. In comparison, the Duke's troops appeared to be fewer than those of the border army. However, Thorn knew this route was not completely off-limits. According to the intelligence gathered by his subordinates Ghosts, this border army essentially belonged to the royal army and was not under the jurisdiction of the Holy Light Church. Although necromancers are not favored, the mortal royal court would not actively seek trouble with the gods. The church had come to encircle the Chosen One. With such a commotion, the Duke could not fail to realize that this Chosen One was no ordinary person. If the border army actively attacked to assist the Holy Light Church, it would be tantamount to slapping the gods in the face. Although Audric's Holy Light Church was flourishing, if the Grim Reaper gathered troops from elsewhere for revenge, regardless of which side could win, it would be the Audric Kingdom that would ultimately suffer. Thus the border army was only responsible for guarding the pass. As long as Thorn and the others did not force their way through, they were unlikely to interfere. Having finished with the north, let's take a look at the west. Thorn's finger traced the western side of the map. The west consists of rugged mountainous terrain adjacent to the Grey Wolf Canyon. The terrain is steep and variable, with dangerous magical beasts lurking, making the risk of crossing it no less than that of the eastern rainforest. And to the east lies the Duke's castle. Thorn pointed to a prominent mark on the map. The Duke and the Holy Light Church have prepared doctrines in advance. To avoid collateral damage, they are likely to hold the castle firmly and not venture out, theoretically allowing us to bypass them. If we try to circle around from that side, we will certainly be discovered by the Duke's people. But just because the Duke does not send troops does not mean he will not communicate with the Holy Light Church. Exiting to the east leads directly to the neighboring York County. I estimate that there are already troops from the Holy Light Church prepared over there. If they receive information from the Duke, it would only take a moment for them to surround and annihilate us. After hearing this analysis, everyone nodded, but some couldn't help but speak up. My lord, I can see these things too, but after all this analysis, aren't we still left with no way to go? Thorn confidently chuckled. The reason there is no way now is that the Church's forces are all stationed here. When they come charging in, they cannot possibly maintain a formation as tightly packed as the city walls. Once the formation spreads out, there will always be loopholes. As long as we appropriately bait them, we can amplify their vulnerabilities. And I have a way to grasp their army's movements and lead you all through the gaps. Thorn's gaze swept over the attendees of varying heights. However, we may have to run a long distance back and forth. If someone falls behind, the others cannot wait at the spot. Everyone prepare yourselves mentally. In any case, if you listen to my command, there will be no issues. The crowd murmured. With no other options at the moment, they could only heed Thorn's words. Just then a ghost stationed outside suddenly spotted a shadow rapidly approaching. Damn, how could it be that one? Thorn dared not look any longer, fearing the ghost would be discovered, and hurriedly commanded it to burrow underground. He immediately shouted to the crowd, "Scatter. Exit through the back door, each return to your own homes, and await my news." The civilians and necromancers, seeing Thorn's anxious expression, did not dare to delay, and quickly fled from the tavern's back door. Thorn stored the zombies into the otherworldly territory, then turned to face the tavern's main door alone. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, splintering wood flying. Ikui strode in her metal boots, mismatched with her figure thumping heavily on the wooden floor. Thorn cursed inwardly. This woman was truly troublesome, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Even the perimeter guards had not noticed her. No wonder she was LV5, as she indeed had some skills. Ikui's entered the tavern, her gaze quickly sweeping over the chaotic traces left by the panicked crowd that had fled. However, she showed no intent to investigate further, and simply beckoned at Thorn. "You come with me." Thorn's hand was already on the hilt of the holy sword, his mental energy focused. As long as Ikui's got close, he would summon all the wind blades and launch a point-blank barrage at her. Thorn hesitated. Had Ikui's truly uncovered his true identity, intending to lure him into seclusion before striking? Or was she merely conducting a routine interrogation? Yet regardless, the recent gathering of so many necromancers here had left behind unmistakable traces of necrotic energy. Even if the holy sword's radiance had cleansed his aura, the accusation of colluding with necromancers would almost certainly stick. As Thorn weighed whether to charge forward and unleash violence, or continue feigning compliance, Ikui's lowered her voice urgently. "Come with me now. The church is about to storm in." "What?" Thorn blinked in confusion. According to intelligence gleaned from the zombified rats, the church's assault wasn't scheduled until tomorrow morning. Why the sudden advance? Ikui spoke rapidly, urgency sharpening her tone. "I have clearance to escort several individuals out, and you are my final selection. No time for explanations. Move now." Seeing Thorn frozen in place, she assumed he was fretting over his servant Martha, and raised her voice. "The quota is strict. I can save only you, not her." Thorn's mind churned with suspicion, desperate for clarity, but Ikui's expression had already hardened into impatience. She lunged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Thorn tensed, on the verge of summoning a level 3 zombie from his domain to unleash a wind blade, yet paused mid-incantation when he realized her motion held no intent to strike. Ikui seized his wrist and dragged him onward. "You may have heard rumors. Desperate circumstances drove you to ally with necromancers. I understand. You, an inquisitor of heresy, understand that." Thorn arched a brow. Ikui's offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. "Some even say I'm ill-suited for this role." After dashing down one street, Thorn began to hear distant rising clamor from the town's outskirts. He silently dispatched a subterranean wraith ahead to scout, guiding it into a second-floor window of a nearby house, where he beheld a scene too harrowing to bear. The army had breached the gates. Slaughter had begun. Armed church soldiers swept through the streets like crimson reapers, harvesting lives without mercy. Citizens who believed themselves untainted, free of necrotic taint, fled their homes with families in tow, pleading innocence, only to be cut down without hearing. Blood stained the cobblestones, of screams and sobs entwined in cacophony, Severed heads of children and parents lay heaped together, a living hellscape. As Thorn darted through narrow alleys beside Aquis, he asked, "Why me?" She didn't glance back. "Aren't you from the Leighton Alchemical Workshop? I require a favor from them, and I intend to make you owe me one. My carriage waits ahead. I'll escort all selected persons beyond the city walls." Thorn's thoughts raced. His former mentor, the alchemist who trained him before his academy defection, had once served Leighton Alchemical Workshop, granting him passing familiarity with its affairs. That was precisely why he'd adopted this identity as cover, never imagining it would now trigger such unforeseen consequences. With an Inquisitor's official sanction shielding him, slipping out alongside those four chosen ones would indeed spare him the perilous gamble of leading a ragtag band through fortified gates. Yet the dilemma remained: passing initial scrutiny meant entering the church's military ranks, where rigorous interrogation, perhaps even torture, might follow. Holy light suppressed undead essence, should he erupt in rebellion within church territory, escape would be near impossible. As battle cries drew nearer, Thorn's pulse quickened. He resolved to eliminate Aquis immediately, then summon Elena and flee on horseback. Over the past 2 days, while the army withdrew, he trained relentlessly under Elena's tutelage, finally mastering enough balance to stay mounted without falling. Just as he prepared to act, Aquis abruptly halted and unleashed a piercing, furious shriek. "What are you doing?" Thorn followed her gaze to a small plaza ahead, where her carriage stood, now ransacked by a squad of church. Its 4 passengers lay sprawled in pools of blood, lifeless. All had been personally vetted by Aquis, upstanding residents of Mahdi Town renowned for integrity and competence. 2 were exemplary teachers, 1 a restaurateur famed for charitable deeds, the last a decorated veteran bearing multiple medals. Aquis's eyes blazed crimson as she pointed and roared, "The Grand Prelate promised me 5 clearances to escort 5 people out. What is this?" The soldiers froze mid-action, uncertain how to respond to the diminutive Inquisitor before them. Their commanding officer ignored her outburst entirely, instead raising a silver communication disc and initiating a call. Moments later, the austere, icy visage of the High Inquisitor materialized above the disc. Aquis fixed her glare upon the projection and demanded, "Inquisitor Fenris, what is the meaning of this?" "The Grand Prelate assured me." The High Inquisitor replied impassively, "I am unaware of any such arrangement." Before Aquis could speak again, he cut her off coldly. "The Grand Prelate indulges you excessively." His voice dripped with undisguised contempt. "A soft-hearted, naive fool like you would have been expelled from the Inquisitorial Order long ago, if not for the Grand Prelate's unwavering protection." He activated every soldier's silver disc, simultaneously issuing a chilling command: "Observe closely. The woman projected here is Senior Inquisitor Aquis. She has shown undue compassion toward a civilian suspect, a forgivable lapse given Holy Light's mandate to nurture virtue. Your Inquisitor Aquis excels at such tenderness. Therefore aim solely at whomever she shields. But should she step between you and your target, treat her as mere parchment and pierce through. And if she resists, even slightly, classify her as heretic tier B. Show no restraint." At his order, blades drew in unison, a metallic chorus that struck terror into the heart. Apologizing perfunctorily, the soldiers advanced relentlessly. Aquis clenched her jaw, seized Thorn's hand, and bolted in the opposite direction. "Thorn feigned panic. If you're willing to protect me, then get me to the border, straight to the Kingdom of Meter." Aquis gasped between breaths. "The Border Legion has already been briefed. They won't arrest you, but they'll bar anyone from crossing. Come with me to the Duke's castle. There remains a sliver of hope. I know the Duke personally. My word, combined with your standing in Leighton, may yet secure his protection." Since she detected no necrotic aura emanating from Thorn and observed he wielded a holy blade, Aquis was utterly convinced he was no necromancer. Under such circumstances, if the Duke agreed to shield him, the Church of Radiant Light would likely grant that favor out of deference. Leighton Alchemical Workshop was the largest alchemical institution in the neighboring kingdom. Aquis sought a favor from the workshop, but due to certain complications, she had already incurred the enmity of senior officials within the Odric Alchemists Guild, leaving no one domestically willing to craft the artifact she required. Thorn's prior use of teleportation magic led Aquis to conclude he held high status within the workshop. Moreover, his immediate arrival via teleportation over the trivial matter of intercepted servants strongly suggested he was a scion of noble lineage undergoing field training. If she could leverage him to establish contact with Leighton, her objective might yet be realized. Upon hearing Aquis's words, Thorn felt a surge of quiet elation. In secular realms like Odric, where no single deity held absolute theological dominion, monarchical authority seldom intervened directly in ecclesiastical conflicts. Though the Church of Radiant Light flourished here, it had not achieved full theocratic integration with the crown. Thus, lesser deities' cults formed tacit alliances to counterbalance its influence and prevent total domination of the royal court. though the precise nature of the Duke's private accord with the church remained unknown, allowing him to witness the slaughter of his own subjects without intervention. The ducal citadel nonetheless functioned as a de facto neutral sanctuary. Seeking refuge, there was infinitely safer than remaining trapped within the encircling forces of the church's military. Moreover, the ducal domain lay outside the church's jurisdiction, and Odric's necromancers were too feeble to pose any threat to a figure of Thorn's caliber, relegated instead to preying upon defenseless civilians. Within the castle, artifacts and detection mechanisms attuned to holy energy or undead presence were scarce at best. Furthermore, Thorn's original strategy had already envisioned splitting his forces into two coordinated contingents, making the current situation align perfectly with his design. As he moved swiftly through the night alongside Aquis, Thorn secretly directed distant undead from afar. Meanwhile, on the opposite edge of the town, Martha, who had fled with the main group, suddenly felt a rustling within her sleeve. The refugees huddled inside an abandoned warehouse, with their leader Thorn, taken by the Inquisitor's command, had dissolved, plunging them into fractious debate over their next course of action. Some advocated charging toward the swamp wood, others argued the Teg Mountains offered greater safety, as long as they avoided apex predators. Still others insisted they must seize the Duke himself. A few even suggested groveling before the Inquisitor, addressing him as father, in hopes of clemency. Silence, now. Martha stepped forward abruptly, commanding the assembly with thunderous authority. Knowing Martha served as Thorn's most trusted retainer, the crowd instantly fell silent, turning expectantly toward her. From her sleeve emerged several ravens, zombified, their feathers ragged, fluttering onto her forearm. The raven parted its sharp beak and croaked in a grotesque, grating voice, northward, to the village, then immediately northwest, into the Teg Mountains. During his earlier years dwelling in the wilds, Thorn had captured various birds and beasts. Most brightly colored sparrows, red, blue, or yellow, were classified merely as generic corpses, granting only 1 blood point each. Yet these ravens constituted a novel species, earning him an additional point. Thorn quickly discerned their unique trait: their vocal apparatus enabled speech. He therefore crafted a cohort of zombified ravens beforehand, entrusting them to Martha as living messengers, prepared for precisely such exigencies. Following Thorn's prior instructions, Martha distributed the ravens and accompanying maps to 6 individuals he had specifically designated. Each assumed command of a contingent, dividing the main body into 6 compact squads. Martha herself led the first squad, Areno the second, an elder necromancer named John the third, the former street gang's enforcer Chief the fourth, a shrewd accountant the fifth, and another practitioner the sixth. Depart, immediately. The raven rasped its hoarse command. The squad surged forward without hesitation, racing northward beneath the cover of night. As Martha marched among her people, her thoughts turned inward, to her daughter Lily, now anchored safely in a foreign realm, and she whispered a silent prayer: "My lord, survive." The streets of Hoofprint Town were saturated in blinding crimson. Soldiers of the church swung standardized longswords with mechanical hollow precision, cleaving every moving thing within sight. Limbs lay severed and scattered, yet their eyes reflected neither pity nor fear. This chilling detachment stemmed not solely from pre-battle indoctrination, but also from subtle sinister aids. Each squad's captain wore an unassuming gray sachet at his waist. From within wafted a faint cloying sweetness, an enchanted elixir designed to suppress human empathy while amplifying primal bloodlust. So long as they refused to contemplate whose parents or children those mangled remains once were, no emotion impeded their blade strokes. Of course, the potion's efficacy was not absolute. Occasionally a young soldier's face paled and his wrist trembled mid-swing. Conversely, seasoned veterans, still gripped by greed, would between killings deftly strip gold rings and silver necklaces from the fallen. The accompanying inquisitors watched this avarice impassively, deeming such petty spoils an effective balm against lingering guilt. Upon a hill overlooking the town stood Grand Inquisitor Fenris, hands clasped behind his back. Night wind whipped his scarlet robes violently as he gazed down upon Hoofprint Town, now a searing inferno, his expression serene as though observing children dismantling an ant colony. A ripple shimmered in the air. A level 5 inquisitor clad in black robes materialized beside him and knelt on one knee. "Master," Jealous murmured, delivering his report. "Our informants report a contingent slipping through the chaos toward the village. Untrained yet disciplined, clearly organized on the fly. And elsewhere, scattered civilians are few. Light cavalry have them cornered. Cleanup will be swift. Only Aquis." Jealous paused. "She fled with the merchant, swiftly beyond our encirclement." "No matter. Aquis has defied orders. She is now without sanctuary. Her sole recourse is seeking refuge within the Duke's citadel. You shall pursue her. If you overtake her, well and good. If not, observe the old fox's true stand." "Me, Jealous blinked, then lifted his gaze, only to meet Fenris's unblinking stare and instantly grasped his master's intent. He lowered his head, concealing the involuntary upward curve of his lips. This was his ascension, his golden opportunity. Go. Yes, master. Jealous bowed deeply, then dissolved into the velvet darkness. Fenris cast his gaze toward the direction of Dabu village. Though the village itself housed no significant facilities, it lay at a strategic crossroads, northward to the Grey Wolf Canyon, westward to the Teg Mountains, and eastward to the Duke's Manor. That organized band of fugitives must consist of necromancers and rabble roused by their dark rhetoric. Most likely they intended to swiftly plunder the village before vanishing into one of those three directions, planning to wage guerrilla warfare in the Teg Mountains. Fenris sneered coldly. The route toward the Duke's castle was already watched by Jealous. Even a ragtag force like theirs would be effortlessly crushed by him alone. As for the Grey Wolf Canyon, though its border garrisons fell outside the church's jurisdiction, the High Cardinal had already secured imperial favor, and thus those troops would never permit necromancers to pass unchallenged. Only the Teg Mountains remained. Should this pack of vermin slip into those woods, matters would indeed grow troublesome. Fenris issued his orders with calm precision. Using his multifunctional disc, he dispatched a light cavalry detachment under the command of a level 5 Inquisitor, detaching it from the main host to intercept ahead via back trails. The main force split into 5 coordinated columns, converging upon Dabu village like a tightening net. He held absolute confidence in the perfection of his celestial web. This time the High Cardinal had sent him not 1, but 4 junior Inquisitors, an overkill so egregious it felt akin to slaughtering chickens with a warhammer. Necromancers in such a backwater province as Loren County could scarcely afford more than 7 or 8 crumbling zombies, mere fleshbolt for any standard paladin squad. The sole variable was that so-called divine chosen. Yet what of it? A coward who dared not even show his face. Fenris, second only to the High Cardinal himself, would dispatch him without effort. Had this foe truly surpassed level 9, divine radiance would long since have descended with sacred edicts summoning allied churches across neighboring realms for joint annihilation, not leaving Odric's Church of the Holy Light to claim glory unchallenged. Thousands pursuing hundreds, the advantage rested squarely with him. Fenris surveyed the battlefield. Then out of the corner of his eye a sudden chill prickled his spine. His sharp gaze locked onto a translucent, indistinct wisp hovering high above. It was a ghost. A flicker of disdainful mockery flashed across Fenris's eyes. Sending a ghost as an assassin. So this divine chosen is no more than that. Commanding ghosts demanded at least mid-tier necromantic mastery. Ghosts could phase through walls, vanish from sight, and resist all physical assault, devastating against level 5 novices and below. Yet beyond level 5, abundant mana reserves and heightened mental fortitude rendered them trivial. A single arcane bolt or elemental incantation would reduce such feeble spirit forms to ash. Fenris chose not to act, not yet. To wield a ghost with surgical precision required embedding a sliver of one's own soul within it. He waited for that reckless specter to draw near, then trap it with a forbidden rite. Once bound, he could trace that soul fragment backward, pinpointing the divine chosen's hidden lair with unerring certainty. Drift on, drift slowly, and deliver yourself into my hands. Yet this haughty Grand Inquisitor could never imagine that the phantom overhead was no assassin, but a floating omnidirectional surveillance lens, albeit one with slightly grainy resolution. Aside from Grand Inquisitor Fenris, level 9, there are 4 junior Inquisitors, all level 5. Far along a mountain path, Thorn and Aquis raced side by side. Though diminutive in stature, Aquis moved with startling speed. Thorn's legs already ached. But now was no time to rest. With his mind divided, he absorbed every detail of the church's deployment and command structure through the ghost's high-fidelity vision. Ordinary necromancers could only issue crude verbal commands to their undead. Execution fidelity, depending entirely on how much residual consciousness remained embedded in the soul-bound vessel during creation. To achieve shared vision or remote communion, one must either inscribe impossibly intricate communication arrays into the undead, or employ intelligent revenants such as ghasts whose intellect matched or exceeded that of ordinary humans. As for ghosts, mere vestiges of instinct and wrath stripped of reason. Attempting a psychic link with them risked instant neural collapse, drowned in ceaseless maddening whispers intelligible enough to torment, yet utterly devoid of meaning. Thorn immediately relayed new instructions via a separate psychic channel to Marcia, stationed far with them. From beneath Marcia's sleeve emerged a tattered, featherless zombie raven. It tilted its head, opened its razor-sharp beak, and spoke Thorn's voice. Cold, lucid, unmistakable. Listen, carefully. Each of you holds a map marked with crimson lines, paths I scouted in advance. Unit 1 detach immediately and take Route 3 into Dabu village. All others maintain current pace and formation. Unit 1 was Thorne's hand-picked elite. Every member save Marcia possessed rudimentary equestrian skill. The best mounts seized from the village were assigned to them, accompanied by several well-preserved zombie couriers trained for swift pursuit. Since the church deployed light cavalry to encircle them, Thorne would use this mounted unit as bait. By conventional logic, horsemen signaled high-value targets, so church forces would inevitably give chase. And light cavalry wore only leather armor, pitifully fragile. Thorne had prepared a devastating gift for them, one designed to shatter teeth upon the first bite. Having finalized tactical deployment, he checked the status of his spectral scouts. His maximum spiritual capacity stood at 13 points, 5 devoted to the ghost surveilling Fenris overhead, and another 5 channeled to Alina operating deep within foreign territory. Alina in turn wielded 10 points of spiritual energy, entirely requisitioned by Thorne to summon 2 additional ghosts. Normally Thorne could freely access sensory data and memories from all his undead, no mediation required. Yet direct control over Alina's assigned undead remained impossible. Their psychic linkage resembled light filtered through frosted glass, permeable yet blurred and indistinct. And Alina herself could only issue rigid mechanical commands, like any traditional necromancer, until her ascension to heroic rank granted her the passive ability Fate Bond. Thorne discovered a profound, near-symbiotic resonance between them, a unity so complete that he could now treat Alina as a relay node, bypassing her entirely to command those 2 ghosts with flawless precision. Thus Thorne now operated 3 ghosts in perfect synchrony. One hovered above Fenris, granting full battlefield awareness and tracking the commander's every move. A second swept ahead of the main column, clearing ambushes and detecting traps, while the third lay dormant beneath soil nearby, held in reserve lest Aquis detect its presence. Aside from the mental energy consumed to control specters, Thorne's physical form retained only 3 points of mental energy. Each zombie crow required 1 point. Yet his main force had split into 6 squads, theoretically demanding 6 points. How to resolve this? Precise micromanagement, allocating resources in real time. When no commands were needed, Thorne severed the connection. The uncontrolled zombie crows instantly reverted to 0 cognition, rigid as taxidermied specimens tucked inside Marcia's sleeve, twitching sporadically, consuming no mental energy whatsoever. Likewise, should Thorne suddenly face a formidable foe, he could instantly sever all spectral links and reclaim every ounce of his mental energy. Then 9 fully charged level 3 windblade launchers would materialize around him, ready to teach his adversaries a brutal lesson. Every move of the paladins unfolded beneath his watchful gaze, while they remained utterly unaware of his presence. Thorne opened his eyes in the darkness, a cold, razor-thin smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You seem to be enjoying yourselves quite thoroughly, slashing through townsfolk like harvesters reaping wheat. Those who take life must also accept the possibility of being slain. What are you smiling about?" Ikis suddenly asked, prompting Thorne to swiftly suppress the curve of his mouth. "I recalled something amusing. Tell me." A grown man riding atop a girl's neck at high speed. Isn't Thorne was describing their very predicament. His physical stamina barely matched that of an ordinary human, far below Ikis's level 5 capabilities, and soon he fell behind. So Ikis lifted him like a child onto her shoulders, carrying him across treetops in swift, fluid leaps. Given their stark disparity in size, Thorne's unwavering grip was nothing short of astonishing, a testament to Ikis's extraordinary control. Ikis fell silent for a moment, then sighed, "I am no mere girl. My body is this way for reasons beyond choice. Do not dwell on it." Thorne nodded. In a world where magic existed, age-defying forms, be they youthful or ancient, were hardly implausible. Yet how had she known he was smiling? He hadn't spoken a word. Did she possess eyes upon her back? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Thorne now grasped just slightly why the title Inquisitor of Heresies could silence infants' cries in the dead of night. Night lay thick as ink over the wilds beyond Mati town, the aftertaste of slaughter still lingering in the air. Church pursuers like hyenas, scenting blood, clung relentlessly to the fugitives' trail along both main roads and narrow paths. They had just committed an unforgivable massacre within the town, the cloying vapor from their sachets still prickling their nerves. Now the church's soldiers burned with a single fevered thought to hack every moving heretic into minced flesh. "Hurry, catch them. Not one blasphemer shall escape." A squad leader mounted on horseback brandished his longsword and roared. His 100-strong infantry company thundered down the main road toward Dabu village. Though heavy armor slowed them compared to light cavalry against civilians burdened by families, and low-tier necromancers commanding only a few shambling zombies, these armored infantry were overwhelming, unstoppable. Boom. Without warning, the earth beneath the vanguard soldier erupted. A deafening blast tore through the suffocating stillness of night. A violent shockwave hurled mud and shrapnel skyward, flinging the soldier bodily into the air. Ambush. The squad leader wrenched his reins. His mount shrieked in terror, rearing violently. Chaos erupted instantly. Soldiers behind, ignorant of what had transpired ahead, instinctively raised their shields, while those in front staggered, dazed by the blast's concussive force. As smoke thinned, the squad leader surveyed the carnage before him, his pupils contracting in horror. The soldier who triggered the explosion lay several meters away, writhing in agony. The church's standard-issue heavy plate armor was indeed formidable. The shrapnel had failed to pierce the steel breastplate, but the leg caught at ground zero had been shattered outright by the blast's raw concussive power. Twisted bone pierced flesh, blood pulsed steadily from the wound. What kind of sorcery is this? A cold dread slithered up his spine. He had never witnessed an attack requiring neither incantation nor ritual circle, nor even a trace of magical resonance. This was no spell. It was a landmine. During the church's siege, days growing ever more tense, Thorn had not idled. As a former top student of alchemy at the Arcane Academy, he knew that against overwhelming odds, every resource must be weaponized. Though the malevolent workshop stood merely as a tertiary structure, producing mostly low-grade concoctions like clarity elixirs and preservation agents. The essence of alchemy lay in elemental chemistry. Drawing upon his rigorous training, Thorn refined and recombined these base formulations with meticulous precision. He sealed the volatile high-yield explosive solution within custom-forged vessels, fitting each with a simple pressure trigger mechanism at its mouth. Once subjected to sufficient weight, the solution destabilized instantaneously, unleashing a devastating detonation. His fellow necromancers possessed rudimentary knowledge of anatomy and embalming, but designing such an intricate alchemical weapon, utterly beyond them. When Thorn unveiled the first completed mine before them, those men, who spent lifetimes lurking in sewers and crypts, gazed upon him as though a deity had descended among mortals. The church's forces fielded numerous cavalry units, but cavalry could not maneuver effectively across rugged mountain terrain, forcing them onto open roads. Thorn had calculated this precisely, ordering his subordinates to plant these hastily manufactured mines densely along both the main road and lesser trails leading to Dabu village. The squad leader stared at the deceptively tranquil stretch of earth ahead, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow. Regret flickered across his face. He wished bitterly that he'd spared a few civilians back in town. Now there wasn't even a single expendable soul left to probe the ground ahead. "Captain, what do we do now?" His lieutenant approached, voice trembling. The squad leader clenched his jaw and withdrew a list from his vest. It was the official roster issued before departure, recording each soldier's performance scores and background. "Send the third squad forward to clear the path." He pointed coldly at several names on the list. "Probe the earth with spears. Unearth every cursed—" The soldiers named paled instantly. They were the weakest, most marginalized members of the unit, the ones perpetually scorned and overlooked. "Captain, that's unjust," cried a gaunt soldier, voice cracking. "We are knights of the holy light. Why must we die as sacrificial lambs? Can't we simply deter? It'll cost extra time, but those heretics won't flee far." Necromancy had long remained feeble within the kingdom of Aldrich. These rank-and-file soldiers stationed for years in relative peace excelled at oppressing common folk. But when survival hung in the balance, their lax discipline crumbled instantly. The squad leader's expression darkened. Normally, he might have silenced such dissent with a sharp rebuke, but this was no ordinary moment. The Grand Inquisitor himself was watching from behind, and hesitation meant execution. Just as he reached for his sword to assert authority, a figure draped in black robes emerged slowly from the rear of the formation. Undermining morale, execute on the spot. And before the words had fully left his lips, the black-robed figure had already drawn his blade. A razor-sharp gleam of cold light flashed. Then the emaciated soldier who had protested aloud did not even have time to cry out before his head soared skyward and warm blood pooled into a dark crimson stain upon the earth. The black-robed man sheathed his long sword and slowly raised his head, revealing a face sharp with malevolence. NLV. 5 low-rank Inquisitor Araby. Araby's gaze slithered over the selected soldiers like that of a venomous serpent as he rebuked them icily. "You wretches, day after day you've indulged in gluttony, debauchery, and vice, hiding behind the church's local authority, neglecting training, shattering discipline. Do you truly believe no one holds you accountable? And today is the day you atone for your sins in the name of the holy light." His long sword pointed unflinchingly toward the minefield ahead. "Take up your spears and probe the path forward. If you survive, you live. Hesitate so much as a single step backward, and I shall sever your heads instantly, for sowing chaos within the ranks." The squad leader watched, heart pounding, silently grateful he had not softened his stance moments earlier. An Inquisitors dispatched to oversee military operations wielded absolute power over life and death. This very list of mine clearers had been drafted at Araby's explicit instruction. To behave with such laxity now was tantamount to courting death. The selected soldiers trembled violently, their knees buckling beneath them. Under Araby's frigid stare, they could only shakily grasp the spears lying on the ground and march, hearts hammering, toward the minefield ahead. Thrust harder, Araby barked from behind. Then the soldiers gripped their spears with both hands, stabbing tremblingly into the soil before them. Boom. And soon another thunderous detonation shook the air, earth and grass clippings exploding skyward in a chaotic spray. And these men, long idle in training, could not even execute the most fundamental thrust properly. Though terror lent them desperate strength, their arms soon burned with unbearable fatigue. Yet behind them loomed Araby's blood-dripping blade. No hesitation dared. Another violent explosion erupted. And this time the iron shards Sun had embedded in the mines proved devastating. Propelled by gunpowder, they scattered outward like celestial blossoms, countless razor-edged fragments slicing through the air. Na piercing scream tore through the night. Na rusted iron shards struck true, buried deep into a mine-clearer's left eye. The soldier dropped his spear, clutching his gushing eye as he writhed in agony upon the ground. And blood seeped between his fingers, staining half his face crimson. The shard had pierced deep into the ocular cavity, white and red tissues spilling forth in grotesque horror. And nearby soldiers gasped in shock, instinctively recoiling several paces. Araby's brow furrowed slightly as he strode forward, seized the screaming soldier's collar, and yanked him upright with brute force. "Bear it!" Nee's voice was glacial. With lightning speed, his right index and middle fingers shot forth, locking precisely onto the wounded eye. With a sickening thud, Araby wrenched the entire eyeball free, iron shards still embedded within. And "Aag!" The soldier shrieked, a sound beyond human, then rolled his eyes back and collapsed into unconsciousness from sheer pain. And Araby casually tossed the mangled orb aside and flicked blood from his fingers. Such a wound had already breached the optic nerve. Leaving the eye intact would have allowed infection to spread rapidly, blinding his remaining eye, perhaps even costing his life. Turning to face the assembled troops, Araby declared in ringing tones, "This soldier has bravely suffered injury in service to the Holy Light. I hereby decree his immediate transfer to the rearline infirmary for the finest medical care available. Upon conclusion of this operation, he shall be awarded the Church's Medal of Honor, double pay, and a generous bounty of 100 gold coins. And not only he, each of you standing here shall likewise receive double pay and formal commendation from it. Though you erred before, any risk you now undertake for the Holy Light marks you as meritorious servants. I look forward to greater feats from you all." The soldiers, moments ago paralyzed by dread and resentment at being forced into the minefield, now gleamed with avaricious hunger in their eyes. 100 gold coins. Wealth enough to sustain a common foot soldier for a decade. And though the Church's medal seemed ornamental, it carried substantial weight in ecclesiastical promotions. The squad leader observed silently, inwardly awed. And this inquisitor truly possessed masterful. First he slaughtered without mercy to establish authority, terror freezing every soul in place. Then with chilling decisiveness he excised the wounded eye. Finally he dangled lavish rewards to reclaim loyalty. Had he offered incentives from the outset, the soldiers might still have felt unjustly coerced, life traded. But having first pressed them to the brink of death, then bestowed unexpected reward, he instilled in them not just relief, but gratitude bordering on devotion. This was the art of dominion. Inspurred by the promise of riches, the remaining mine-clearers now moved with renewed vigor. After all, they wore the Church's standard-issue heavy armor. So long as they avoided vulnerable zones like eyes or throat, survival remained likely. Bang, bang, bang. Spears stabbed relentlessly into the earth, mine after mine detonating prematurely. Though explosions echoed ceaselessly, armored protection accelerated progress markedly. Araby watched a faint, satisfied curve lifting the corner of his lips as a safe passage gradually emerged along the road. Just then the foremost soldier drove his spear hard into a subtly raised mound of earth. Puffed, and no deafening blast followed. Instead, a muffled, almost comical pop emanated from beneath. A tiny crater opened, its explosive force laughably feeble, and apparently a dud. And phew, scared the hell out of me. The soldier wiped sweat from his brow, then froze mid-step. And from the small crater, no smoke rose. Instead, an eerie violet gas welled forth. This purple vapor seemed alive, spreading swiftly outward. And that faint detonation had triggered a cascade reaction. Uft, 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 uft. And dozens of concealed pits erupted in rapid succession, violet gas geysering upward, coalescing instantly into a thick, swirling purple mist hanging low over the battlefield. Danger! Poison gas! And Araby's face paled. Reacting instantly, he roared, "Cover your mouths and noses, everyone! Fall back! Full retreat!" In the midst of speaking, Elabai swiftly pulled out a specially made mask from his pocket and fastened it to his face, while tearing off a strip of cloth and soaking it with holy water from his flask, covering his mouth and nose tightly. However, this area happened to be in a wind funnel, and as the night breeze blew, the purple toxic mist surged forward like a tsunami towards the Chicha's army. The few bomb disposal soldiers closest to the source of the gas had no time to react before inhaling large gulps of the purple air. Cough, cough, cough. Almost instantaneously, those soldiers began to cough violently. Their faces turned a horrifying shade of purplish black at a visible speed, and their spears fell weakly to the ground. "I can't breathe." One soldier clutched his neck tightly with both hands, his eyes bulging, his throat producing a thick, phlegmy wheeze. Within seconds, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching violently. The soldiers behind him, witnessing this scene, were terrified and scattered in chaos, retreating frantically. Elibai stood at the edge of the toxic mist, his face pale. He recognized this type of gas. Inhaling it would quickly paralyze a person's respiratory nerves, leading to suffocation in extreme pain. This type of gas is very easy to produce. Any student from a magic academy could make it, yet its efficiency is not very high. Although this gas is lethal, it takes time to take effect. As long as antidotes are administered in advance or prompt evacuation occurs, it is not beyond treatment. From a cost perspective, the resources expended to produce, store, and transport this gas far outweigh the enemy forces it can replace on the battlefield. It is undoubtedly a losing deal. From a cost perspective, the resources expended to produce, store, and transport this gas far outweigh the enemy forces it can replace on the. Typically, such costly methods are only employed by the military in times of war between two nations fighting for strategically crucial choke points. The Holy Light took notice of Loren County after the soul was snatched away by the Grim Reaper. If that chosen one had such resources, they could have secretly recruited soldiers in Loren County long ago, yet investigations revealed that Loren County was disturbingly clean. Surely one cannot say that the Chosen One's resources are entirely related to alchemy. After all, it is the Chosen of the Grim Reaper, not the Chosen of alchemy. Could there be an alchemy workshop providing support from behind? Is it the neighboring country of Ladon? Or our own alchemy city Danteli? Or perhaps an even more distant force? This desecrator is indeed extraordinary. Elibai gritted his teeth, unable to determine just how much that Chosen One was entangled with. The good news is, even if there are forces at play, they are only acting in the shadows. Otherwise, the Holy Light would struggle greatly against multiple sects. Ugh. Watching the soldiers around him retreating in fear, Elibai knew that if they continued to back away, the morale of this unit would completely collapse. 4 low-ranking judges participated in this operation. Among them, Jealous, being the direct disciple of the chief judge, naturally had his own significant achievements to gain. However, there were also 2 other low-ranking judges of the same level accompanying him, both of whom were in secret competition with Elibai. Whoever could capture that Chosen One first would earn credit before the Holy Light. Though the major rewards still went to the Archbishop and the Chief Judge, their benefits would not be insignificant. They absolutely could not afford to delay the opportunity for battle here. Everyone stop. Elibai drew his longsword and slashed down at a soldier attempting to flee, barking, "No retreat. The toxic gas is blowing this way, or as long as we charge through this area, we'll be safe once we reach the upwind side. If we retreat now, the gas will continue to blow with the wind, and we will all die here." This is a lie. This neurotoxic gas relies on quantity to overwhelm. Once it disperses in an open area, the concentration will rapidly decrease, severely diminishing its lethality. But ordinary soldiers have no understanding of the intricacies of alchemy. Under Elibai's intimidation and the threat of death, they could only endure their fear, covering their mouths and noses with wet cloths, heads down, charging forward like a herd of driven cattle. The water in their flasks was not blessed holy water, but ordinary water lacking resistance to the toxic gas. Before long, some began to cough violently. Yet the most deadly aspect was not the gas itself. The combination of gas canisters and high-explosive landmines transformed the path ahead into a zone of death without proper detonation. Although under strict orders, some soldiers were pushed forward to probe the path with their spears. The hasty march and rough bomb disposal led to frequent overlooked mines exploding. Boom. Occasionally, soldiers would step on landmines and be blown away or collapse from the toxic gas and begin to retch. The sounds of screams, explosions, and coughing intertwined, resembling a hell on earth. Elibai watched the suffering soldiers, his eyes devoid of any compassion. Leave a few medics to camp in a sheltered spot, and the able-bodied wounded should drag the incapacitated. Those who wish to achieve merit must continue to charge forward. Meanwhile, in another direction of Dab Village, Chief Judge Fenris divided the troops sent to encircle into 5 groups. In addition to Jealous, who was pursuing Ikisi, and Elibai responsible for the main road advance, there was another LV5 Judge Laro personally leading a team primarily composed of light infantry attempting to traverse the forest. This forest was filled with tinder grass and shrubs along with trees of moderate height, even lacking thorny brambles, making the march relatively easy. Of course, the desecrators could also escape from here. Laro never anticipated that the ambush he encountered would be even more brutal than what Elibai faced. Opt. A soldier walking at the front suddenly let out a scream and fell to the ground. Laro hurried over and saw that a bloody hole had opened in the calf of the soldier's right leg. What happened? Is there an ambush? Laro looked around cautiously, but found no trace of the enemy. Master, it seems I stepped on something. The soldier clutched his leg in pain. Laro focused and sniffed, detecting the scent of a chemical. He used the tip of his sword to peel back the soldier's flesh, extracting a shard of glass. Furrowing his brow, he swept the nearby pile of fallen leaves with his sword, revealing numerous test tubes scattered about. The outer walls of the test tubes were painted a dull yellow to blend in with the surrounding environment. If one did not look closely, they would be nearly impossible to detect. Originally manufactured by the evil workshop, this clear agent was modified by replacing its internal contents with explosive compounds, turning it into a shrapnel bomb that detonates upon stepping on it. Its cost is low, and the quantity is immense, comparable to butterfly bombs in modern warfare. It is compact, highly concealed, while the amount of explosive is not large, and its power is not as terrifying as that of the landmines nearby. Its original design was not meant to kill, but to maim. The explosion propelled dozens of glass shards outward, embedding deeply into the soldier's leg. Though it did not directly blow off his leg, the excruciating pain and continuous bleeding caused the affected soldier to instantly lose his ability to move. The more troublesome part is that such an injury cannot be left untreated, or it will quickly lead to infection. Laro looked at the ground covered with leaves and shrubs, filled with uncertainty. Damn, just how many of these damned things did those desecrators scatter in the mountains? Laro's face turned ashen. He had anticipated traps from the necromancer, but this sheer quantity was utterly staggering. You are a necromancer, not an alchemist. Instead of delving into the Necronomicon to win the favor of death itself, why clutter your path with so many alchemical contraptions? As the column advanced, deeper muffled detonations echoed incessantly. Soldiers kept triggering butterfly mines one after another, their legs shattered. Each step transforming the once silent forest into a grotesque maw bristling with ravenous, unseen beasts. Terror spread like wildfire through the ranks, yet every footfall trembled with dread, and progress slowed to a torturous crawl. What gnawed most at Laro was his inability to force the soldiers forward by brute command. These devices were simply too numerous. If he ordered them to charge blindly through the minefield, casualties might remain tolerable, but the entire force would be crippled, rendering any further campaign impossible. Worse still, if either of his two rivals seized this misstep and lodged a formal complaint before the Grand Inquisitor, Laro's position as Inquisitor would vanish overnight. Halt the advance. Send scouts ahead with long spears to clear the path. Laro clenched his jaw, choosing prudence over peril. He withdrew a silver disc, a communication device, and resolved to defer the decision to Grand Inquisitor Fenris. If the Grand Inquisitor commanded a charge, then the loss of a unit's mobility would bear no stain upon Laro's conscience. Meanwhile, in Dab village, night hung thick and silent over the village. Its former inhabitants, sensing something amiss or fearing the martial might of Areno and his companions, had already joined the exodus. These untrained refugees had already scattered dozens along the road. Now their numbers were barely restored, though far from replenished. Yet these newcomers had never trained together, mere cannon fodder at best. The necromancers and militia now gathered on an open patch at the village's heart. Following Sorn's earlier instructions, they had planted high-yield explosive mines, toxic gas canisters, and butterfly mines at critical choke points along their retreat route. Relieved of those heavy alchemical bombs, the group felt an immediate lightness. That Sorn could produce such devastating ordnance was no stroke of fortune. It all stemmed from his otherworldly domain, the Malevolent Workshop. Though the workshop's current tier only yielded basic items, such as clarity elixirs and preservative drafts, Sorn was a distinguished graduate of the Arcane Academy's alchemy department. The constituent compounds of these base elixirs aligned seamlessly with conventional magical reagents in this world's alchemical framework. Once armed with precise ratios and reaction formulae, synthesizing destructive compounds from such fundamentals came effortlessly to Sorn. And in a world suffused with magic, nothing lent itself more readily to explosive reactions. As long as no sophisticated enhancements, like directional blasts, delayed detonations, or targeted toxins, were required, bomb-making demanded little more than rudimentary skill. Yet because the Malevolent Workshop could not mass-produce mines directly, Sorn himself drafted an exhaustive, foolproof assembly line protocol for each device. Necromancers routinely employed anatomical knowledge and basic alchemy while preparing cadaveric materials, not equaling true alchemists, yet possessing foundational competence. Areno and Old John extracted essential components from clarity elixirs and minor drafts, then sorted and stored them in labeled vessels. Thereafter, villagers needed only follow the prescribed sequence, adding designated substances to designated containers to assemble crude mines. Naturally, during manual assembly, repeated minor furnace explosions occurred due to inexperience, wasting precious materials and inflicting minor injuries. But at such a juncture, life or annihilation, who cared? Every additional mine meant another pursuer silenced, another sliver of survival secured. Later, Soren's wraiths observed the marching routes of multiple enemy forces, allowing him to lay ambushes with surgical precision, delivering crushing blows to the hunters. They gathered around the crackling campfire, gnawing on tough jerky, and spontaneously praised Soren. "Lord Soren, your ability to conjure wonders from nothing leaves me utterly awestruck." A former street enforcer from town bowed deeply, his voice dripping with obsequious admiration. Who would have imagined that cold remedies and mana-restorative elixirs could become weapons of war? Indeed, we owe our lives entirely to Lord Soren's foresight. Without his preparations, we'd have been surrounded and slaughtered by the church's blades long ago. Old John nodded in agreement, his clouded eyes shimmering with reverence. When he first met Soren, he'd regarded the youth with paternal pity, yet within days he found himself addressing him as Lord. He'd lived 60-odd years and could barely maintain 3 zombies. Soren. Ow. Others' initial awe had sprung solely from Soren's terrifying level 3 zombies and the undead warrior, but when Soren produced armors and potions seemingly from thin air, that awe sank deep into bone and marrow. No common mortal could accomplish such feats, however inexplicable their mechanics. Just then a strange rustling erupted from within Areno's voluminous gray robes. With a flutter of tattered wings, a zombie crow emerged and perched upon his shoulder. Silence fell instantly. All eyes locked onto the bird. They knew Lord Soren's command was imminent. A faint, eerie blue light flickered within the crow's hollow eye sockets. Then it opened its sharp beak and rasped. A grating sandpaper-like shriek. "Caw! Attention! A detachment of light cavalry has circled ahead. Approximately 10 riders. Prepare to engage them within the village." "Caw!" The moment the last syllable faded, the crow collapsed lifelessly from Areno's shoulder motion. The air beside the fire froze solid. A cavalry unit. Circling ahead. The flatterer who moments before had fawned over Soren now paled to chalk white. Old John gripped his dagger, voice trembling. How is this possible? Didn't one unit lure the cavalry? The fallen crow lifted its head, as if startled from slumber, and croaked. "They split into 2. The majority pursue the decoy. A small contingent comes, here to trap you." Panic rippled through the crowd. Militiamen who believed safety assured now tightened their grip on crude weapons, scanning the shadows with frantic eyes. "Panic, YA!" 3 crows cried in unison, their voices slicing through the turmoil. Dab villages' houses stand tightly packed. Cavalry cannot maneuver effectively. They must dismount. Should close combat ensue, the gifts I left you will prove decisive. Within Dabu village, a force nearing 300 souls crowded the narrow lanes. Thorn observed the scene from above through his spectral familiar, shaking his head inwardly. Though the opposing force numbered only a dozen riders, its leader was a genuine level 5 warrior, whose overwhelming superiority rendered ordinary men no more formidable than lambs awaiting slaughter. Thorn's contingent was hastily assembled, its morale sustained solely by terror of the church's massacre and the fleeting authority of a few minor chieftains. Discipline and loyalty were entirely absent. Should that level 5 warrior breach the crowd and unleash peerless combat prowess, slicing through foes like ripe melons, then follow it with a few well-placed words of surrender, panic would inevitably fracture the ranks, and many among the 300 would collapse inwardly, defecting on the spot. Chaos would then erupt, stampedes, and internal strife would claim half their numbers before a single holy knight lifted his blade. Rather than feeding flesh to a level 5's edge, Thorn chose to hold back a compact cadre of elite fighters for a delaying action. Thorn immediately issued orders through his Raven familiar squads 4, 5, and 6. Advance northwest at once. Into the Tager Mountains. Several leaders, zombie ravens, repeated the command in hoarse, grating voices. Squads 4, 5, and 6, the most populous with common civilians, immediately withdrew through a concealed breach on the village's western flank, proceeding directly along the pre-established route. If the Holy Knights patrolling the periphery detected these fleeing squads and pursued them, those remaining inside the village would sally forth to encircle the pursuers. If, however, the Holy Knights ignored the retreat and pressed their assault upon the village itself, Thorn's stratagem would be fulfilled. Those withdrawn squads would vanish deep into the Tager Mountains without hesitation. Old John's 3rd squad carried every crossbow bolt available, dispersing and concealing themselves atop the high ground flanking both sides of the village entrance, poised to strike from ambush. Areno's second squad gathered a substantial number of zombies, serving as the primary frontline force, scattered and hidden within houses lining the main thoroughfare ready to reinforce at a moment's notice. Thorn's Spectre returned gliding silently from the forest. The 10-meter flight altitude described in the Spectre interface was a relative measure, calculated from the solid ground directly beneath it, allowing vertical fluctuation within that range. Yet submerging too deeply would render sight and sound impossible. Thus Thorn typically lowered the Spectre only a few dozen centimeters beneath the surface. The Spectre ascended smoothly along the outer wall of the village's tallest bell tower, settling motionless just above its spire, granting an unobstructed vantage over the entire settlement. In the distance, a dozen black silhouettes on horseback galloped swiftly forward under cover of night. Inquisitor Theodore led the charge, wind roaring past his ears. He remained utterly unaware that Thorn had already tracked every movement of this so-called surprise detachment. A scout spurred his mount back at full speed and reported in hushed tones, "My lord, Dubu village indeed bears unmistakable signs of mass congregation." Theodore sneered inwardly, convinced all unfolded precisely as he commanded. That earlier mounted unit, though suspicious in appearance, had betrayed itself upon pursuit. Its hoofprints were unervingly uniform, devoid of the frantic, uneven gait born of mortal terror. Mere bait. The true quarry, the so-called chosen of death, most likely still cowered within this very village, hidden among the rabble he himself had incited. Iralbai and Laro's infantry columns moved too slowly to keep pace. If Theodore struck first, beheading the chosen, glory and primacy would belong solely to him. He therefore dispatched the main force to continue tracking, while leading a select dozen level 3 elites to sever all escape routes. According to reconnaissance, the villagers were merely a transient assembly, showing no trace of formal training. As a level 5 Inquisitor, Theodore possessed absolute confidence in annihilating this rabble single-handedly. The sole variable of concern remained the chosen. Yet beings such as the chosen invariably radiated distinction, a blazing torch amid darkness, impossible to overlook amidst any crowd. Should the chosen prove unexpectedly formidable, Theodore could always signal the Grand Inquisitor. Meanwhile, he would exploit his superior mobility to draw out and exhaust the foe. As the column neared the village gate, Dabu lay shrouded in absolute darkness, eerily silent, save for the chaotic footprints littering the earth, betraying a recent mass exodus. "My lord, shall we fire a holy light illumination round?" One subordinate ventured. "It would bathe the village in light and suppress undead forces, making our search vastly more efficient." Theodore rolled his eyes with undisguised contempt. Fire an illumination round? That would be like detonating a flare in the night sky, blatantly summoning Iralbai and Laro to snatch away his triumph. He barked sharply, "You are fully armed holy knights, elite level 3 warriors. How dare you cower like children? I have reviewed your service records. You possess experience combating necromancers. Surely you recall the wretched nature of these vermin from Loren County. They cannot even afford more than a handful of level 2 zombies, let alone anything capable of threatening level 3 warriors. This is a golden opportunity for glory. Should we seize the chosen first, each of you shall receive the blessing of holy light and ascend multiple tiers without delay." The knight bowed his head silent, but inwardly cursed. To enter a pitch-black village blind, even without necromancers present, invited disaster peasants could easily hide explosives behind doors, or worse. Yes, they were tougher than common folk, but death, when it came, claimed them just the same. Yet Theodore was their commanding officer, his orders law. Tempted by the promise of divine blessing, the dozen knights dismounted, drew their long swords, and crept cautiously into the village. What followed transformed the search into a waking nightmare. Though these necromancers commanded few worthy undead, survival in Odric Kingdom demanded ingenuity, and they possessed it in abundance. Facing annihilation, they distributed their most precious alchemical reagents and cursed artifacts, some as concealed projectiles, others rigged as traps. By daylight such tactics would have posed little threat, but now midnight cloaked the land, moon obscured by thick roiling clouds. Though the knights lit torches, wielding them in one hand left them dangerously off balance, and several flames were snuffed out with startling ease. Oh, would a single holy light illumination round not spare us all this? Impossible. We lack authorization. Only the commander carries them. From behind shrubbery, within the shadows of houses, even from wells, they launched ruthless, merciless ambushes against the holy knights. High explosive landmines, left over from prior engagements, detonated sporadically, filling the village with shrieks of agony. Theodore, shielded by his level 5, might advance unimpeded. He assumed his subordinates faced mere inconveniences, perhaps a well-placed club to the skull. Should true peril arise, they could activate their personal alarms to summon him. Silence meant safety. He could not fathom that his men never had the chance to sound the alarm. Theodore wielded his holy sword with effortless grace, cutting down several militiamen who attempted a stealthy ambush, then cornered a group of necromancers inside a large house at the village's heart. He had intended to capture them alive, to extract through interrogation the whereabouts of the chosen one. But cold arrows kept piercing through the windows from outside, growing so incessant and vexing that he abandoned restraint, slashing the necromancers down in one stroke before whirling to confront the archers hidden in the shadows. Theodore cursed inwardly had he not assigned scouts to secure the high ground before entering the village. How could such a simple task remain unfulfilled? Along his path into the village he'd had countless opportunities to seize captives, but each was ruined by this relentless, maddening harassment. Those necromancers, zombies, and skeletons were in truth little more than painless, mindless soldiers, surely no match for seasoned warriors. Just as Theodore raised his sword to stride outside, he suddenly noticed towering flames erupting beyond the walls. The fire spread with terrifying speed, its acrid stench betraying the volatile nature of alchemical reagents. Refusing to underestimate the threat, Theodore hurled himself through the wooden door just before the infernal wall sealed shut, slicing and passing the arsonist militiamen who stood frozen outside. No sooner had his boots struck the earth than skeletal warriors and shambling zombies surged from every direction. Soren's comrades had truly committed their last reserves. Under normal circumstances, they would never maintain such numbers of zombies, while raising them with simple sustaining them demanded vast resources and ceaseless effort, luxuries far beyond low-tier necromancers lacking servitors. Yet now the Holy Light Church sought their utter annihilation, and a level 5 Inquisitor stood among them. Zombies fell in a single blow anyway, maintenance was irrelevant. Why hoard such expendables when extinction loomed? Theodore let out a contemptuous snort, tightening his grip on the holy blade. With a single glance, he discerned these zombies were mere level 1 abominations, clumsy, weak, scarcely stronger than ordinary villagers. In this world, advancement through levels heralded profound metamorphoses. Level 3 marked the first such transformation, the threshold at which one gained mastery over a basic spell. Level 5 represented the second, a quantum leap in magical potency, enabling simultaneous casting of multiple spells, true harmony of offense and defense. He was after all a full-fledged level 5 Inquisitor, not some half-trained level 3 dilettante who could wield only attack or defense magic, but never both. He commanded the Holy Flame Slash, a blazing incantation that wreathed his blade in radiant sacred fire, reducing any undead it grazed to ash, vaporizing those it struck outright. His body shimmered with holy light, bare-handed blows from commoners landed like harmless tickles, while the touch of any loathsome undead seared their flesh, leaving charred, weeping wounds. Blessings granted by the church adorned him. Night vision, arrow evasion, transforming him amid the battlefield's suffocating darkness into a veritable war god descended. Theodore swept through the encircling horde like a scythe through wheat-cleaving zombies with merciless surgical precision. Limbs flew, torsos split, while from the shadows necromancers wailed in anguish, watching their painstakingly amassed legions consumed in moments. Using night vision, Theodore swiftly scanned the carnage. He knew well novice necromancers required direct lineopsight to command their undead soldiers. Following the cries of despair and the direction of desperate gazes, he instantly pinpointed several. Like a celestial avenger descending, Theodore closed the distance in 3 swift bounds, seizing one necromancer by the throat, lifting him aloft, and demanding, "Where is your leader?" Terror shattered the necromancer's composure. Trembling, he pointed toward Areno's position. An arrow whistled past. Theodore, exasperated, silenced him with a single clean stroke, then turned his gaze upon Areno. Areno stood ringed by several hulking level 2 zombies, each bearing massive reinforced shields that formed an impenetrable bulwark around him. Upon meeting Theodore's stare, Areno feigned abject terror, ordering his shield bearers to advance and cover his retreat deeper into the village. Theodore's heart surged with elation. In this backwater county of Lorraine, amassing so many level 2 zombies, armored with such fine craftsmanship, could mean only one thing: this man was the death-blessed chosen one. Slay him, and glory would be mine alone. Without hesitation, Theodore brandished his holy sword and charged, lowering his center of gravity for explosive speed. Areno, spotting the onslaught, immediately ordered 2 zombies to carry him away while directing the rest to intercept. Theodore roared, a thunderous blow crashing onto the foremost shield. Clang! Sparks erupted, the deafening clang of sacred steel against enchanted iron reverberated across the night. He recoiled in shock. As a level 5 Inquisitor, his strength transcended mortal limits, augmented further by the Holy Flame Slash. How could mere shields withstand him? Then he saw the shield bore the insignia of a paladin, standard issue forged in the kingdom of Odric. Though Areno and his allies lacked Soren's miraculous system, decades of survival in Odric had honed their cunning and resourcefulness. Its reverse surface bristled with dense, interlocking ward runes, designed specifically to suppress sacred energy, allowing undead to bear it without incineration. Yet its front remained untouched, still radiating pure sanctity. Sacred magics by nature harmonized with one another, their defining trait lay in minimizing collateral damage to allies during area effect casting. Thus, when Theodore's holy flame slash struck the shield, the sacred energies merged, not clashed, dramatically diminishing its divine lethality, leaving only brute physical force behind. Those massive shields formed an immovable wall, halting Theodore in his tracks. He parried and feinted, buying time while bellowing for reinforcements. Silence answered him, absolute chilling silence. His blood ran cold. The dozen elite knights he brought had vanished without trace. They were level 3 heavy cavalry, armored, disciplined, battle-hardened. Even if his impatience had scattered them during the search, how could they be wiped out so utterly, so swiftly? Damn fools, falling so fast, their gear now arming the enemy. What Theodore did not know was that Soren's specter hung motionless above the village, observing every move of the paladins below. The paladins fought in the open. Areno's faction operated from the dark. Guided by the specter's precise targeting and sacrificing a few zombies as bait, Areno orchestrated coordinated strikes, exploiting terrain and traps to dismantle the scattered knights one unit at a time. Now across the entire village, only Theodore remained, the church's sole surviving hound. Whoosh, whoosh. Crossbow bolts continued to fly from unseen perches, wild and accurate, several even striking Areno's own shield-bearing zombies. But since only undead now surrounded Theodore, and they felt neither pain nor fear, those arrows posed no threat to them. Instead, they became Theodore's solitary, relentless torment. Theodore's face darkened with profound dismay. Under the protection of the blessing of arrow warding, he continuously parried and evaded incoming crossbow bolts. Those he could not block were forcibly deflected sideways. His movements were lightning swift. He was preparing to breach the shield-bearing zombies' defensive wall through sheer martial prowess beneath the storm of arrows, delivering a fatal strike to the fleeing chosen one, when suddenly a chilling sensation pierced his back. An eerie murmur emanated from behind him, soft, indistinct, like whispered lamentation, tinged with sorrow, yet laced also with quiet, seething hatred. Yet when Theodore focused intently to discern its meaning, he realized the sound carried no intelligible words at all. The emotions seemingly embedded within it were nothing but illusion. His temples throbbed violently. For an instant his vision fractured into double images. With a sharp pivot he swung his blazing holy blade backward in a sweeping arc. But the sword cleaved only empty air. As if anticipating his motion, the whisper shifted position seamlessly, always clinging just behind his ears, shadowing him with spectral precision. He darted and feinted repeatedly, crushing gravel beneath his heavy military boots. After several probing shifts in direction, Theodore finally caught in the periphery of his vision a translucent, ghostly silhouette. A specter. Under Thorn's meticulous control, it clung to Theodore like a parasitic curse. The specter moved with uncanny speed, always slipping into blind spots beyond Theodore's field of view. Never engaging physically, only ceaselessly weaving curses through its haunting whispers. Though such curses could not kill outright, they gnawed at his psyche like countless barbed hands, severely disrupting his combat rhythm. Each time Theodore attempted to gather focus for a decisive strike, his mind was shattered by sudden piercing shrieks. He glared venomously at Areno, who continued retreating, cursing inwardly. He had encountered specters before, but only wild, mindless ones easily banished. He had never imagined a controlled specter could be so maddeningly persistent. This was Theodore's first encounter with a tamed specter, and he silently acknowledged the chosen one's exceptional nature. Specters are mere paper tigers. He bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain and metallic tang of blood jolted his mind into momentary clarity. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled magical energy toward his right hand, preparing to unleash a torrent of high-intensity, holy light to incinerate the pestilent specter utterly. Instantly, several shield-bearing zombies lunged forward, slamming into his body. He staggered, his magical flow violently disrupted. Fury ignited within him. He brought his holy flame blade down in a furious cleave upon the zombie's shield. Clang. Sparks erupted like molten stars. Were it not for those two holy knight shields inscribed with anti-magic runes, he would have reduced these level 2 abominations to minced flesh long ago. Yet as a level 3 heretic inquisitor, Theodore possessed vast battlefield experience. He could see clearly the runes lining the inner surface of the holy light shields were gradually dimming under relentless divine erosion, charred fissures spreading across their surfaces. Once the runes faded significantly, the zombies' hands would be consumed by holy light, rendering them incapable of gripping their shields. Thus victory would inevitably fall to Theodore, if only he endured. But that was the reasoning of a fool. He was level 5. How could he possibly be cornered by mere level? A ruthless gleam flashed across Theodore's eyes. He launched himself skyward, soaring over 3 meters into the air. His boots slammed down onto the raised shields. Using their resistance as leverage, he vaulted cleanly over the ironclad defensive line and hurtled toward Reno. Sever the controller, and the Spectre would scatter aimlessly like a headless wraith, while those level 2 zombies deprived of magical sustenance would collapse instantly. Attack as defense, advance as retreat. Though this airborne stance left him vulnerable, Theodore held absolute confidence. The blessing of arrow warding enveloped his body in an invisible aura. This faint current of condensed holy light automatically intercepted ordinary crossbow bolts, and even forcibly altered the trajectories of some, causing them to skim harmlessly past his armor plates. Thus, even midair, he would never be pierced like a pincushion. Die, blasphemer. Suspended above, Theodore looked down upon Reno, and the 2 level 2 zombies flanking him. Sacred flames roared along his blade, a cruel smile twisted across his face, already envisioning Reno's severed head striking the earth. Unless Reno suddenly produced a siege cannon, there was no way to pierce the blessing of arrow warding. Yet in the next heartbeat, Theodore's pupils contracted violently, and his smile froze rigid and grotesque. He watched, horrified, as the 2 zombies who had stood motionless beside Reno suddenly lifted their heads. Their desiccated mouths wrenched open, tearing flesh at the corners, revealing pitch-black throats. Sickly gray magical energy coalesced deep within those throats, emitting a bone-chilling hum. Theodore recognized this foundational spell instantly. Wind blades. Impossible. These zombies radiated only level 2 presence. Simultaneously, the 2 shield-bearing zombies, who should have remained passive targets, turned in perfect unison, gaping mouths now aimed directly at Theodore, suspended midair. His mind went blank, a deafening silence roaring in his skull. How could level 2 corpses wield magic? Worse still, 6 wind blades now shot forth from disparate angles, converging to seal every possible evasion route. Boom. 4 sickly gray wind blades collided midair against Theodore's protective holy light barrier. The immense magical pressure detonated catastrophically within the confined space. The blast tore through the air, generating a thunderous sonic boom. The blessing of arrow warding was indeed formidable. Its mechanism allowed the blessed to sense incoming physical projectiles, and when evasion failed, force minute deflections. It excelled against arrows or darts, but against large-scale magical barges like wind blades its efficacy diminished markedly. The deafening concussive wave made nearby wooden huts groan and shudder. Theodore's ears screamed with agony, blood spurted from both ear canals. Like a bird struck by a slingshot, he plummeted gracelessly from the sky, crashing hard into mud and filth. Gasping raggedly, his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Odric's necromancers had long been ineffectual, so much so that members of the Holy Light Church habitually scorned them. In their worldview, local necromancers were merely charlatans who reanimated low-tier corpses, wholly suppressed by Holy Light doctrine. That perception was not wholly inaccurate. Yet Theodore could never have foreseen that the adversaries before him answered to a monster wielding a system. A few days ago, Thorn had handed over the LV-3 wind blade launchers produced from the barracks to his colleagues for research and dissection. Moreover, Thorn also provided some LV-2 and LV-3 corpses for them to study at will. Some things might take decades to create from scratch, but with a ready-made reference solution at hand, reverse engineering them becomes exceedingly easy. Reno, as a divine candidate, indeed possessed a unique aptitude for necromancy. While other necromancers could only modify LV-1 zombies, even with Thorn's voluntary provision of LV-2 and LV-3 corpses as references, Reno, studying Thorn's finished products, managed to devise a crude method on his own. They forcibly engraved magical arrays into the bodies of LV-2 zombies, transforming them into disposable wind blade launchers, albeit still requiring an immense amount of magical energy to sustain. To this end, Thorn supplied a large quantity of clarity potions. The clarity potions produced by this evil workshop were quite intriguing. When given to Thorn's own system zombies, they functioned exactly like in the game, providing fixed mana regeneration. Feeding them more merely extended the duration of the regeneration effect. However, when used by the natives like Reno, the potion took effect based on its internal composition. If too much of the violent mana and catalytic substances contained in the potion were infused at once, it would induce severe poisoning and rejection reactions. But for zombies, such concerns were irrelevant. Ordinary LV-2 humans were naturally incapable of casting magic. Although they had touched the threshold of mana, their souls and bodies were untempered and could not withstand a powerful mana output. But LV-2 zombies were different. They were already lifeless, with no need to consider the long-term lifespan of their bodies. Arino and his colleagues dissected the zombies' bodies and forcibly carved simplified wind blade arrays into their chest cavities and throats. Before battle, they force-fed the zombies a massive amount of clarity potion, using the overflowing mana from the potion to forcibly elevate the LV2 zombies' mana to the LV3 level in a short time. The cost was that such brutal infusion would cause the zombies' bodies to completely collapse after casting. These were disposable consumables to be used only at the critical moment. Following Thorn's earlier proposal, Arino did not equip these zombies with any threatening weapons, only providing them with large shields and small knives. When the enemy attacked, they feigned fear and continuously retreated, luring Theodore into underestimating them and charging forward. The moment the opponent believed victory was assured and let their guard down against the zombies, the volley of wind blades would be unleashed. The plan proceeded flawlessly. Theodore fell to the ground, vomiting copious amounts of blood. Around him, the 4 LV2 zombies that had just released their wind blades emitted terrifying sounds of cracking bones. A huge split opened neatly from their mouths to the back of their skulls, spewing black dead blood and shredded flesh. They then collapsed limply to the ground, reduced to a mass of gore. "Quick, finish him off," Arino shrieked, but none of his colleagues or the militia dared to approach Theodore. He hastily summoned the reserve zombies placed in the empty houses nearby. 6 LV2 zombies wielding rusty iron swords and pitchforks staggered out, and under Arinush's command lunged at Theodore on the ground. Theodore's condition was too gruesome to behold. Although his body surface protected by armor and holy light bore no major wounds, the sonic boom caused by the collision of wind blades at close range had inflicted severe internal injuries. His internal organs suffered from bleeding pain, and his 5 senses were severely disrupted. His eyes were bloodshot, blood continuously trickled from his ears, and the world before him swayed violently, making even standing up an immense struggle. Seeing several zombies pouncing on him, Theodore gritted his teeth, and by instinct swung his longsword, striking the foremost zombie with a holy flame slash. The holy sword, enveloped in sacred flames, cleaved the LV2 zombie in 2 at the waist as easily as cutting through butter. But before Theodore could catch his breath, the zombie's upper half, its mouth wide open, had already charged a sign. "Damn it!" Theodore cried out in alarm, attempting to dodge to the side. At that moment, the specter clinging to his ear unleashed another piercing shriek. The scream, like a mass of thorns, forced its way directly into Theodore's mind. His body stiffened abruptly, his once agile movements slowing by a fraction. That fraction of a second decided life and death. Boom! The wind blade struck Theodore squarely in the chest. Shards of silver-white armor scattered everywhere. Theodore screamed in agony as he was blasted away, once more crashing heavily into the wall. A large section of his chest caved in and blood poured profusely from the gaps in his armor. The situation was dire. A strong will to survive drove him to extend his trembling right hand, reaching for the golden disc hanging at his waist, to send a message to the Grand Inquisitor. Don't even think about it. Arino was now ruthless. He had spent half his life evading the Church of Holy Light, never daring to rob graves, surviving solely on the meager resources from the trials. He lived cautiously like a rat in the gutter, yet these people from the Church of Holy Light were pushing him to the brink. "Screw you, you bastard." Arino, eyes bloodshot, grabbed a crude pitchfork, charged forward, and viciously stabbed it through Theodore's palm as he reached for the disc. Theodore let out a pained scream, his hand pinned to the muddy ground by the pitchfork. Arino, stamping on the pitchfork, cursed hysterically. "It's not like I wanted to be a necromancer. I was tricked into reading that book. I was just quietly treating people, earning a few copper coins. What business was it of yours? I never actively provoked the Church of Holy Light, so why do you have to wipe me out? What?" As he cursed, he kept kicking Theodore's face and stabbing his pitchfork into Theodore's hand and arm, leaving bloody holes. Every time Theodore attempted to counterattack, the LV2 zombies under Arinush's control would unhesitatingly block his sword with their bodies and blast their charged wind blades into his face. Every time Theodore attempted to counterattack, the LV2 zombies under Arinush's control would unhesitatingly block his sword. Theodore's vision grew increasingly blurry. His eyes, clogged with blood, could not open, and his heart was filled with despair. He was a noble inquisitor chosen to claim merit, destined for a boundless future. How could he die at the hands of these gutter rats? Hell! Help! Another point-blank windblade. Theodore's voice caught in his throat as a huge gash opened on his head. The uses of the arrow deflection blessing were exhausted, and it could no longer divert the trajectory of the... Beside Theodore's corpse lay a circle of tattered, irretrievable LV2 zombies. Alino slumped helplessly on the ground, panting heavily, his hands trembling uncontrollably, the pitchfork soaked with Theodore's blood. Old John emerged from the shadows with several necromancers. Their faces were equally grim, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. Old John walked over to Theodore's corpse, stepped on his face, and then turned to look at Alino. "I've taken care of all the paladins here, and left 2 alive as per Lord Thorn's orders. However, we suffered heavy losses as well. Over 40 of us died, and we lost more than 30 zombies. If it weren't for the resources and plan given by Lord Thorn in advance, we would have all perished at the hands of the Inquisitor. Let's take a short break. Proceed along the original route. Make sure to bring that LV5 corpse who I wanted. After saying this, the crow lowered its head again. Old John complied, and immediately began searching for recoverable supplies. Alino sat in the mud and water. Though covered in wounds and soaked in blood, a smile slowly crept across his lips, ultimately erupting into a low mad laughter. Ha ha ha. He had actually taken down an LV5 paladin with a pitchfork. This sense of surviving a disaster, along with the long-suppressed joy finally being released, made Alino feel as if every pore in his body was filled with bliss. Damn, that felt good. Thorn through the vision of the zombie crow, and the ghost witnessed the entire battle between Alino and Theodore. It seemed that LV5 truly had the ability to take on multiple opponents, but dead is dead. He initially attempted to use the ghost to touch Theodore's corpse, trying to directly drag it into the void of the other world. However, when the translucent, ghostly hand passed through Theodore's still warm chest, nothing happened except for a faint breeze. After all, ghosts are purely energy beings. They can attack souls and pass through stone walls, but cannot touch the flesh of living beings. Thorn tried to recover using the zombie crow, but whether pecking with its beak or flapping its wings, it had no effect. Could recovery only be done with humanoid undead? Thorn had previously used zombies and skeletons to clean the battlefield, and only then noticed this oversight. He couldn't understand why it was so. When he controlled non-humanoid zombies, including wolf zombies, and crows, he always felt a serious sense of mismatch, as if a 3-pronged plug was forcibly inserted into a 2-pronged socket. This resulted in a significant reduction in the speed and agility of the zombie wolf, and the zombie crow struggled to take flight. If the recovery ability was exclusive to humanoids, this situation was not entirely incomprehensible. But Thorn was anxious. That was a solid LV5. If he could recover it now, he could immediately unlock the LV5 corpse in the corpse farm and start producing LV5 soldiers in the barracks. Damn, of all times, why did it have to fail now? Thorn cursed inwardly deep within his consciousness. He was eager to know just how much battle power an LV5 zombie could provide to his team. Could another LV5 come along and deliver a head to him? Thorn glanced at the opposing Ikuis and quickly dismissed the thought of attacking. Guerrilla warfare was a last resort. If he could gain the protection of a Duke, Thorn wouldn't have to hide everywhere. With Ikuis' recommendation, this path would be much easier. Alino, listen to me. Thorn's voice came through the crow horse, an urgent Theodore's corpse. Not a single piece of his intestines can be lost. Wrap it tightly with the preservation cloth you brought. If the corpse decays on the way or gets lost. Alino shuddered in fear and hurriedly directed the remaining zombies to carry Theodore's bloody corpse. Thorn hadn't really planned to do much. These people were still being pursued, and if they truly lost the corpse, there would be no good way to handle it. But a little intimidation would encourage them to work harder. Thorn pulled back his consciousness, and the mountains outside of Loren County loomed ominously under the moonlight, with Ikuis resting opposite him. Ikuis, who appeared petite and delicate, possessed strength that was astonishing. She had carried Thorn over 10 miles along the rugged mountain path before she began to tire. At this moment, she leaned against a rock, slightly panting, her golden hair damp, with sweat sticking to her somewhat youthful face. Thorn sat opposite her, his right hand instinctively gripping the wrapped holy sword at his waist. The sacred warmth radiating from his palm provided him with some reassurance, but it also kept his nerves taut. Fortunately, he carried this item with him. The constant holy light from the holy sword, even when covered with thick cloth, still suppressed the restless necromantic aura within him. He could gain the golden water from Ikuis precisely because he carried no necromantic aura. The necromantic aura would continuously regenerate, and if it weren't for the holy sword being so close, the aura would have already returned to Thorn's body, revealing his secret to Ikuis. Have you rested enough? Don't let them catch up. Thorn tried to make his voice sound tense and exhausted. Ikuis did not answer immediately. Her piercing blue eyes glimmered sharply in the darkness, her gaze slowly shifting downward, finally locking onto the outline of the sword handle wrapped at Thorn's waist. Mr. Enzo. Ikuis called out the fake name Thorn had given her. That sword of yours wrapped in thick cloth. Is it the holy sword? Thorn's heart jolted, and his grip on the sword involuntarily tightened. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and a flurry of countermeasures flashed through Thorn's mind, already preparing to summon all the Windblade launchers from his territory and fight Ikuis to the death. But ultimately, he slowly relaxed his hand, allowing the wrapping to reveal a corner of the sword handle. You have a keen eye, Lord Inquisitor. Thorn let out a bitter smile, his tone laced with a hint of merchant-like pride. This is a small gift from some friends at the Church of the Holy Light in the Kingdom of Midder. As you know, there are necromancers causing havoc in Loren County, and carrying this thing makes those rats think twice. Ikui's leaned forward, her gaze sternly fixed on the sword. The so-called holy sword was originally just mundane iron, but after being blessed by high-ranking clergy of the Church of the Holy Light, it transformed into a weapon imbued with divine attributes. For paladins, it served as a staff-like amplifier, greatly enhancing the potency of holy spells. Thorn's heart raced. In this world, only those at LV3 had the qualification to wield a holy sword. The two LV3 paladins, Beck and Elena, who had died at his hands in Loren County, had all their equipment. Although he had buried one of the holy swords underground in Horseshoe Town amidst the chaos, he only carried Elena's sword to avoid raising suspicion. But with Ikui's suspicious nature, could he truly fool her? AI Kisi stared at the hilt of the sword for a long time, suddenly letting out a chuckle and slightly leaning back, relaxing her posture. Don't be nervous. Even the items blessed by the holy light have different grades. She waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with indifference. In theory, the holy sword is indeed prohibited from being given to outsiders of the sect. After all, what would it mean if this item blessed by the holy light falls into the hands of followers from other sects? This type of holy sword equipped at LV3 is considered the lowest grade mass-produced item within the Holy See. Our holy light is not as rigid as some may think. I too am not a rigid Inquisition officer. She sighed deeply, but I must say my professionalism is still Enzo. If it weren't for the fact that you lack any trace of necromantic energy or any evil marks from other deities, I would have seriously suspected that these two swords were the belongings of those two victims. Son maintained a smile on the surface, but a few drops of cold sweat trickled down his back. In this world, different deities leave unique traces on their followers. For example, the holy light emits a divine aura, while the god of death leaves necromantic energy. Although he didn't know the reason, Son was not afraid of the holy light, unlike his peers like Alino, who would jump away like a scalded frog the moment they saw it. Through the Raven's vision, he had just witnessed the deadly struggle between Alino and Theodore. Theodore didn't seem that robust, although he had slain many zombies, and other individuals being hit by 9 wind blades simultaneously was enough to severely injure him in an instant. Yet he could sense that being both LV5, AI Kisi was far more experienced and dangerous than Theodore. Not just in movement, but their vigilance was worlds apart. Theodore resembled a newly forged sharp, yet fragile heavy sword, while AI Kisi was like a finely crafted poisonous and highly resilient needle. If it weren't for the ironclad rule that necromancers cannot interact with the holy light, he might have had to engage AI Kisi in a battle here. The current state of Loren County is not solely due to a necromancer. AI Kisi suddenly spoke, beginning to explain the situation within the country of Audric. Son immediately focused, connecting the fragments of knowledge in his mind with what AI Kisi was saying. This world indeed has gods, but they are bound by ancient contracts or laws preventing them from descending to the mortal realm. Thus, the mortal world has become a chessboard for proxy wars with nations fully controlled by different sects representing the territories of their deities. The kingdom of Audric, however, stands in a neutral state, yet to be overtaken by any faction. Although the Church of the Holy Light thrives here, the elemental faction of the Mage Council and the Forest God sect are secretly vying for power. To prevent the Holy Light from becoming too dominant, the royal family in the court has various ulterior motives, relying on different sects to vie for power. Some even covertly shelter necromancers, just to have an extra card to play during times of turmoil. AI Kisi pointed towards the distant outline of a castle. The Duke of Loren County is currently being pulled and threatened by multiple parties. His concerns are not about the necromancer, but rather about civil war. Enzo, if you go to see him under the identity of a member of the Latent Alchemy Workshop, he would be more than willing to grant you a favor. After all, the Latent Alchemy Workshop has a good relationship with the Martyr Royal Court. Son frowned. Are you telling me this because you want to leave Audric? AI Kisi fell silent. She raised her head, moonlight illuminating her beautiful yet youthful face. Her face bore the youthful freshness and roundness of a girl, yet her expression revealed an incongruous weariness that belied her age. Her body was subtly curved in a state of nearing adulthood, without having crossed that threshold. I've been an Inquisition officer for over 40 years. Can you guess why I still have this childlike appearance? Son's heart skipped a beat as he pretended to be knowledgeable. As a member of the Alchemy Workshop, I naturally know some secret methods for maintaining youth or certain potions to delay aging. It's not that simple. AI Kisi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Because I have incurred the wrath of the Holy Light, my state has been permanently fixed at that second from decades ago. I cannot grow stronger. My level is forever stuck at LV5 without any progress, yet I will never grow. She pointed at her flat chest. Unless the Holy Light withdraws this blessing, I will remain trapped in this unchanging body forever. For an ordinary person, this is a miracle, but for someone who needs power like me, it's the most malicious curse bestowed by the Holy Light. Son blinked, wondering why she was saying all this. Isn't this the kind of thing usually said to the dead? How did you offend the holy light? AI Kisi waved her hand, clearly unwilling to delve deeper. That's none of your concern. In any case, I sought you out because I need the latent alchemy workshop. I need a special potion that can temporarily lift the holy light's restrictions, even if only for 10 minutes. The alchemical sect within Audric is working alongside other sects and the holy light to resist, while also secretly maintaining ties with the holy light. They dare not concoct the potion I need for fear of offending the holy light. But the sects in your area are evenly matched and do not have to worry about the holy light's displeasure. AI Kisi spoke earnestly. Enzo, I will try my best to persuade the Duke. If things go well, please take my order, and I will also assist you with your business in Loren County afterward. Son's heart stirred. The fabricated identity of the merchant from a neighboring country had such entanglements. Wouldn't you be further offending the holy light by concocting such a potion? AI Kisi sighed. The holy light's punishment for me had already ended at that time. If I can break this curse afterward, it would be considered my accomplishment. Son pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. Since you, the Inquisition officer, are so sincere, the latent workshop has no reason to refuse. However, just as the agreement was reached, the air around them suddenly turned cold and a thick layer of gray mist unexpectedly enveloped the two. AI Kisi's expression changed drastically. She suddenly stood up and anxiously reached out to grab Son's hand. Grab me quickly. Son also sensed the danger and instinctively extended his hand. But just as their fingertips were about to touch, the gray mist spread rapidly like a living creature. AI Kisi's figure instantly became blurred in the mist, and Son watched helplessly as her hand passed through the mist, as if touching a phantom, utterly failing to make contact. AI Kisi! Son shouted, his voice echoing in the mist, creating a sense of constricted space. Behind him, a dull thudding sound of footsteps suddenly came. It was the sound of heavy steel boots striking the ground, accompanied by the subtle, yet crisp clinking of armor plates. Son turned to see a man dressed as an Inquisition officer pushing through the dense mist approaching him. Jealous held an ancient bronze censer in his hand, the lid intricately carved with twisted vines, and an unknown ancient beast. With his steady steps, thick mercury-like gray mist continuously billowed from the censer. This censer is a relic confiscated from the Druid sect, emitting a mist of confusion that can disrupt the physical logic of a small area. Within the range enveloped by the mist, space was completely disturbed. Even though Thorn and Ikuiz sat facing each other wrapped in this mist, it would be impossible for them to meet no matter how close they were. Only the one holding the censer could move freely within it. This was something his master specifically entrusted to him before coming to Loren County. Initially, he had no idea of its significance, but now it seemed that his master had anticipated Ikuiz's movements and had planned for the current situation. Master, how far can those eyes of yours see? Jealous, at only 19 years of age, had already crossed the threshold that countless others dared not approach, reaching LV5. Though he was 5 years late compared to Ikuiz, who had risen to prominence at the age of 14, he was still an extraordinary talent not seen in a century within the current church. Not only was he proficient in various advanced holy light spells, but he could also adeptly manipulate all sorts of peculiar artifacts. More importantly, he possessed the most admirable quality of a judge, never underestimating his opponent. At this moment, the mist of confusion had successfully separated Thorn from Ikuiz. If it were any other low-ranking judge, they would likely ignore the seemingly unremarkable merchant from the neighboring country and prioritize dealing with Ikuiz. But Jealous did not think so. Ikuiz was indeed formidable, yet Thorn was also a target designated by the Holy Light. Since he intended to kill, why not start with the easier target? Crushing an ant before tackling a blinded lion. This was the most prudent judgment. Thorn looked at Jealous, who was slowly approaching through the mist, and immediately donned an expression of terror and anger. His eyes widened, his body trembling slightly as he pointed at Jealous and shouted, "What does your Holy Light Church want? You disregard the lives of thousands. How can you act like this and still claim to be righteous and good?" Jealous halted, his steps, a sacred indifference etched on his youthful face. "Massacring the innocent? No, Mr. Enzo, this is the will of the Holy Light. The Holy Light has revealed to us that a chosen one favored by death is lurking in Loren County, but that coward hides too well. If left unchecked, the number of victims could reach tens of thousands. Since we cannot find the exact location, purifying all living beings in this land will naturally sever the claws of death. As for the outside world, the Holy Light has arranged everything. Please understand, the Holy Light has no other choice." Jealous words were intolerable to anyone, and Thorn's face turned pale. He staggered backward, his voice cracking as he cried, You are insane. Lady Ikuiz is still here. She is a judge, as she will protect me. If you dare to touch me, she will never let you go." Jealous let out a derisive laugh as the mist in the censer swirled violently with his laughter. "Ikuiz, that old woman despised by the Holy Light. She is in no position to help you now. You..." Thorn's eyes darted desperately, as if grasping at a lifeline. I am a senior member of the Latent Alchemy Workshop, next door. Our workshop has deep collaborations with several royal families. If you kill me, Latent will never let this go. It will escalate into a serious diplomatic incident. Jealous paused slightly in his steps. Latent Alchemy Workshop, that is indeed a somewhat troublesome name. We do not wish to completely fall out with you. Seeing this, a hint of relief appeared on Thorn's face, but Jealous quickly revealed a cold smile. However, Mr. Enzo, you seem to have forgotten that this mist isolates everything from the outside world. No one will know what happens in this mist, including your corpse, which will completely vanish under the purification of the holy light, leaving not even a speck of ash for the necromancers. Though there may be repercussions later, without solid evidence, what can they really do to the Holy Light Church besides protest a few times? Thorn appeared completely stunned, terrified, as he looked around, shouting madly into the thick fog. Ikuis. Lady Ikuis. Help. Someone is trying to kill me. Come quickly. Thorn's pathetic display made Jealous burst into laughter, the censer in his hand buzzing ominously. Poor fellow. Don't waste your energy. In this mist of confusion, the two of you will never meet in this lifetime. Throughout the dialogue, Jealous' gaze remained hawk-like, sweeping over Thorn. From his earlier observations, he had completely confirmed that this man bore no signs of any artifacts. The low-level holy sword wrapped in cloth, and the few bottles of inferior potions on him were nothing more than toys in Jealous' eyes. He had no backup plan, merely a mere mortal relying on his status to bluff. Well, have you finished your last word? Jealous slowly drew his long sword, the blade shimmering with a blazing golden light. After I am done with you, I will send that former genius on his way. To die by my sword is the honor of you mortals. Jealous suddenly stepped forward, the sword's edge leaving a trail of golden afterimages as it aimed for Thorn's throat. However, at that very moment, the fear on Thorn's face vanished. A slight smirk curved at the corner of his mouth, sending an inexplicable chill down Jealous' spine. Can Ikuis really not perceive what is happening here? Thorn murmured softly, unsure whether he was asking or merely talking to himself. Initially, Jealous thought that smile was a sign of Thorn's mental breakdown before death, but a primal instinct honed from years on the edge of life and death sent a shiver down his back. He quickly reviewed all his observations of Thorn in his mind. No divine aura, no magical fluctuations, only a hint of residual holy light from the holy sword close to him. What was wrong? Just as Jealous' sword tip was less than half a foot from Thorn, a gray-black shadow abruptly materialized from the air. It was a towering figure clad in full holy knight armor appearing out of nowhere between the two. Clang! Jealous' long sword struck heavily against the chest plate of an LV-3 zombie. The armor was enchanted heavy armor stripped from the holy knight Beck, sturdy beyond imagination. The blade clashed against the steel, creating a shower of dazzling sparks, yet it left only a white mark on the armor. What is going on? Jealous was greatly alarmed. He had been monitoring the surroundings with the mist, but had no idea where this zombie had come from. This colossal creature seemed to have descended directly from another dimension. The zombie before him moved stiffly yet with remarkable speed, its withered mouth wide open as azure gray magic energy surged wildly from deep within its throat. Windblade. Gialisi truly proved to be an elite, nurtured by the Grand Judge himself. At such a close distance, he utilized the rebound force of his sword to glide the blade, deftly dissipating the zombie's charge, his body drifting backward like a fallen leaf. During his retreat, he even had the strength to slice through one of the zombie's left arms along the seams of his armor with a single strike. The wind blade howled past, grazing Gialisi's scalp before disappearing into the lost fog behind him. As Gialisi landed, and was yet to steady himself, he suddenly felt a cold, solid object collide again. A pungent stench of decay and medicinal fumes instantly invaded his nostrils, and he even felt a few drops of sticky liquid splatter onto his face. He turned back in terror, his pupils abruptly constricting. It was another LV-3 zombie. Gialisi couldn't comprehend how this was possible. There had been no other living beings around him before he entered the lost fog. Where on earth did these zombies come from? Unbeknownst to him, Thorn had been utilizing the blood points produced by the structures to max out the technology tree's domain extension ability during this time. Thorn's summoning range now extended to 5 meters, allowing him to summon zombies from the other world directly in the shadows behind Gialisi. Moreover, these windblade launchers had already begun accumulating magical energy within the territory, allowing them to fire instantly upon summoning. After all, Gialisi was an LV-5 powerhouse with physical attributes far exceeding that of ordinary people. He let out a beast-like roar, his body radiating brilliance as he forcibly broke free from the zombie's grip behind him. After a roll and tumble, he narrowly dodged a second close-range windblade. However, when he stood up again, the sight before him plunged him into complete panic. The zombie he had previously severed an arm from had suddenly vanished into the mist. In its place, 3-4. More intact, menacingly glowing armored zombies emerged from the thick fog. As soon as they appeared, they opened their gaping black maws, already charged with lethal wind blades. What the hell is this thing? Gialisi, losing all composure, clutched his head and fled. He had observed Thorn repeatedly and was certain there was not a trace of necromantic aura on him. How could a person without a necromantic aura control the undead? Moreover, he had dealt with many necromancers, but this method of attack was utterly unheard of. How could zombies suddenly appear and disappear like this? Sacred light, judgment. Gialisi roared, forming hand seals as a blazing column of holy light descended from above, incinerating a zombie directly in front of him into charred remains. But before he could catch his breath, two wind blades sliced through from the side and rear in an intersecting path. Thorn's assault was relentless like a rising tide. He didn't need to worry about the loss of the undead. The zombies that fired were immediately recalled to the otherworldly territory and administered a clear potion produced by the evil workshop, allowing them to return as good as new in just 30 seconds. Although a few zombies were lost with many left maimed by Gialis's counterattacks, Thorn could afford the casualties. This saturation-style attack, akin to a rotation of musketeers, utterly shattered Gialisi. Gialisi had no strength left to continue holding that heavy incense burner. To fend off the wind blades shooting from all directions, he had to wield his sword, with both hands frantically casting the holy light barrier. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive wind blades struck his defense's blind spots in a triangular formation. Gialisi let out a muffled groan as the protective holy light violently shook before shattering. His chest was raked open by the wind blade, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, blood instantly soaking the judge's robe. He was filled with confusion and resentment. Before his departure, his master, the Grand Judge, had specifically entrusted him with this sacred incense burner, intending for him to use the lost fog to secretly eliminate Ikaisi. Ikaisi harbored a holy light essence within her, a crystallization of years of devout faith from high-ranking believers. As long as he possessed that essence, Gialisi would have the opportunity to break through in the future and become the youngest high-ranking judge in the church. But why did this benefit he thought his master had given turn into such a deadly predicament? Bloodied and disheveled, Gialisi collapsed into the mud. He gazed at the re-emerging horde of zombies around him, and his eyes finally revealed a devastating panic. He attempted to reach for the fallen incense burner on the ground. If he could retrieve the burner and dispel the fog, Ikaisi would see Thorn's true form. At that time, as fellow believers of the holy light, Ikaisi would certainly join forces with him to break through the siege. But just as he stretched out his hand, a precisely aimed wind blade whistled towards him. Swish! Gialis's right hand was severed at the wrist, the stump a bloody mess. He let out a heart-rending scream, curling up in pain on the ground. Please, please. Gialisi raised his head, looking at the expressionless man not far away. He wanted to plead for mercy, to offer money, status, or even secrets of the church in exchange for a chance at survival. He was only 19, he should have had a long life ahead. He should not die here. But what responded to him were the 5 zombies leaning in close to his face, their gaping black maws filled with azure-gray magical energy. Boom! 5 wind blades erupted in synchrony at close range, instantly blasting Gialis's head apart like a rotten watermelon. Thorn frowned for safety's sake. He commanded the zombies to fire a few more wind blades at the mangled body, opening up several large holes in Gialisi. Thinking that Gialisi was probably dead, Thorn manipulated the zombies to step forward and placed a hand on the blood-soaked corpse. Collected a damaged LV5 human corpse, soul energy 193. Corpse farm compendium unlocked, LV5 adult human corpse. Thorn pursed his lips. Indeed, the blast had been too severe. If intact, this LV5 corpse should have been worth 240 points of soul energy. However, this single LV5 income was enough to equal a whole day's output from the corpse farm. He immediately converted a complete LV5 corpse from the corpse farm and spent 240 soul energy to begin production in the barracks. The panel displayed that manufacturing an LV5 zombie required a full hour. "Tisk, the price of soldiers is getting more and more expensive. I hope it's worth it," Thorn remarked, casually picking up the bronze incense burner from the ground. As his fingers touched it, the panel information of the incense burner appeared. Lost incense burner druidic artifact consumes magical energy to activate the lost fog. Within the fog's range, all non-holders will fall into spatial disorientation, unable to interact with one another. The holder can observe the lost ones and selectively interact with them.